Chapter 486. This is bad. A Miracle City Bear-Man soldier ran in front of Nangong-yin in a panic. Elder sister, Nangong-yin! The enemy has taken over the periphery. I can see it, this old lady isn't blind. Nangong-yin was standing on a high mountain. She could see the enemy's main camp in the distance. It was simply like a boundless sea. Damn, they've really invested quite a bit in attacking Miracle City. The mountain around Miracle City was now taken over by the Four Cities army. Miracle City was using the inner mountain ridge as a base to defend. They had no choice but to give up the periphery like this because Miracle City had to shrink their defensive perimeter so they could gather more strength. Everyone was filled with fear. What should we do now? Nangong-yin's brows jumped up. What do you think we should do? Beat them up for me. It was true that the Four Cities army couldn't be stopped, but this didn't mean that Miracle City would be taken advantage of. Although Miracle City didn't have a protective barrier that covered the entire city, there were several hundred green protectors that could support a small barrier. Mang Qingguo quickly took out the stock of the Miracle Commerce and the various source energy weapons, even the weapons that had been sold to the Great Summer Country's army. There were over 500 source energy cannons, over 30 strengthened source energy cannons, and tens of thousands of heavy firearms. The Miracle Commerce's foundation was all revealed. The tribes around Miracle City were all very loyal. Not a single tribe betrayed them. These over 2 million locals all brought their families to Miracle City. The stronger youths took the initiative to participate in the battle, contributing quite a bit to Miracle City's defense. Dongfang Haran was quickly called back. Even Arnold and the others were quickly called back. Even Meng Yingying and Dolores had to participate in the battle. Many experts of the Great Summer Country were sent over to help. Miracle City had gathered all the battle strength they could. This was definitely a life or death battle for Miracle City. Two large sounds came from the western mountain range. Nangong-yin received Zero's voice on her cell phone. Attention, there are enemy troops trying to attack Miracle City from underground. Because they entered our minefield, they were stopped. Nangong-yin took out a scroll containing information about the enemy. This enemy map was a piece of leather-coated material. The second Miracle Smart Brain controlled the undead spiritual radar to detect the life signals in the Miracle Mountain Range once per second. After processing the data, it would be sent to the central Smart Brain Zero, and Zero would send the data to the frontline commander's hand. There were two frontline commanders. Nangong-yin was in charge of the southern line, and Dongfang Haran was in charge of the northern line. Each line was divided into several areas, and each area had its own troops. Dolores was in charge of the rapid response and emergency forces, while Meng Yingying was in charge of dispatching airships and air forces, and Meng Qingguo was in charge of overseeing the overall situation. Humph, idiot, you're courting death. Nangong-yin could clearly see several troops trying to launch a sneak attack. Miracle City had already expected the Spider Warriors to use this method, so they had stored source energy mines all around Miracle City. If these Spider Warriors approached the mines, it would be strange if they weren't blown up. Zero's voice sounded again. Attention! The enemy is approaching in a large scale. Their main target is the southwest direction. I have already fired the interceptor missiles. Commanders, please prepare for battle. Was it finally coming? Because the battlefield was too big, the naked I couldn't see the entire situation. Nangong-yin tapped on the enemy's situation map a few times, and the enemy's situation map immediately changed. From the life signal map, it suddenly turned into the Heaven's Eye airship's high-altitude reconnaissance map. Nangong-yin could clearly see that there was a large group of winged men charging in her direction. These fellows were very cunning. They were moving close to the mountain peaks, so the naked I couldn't see them. There was no doubt that they were trying to catch Miracle City off guard. Nangong-yin gave a cold laugh. 9 o'clock. Source energy cannons, fire! The 80 source energy cannons were aimed at the gap between the two mountain peaks. Although nothing appeared, they didn't care about that. They just followed the order, and the cannons began to fire. The moment the source energy cannons fired, a large amount of figures appeared from behind the mountain, like a dark cloud. The source energy cannons landed right on top of them, instantly catching the winged men off guard. A large amount of them were instantly killed, causing several hundred casualties. Nangongyan broke out in laughter. These damn birdmen aren't staying in their nests and are actually following the green frog to their deaths. Let's let them see Miracle City's might. Cannons, guns, crossbows, and javelins. Miracle City's advanced source energy weapons worked with the locals' traditional crossbows and javelins. All kinds of lights kept blooming in the sky. The beautiful light was incomparably dazzling, and the terrifying roar was deafening. The winged men's agile figures kept moving through the sky. After all, this was the elite army of a forest city, and each winged man was a 1 in 100 expert. Their movement speed was just too fast, so most of Miracle City's attacks missed. All kinds of wind blades and flames kept flying at the Miracle City guards. The green protectors spread their arms and released protective barriers one after another, stopping the winged men from destroying the defensive line. At this time, a large group of green giants were like gorillas, charging over the mountain peaks. Each one of them was like a human diamond, daring to charge through the storm rifles with their flesh and blood. The orc knights on the ground turned into countless black streams as they charged through the valley. The battle between the two sides instantly reached its climax. Cao watched from the distance and couldn't help being shocked. He was very happy that he didn't attack Miracle City alone. Otherwise, with Battle Banner City strength, even if they sent out their entire army, they wouldn't have been able to take Miracle City. Even if they did take Miracle City, Battle Banner City's army would have been wiped out, so the losses wouldn't be worth it. It was just like Kino said. In the end, it was all for the other forces. Miracle City's performance was just too unexpected. Miracle City didn't have a large protective barrier. These mountains to Miracle City were not a barrier at all. Rather, they would hinder their counterattack to a certain extent. Miracle City was a typical forest city, so its area was just too big. So, this battle couldn't be compared to a normal attack and defense battle. The defending side needed to guard a large area that was filled with holes. The attacking side could take advantage of the gaps and attack the other side's weak points from all directions. Miracle City was not only at a disadvantage from the beginning of the battle. In terms of military strength, Miracle City's army was mainly made up of trained berserkers, several tens of thousands of new soldiers, Green City's gnomes, and finally the local army. This kind of mixed army was not only uncoordinated, they weren't strong at all. The four cities' allied army was not the same. This army's main force was made up of the elites of the various cities. It was not something Miracle City could compare to. Miracle City that didn't have the right time, place, or people had blocked the wild attacks of the allied army. The source energy weapons filled the giant gap in battle strength. The city's dynamic intelligence system filled the holes in the city's defenses. It was because of this that Miracle City blocked the four cities' allied army, or at least blocked the first attack. Cao had been attacking for close to an hour, but he still couldn't break through Miracle City's defenses. The four cities' army was already in chaos, and if they kept fighting like this, they would lose more than they gained, so they immediately withdrew their troops. This was truly a bloody battle. The Wings race lost 20,000 men. The Green Giants lost 15,000 men. The Spider People lost 30,000 men, and the Orc Cavalry lost 25,000 men. A total of 90,000 people had died. Cao's face instantly turned livid. Although Miracle City's losses weren't small, this kind of loss far surpassed his expectations. The Wings race leader complained to Cao, "City Lord Cao, Miracle City is much stronger than we imagined. Our Wings race has lost over 20,000 men, but we can't even break through the other side's defenses. I dare bet that Miracle City's losses aren't as high as ours." Are you doubting this city, Lord's abilities? Cow gave a cold snort. Miracle City clearly has some kind of unknown detection ability. During the battle, I sent out at least 10 sneak attacks, but no matter which mountain valley they came from, they were all intercepted by Miracle City. As for the might of their weapons, you should have experienced it. Just tell me what to do. The green giant leader rudely cut him off. Our losses are this serious. The blood of our clansmen can't be spilled for nothing. Miracle City must be captured. No rush. City Lord Cow sat in his seat and said with a calm expression, Today's battle wasn't smooth, but Miracle City's losses aren't small. Their weapons have been used up quite a bit, and they rely on these weapons too much. We just need to gather large amounts of forest tribe warriors and gather them into an army of 1,000,000. We can attack from many directions and attract their firepower, reducing the pressure on us, and we can definitely break through Miracle City in one fell swoop. Everyone nodded. This was reasonable. They would do this. In the end of today's battle, although the four cities' armies were in chaos, Miracle City's firepower was clearly weaker. There was no doubt that for Miracle City, it was very hard for them to resist this kind of fierce attack, and it consumed quite a bit of their battle strength. When Nangonyin returned to the city, Lord's castle, her head and face were covered in burn marks, and her clothes were in tatters. On the battlefield today, the area she was in charge of was the focus of the attacks. Nangonyin was a lunatic. Although the other side had experts like clouds, she still charged forward without a care for her own safety. If it wasn't for the starlight immortal body and the great Nirvana scripture, she wouldn't have been able to survive even if she had 10 lives. Dongfang Haoren and the others also came back. They were all heavily injured, and the situation was not good. Everyone reported their situation one by one. Although the defensive line had been defended, the price they had paid was too large. Dolores said with a frown, the source energy mines in several minefields are almost gone. If we fight again, we won't be able to resist the other side's spider army. If they couldn't resist the spider army, the consequences would be serious. These fellows might even appear in the center of Miracle City. At the critical moment of the battle today, I used several Heaven's punishment airships to reverse the situation. In the end, when we were halfway through throwing in the bombs, 5-6 bird people found the airships. Meng Yingying indignantly said, Those bird people were at least at the Heaven Spirit Realm, and they were too fast. The airships couldn't escape in time, and the Heaven's punishment airships were all destroyed. There's also me. Nangonyin slammed her fist on the table. They destroyed 60% of the cannons here. I'm afraid we won't have enough firepower when we fight again. Elder Sister Qingguo, do we still have any cannons in stock? Give me another 100 to replenish them. We don't have any. Meng Qingguo also felt a headache coming on. She shook her head with a sigh. The cannons of the great summer country's 4 states, Lake's fleet, have all been sent here. We have already used up all our strength and resources in this battle. There's no other way. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. What should they do? Miracle City's defensive line had not been broken through, but their current defensive power had been greatly reduced. The second attack of the 4 cities' army would be even more fierce, and Miracle City would not be able to resist with their current situation. Chapter 487. The Heaven's Eye airship overlooked the entire battlefield. The radar made it impossible for people to hide. No matter how fast Cow's army moved, they couldn't escape Meng Qingwu's grasp. Now that Cow's army had a large change, they should be preparing for an all-out attack. This meant that there would be an even more intense battle. Miracle City's greatest disadvantage was their lack of a city protecting barrier, but their source energy weapons were their greatest advantage. Cow clearly wanted to spread out Miracle City's firepower, making it easier for the main force to enter Miracle City. His plan wasn't bad. Zero analyzed the situation. Yes, Sir Vice City Lord. Zero's voice came from the speaker in the room before falling into a few seconds of silence. It was most likely he was running a supercomputer to complete a large calculation. The second smart brain has analyzed the data, and the results are as follows. The number of enemies is between 800,000 and 900,000, and it is still increasing. The enemy has been deployed. The first south area has 50,000. The second area has 80,000. The third area. From the current situation, most of the life signals are moving to the south, but their life force is not high. It is a bluff. There are large amounts of strong life signals on the west side. Although there aren't as many as the south side, it is still the main force of the enemy. I suggest we deploy the heavy weapons to the west and use the ground troops and source energy weapons to block the south immediately. The most intense attack today was the southern defense line. Cao's main camp was also on the south side. According to normal logic, this was the main focus of the attack. Right now, Cao's army's deployment was a little off. They seemed to have placed a small number of troops here. They seemed to have a lot of troops, but in reality it was just a bluff. The main force of the four-city coalition army had circled to the west side to launch an attack, crossing hundreds of miles. Did they want to catch Miracle City off guard? With the second smart brain's warning system, this kind of thing would never happen. After Meng Qinggu understood the situation, she still couldn't be optimistic. Can you analyze the success rate of the next attack based on the current weapons and army situation? Zero was silent for a few seconds before saying, I'm sorry, Vice City Lord. Because the battlefield is too big and there are too many variables, it already surpasses my calculations. Adding in the lack of data on the enemy, I can't give an accurate number. But if we use a rough calculation, I think it's less than 30%. Less than 30%? It wasn't just Meng Qinggu who knit her brows this time. The others all felt very serious. Where is the city lord now? Dongfang Haoren was a bit confused. In this kind of critical moment, wasn't it time for Chu Tian to show his usefulness? He should have a way. Meng Qinggu gets angry at the thought of Chu Tian. This bastard brought Vivian to the Eternal Forest, but the result was nothing, and he even dragged Vivian down with him. Forget it, we can think of another way. Who knew that after Chu Tian came back, he had been hiding in the garden? No one knew what he was doing. Miracle City can't hold on. We have to call him out no matter what. Just wait, I'll call him. Meng Yingying dialed Chu Tian's number and was about to reprimand Chu Tian. However, before she could open her mouth, Chu Tian said a lot of things first. What did you say? Oh, wait a moment. Meng Yingying put away the cell phone and looked at the others with a strange expression. Chu Tian is calling everyone to the garden. Miracle City was already in danger, and Chu Tian was calling them to the garden? Meng Yingying explained. Chu Tian is saying that Miracle City's predicament is about to be solved and the solution is in the garden. He wants us to quickly go and help. Nan Gongyan called out, What about Miracle City? What if the enemy attacks again? Dongfang Haoren took the initiative to say, Me and the great summer marquises have a good understanding of the source energy weapons, so we can temporarily defend the situation. Since the city lord is confident in solving the problem, we should ask everyone to quickly go. They could only do this. Chu Tian's way of thinking was something normal people couldn't understand, but they trusted Chu Tian and hoped that Chu Tian could do something shocking. Therefore, they gave the command to Dongfang Haoren and the other great summer marquises, and they quickly ran to the miracle gardens. Chu Tian's spirit gathering array had a camouflage effect, so they couldn't see the situation inside from the outside. However, once they entered the barrier, it was like they had entered a different world. The spiritual energy in the garden was sealed and didn't leak, so it was a place filled with life energy. Now, it was enveloped by an incomparably vigorous life force. The entire garden was covered in a layer of faint green light. With every breath he took, he could feel pure life force pouring into his body. The life energy here was strong and pure, just like a giant energy field. Even if they were cut by a knife, the terrifying life energy would quickly heal the wound. Chu Tian was standing beside a six-pointed star array. This primitive spatial aura gathering device had been in operation for several days. It was like a squeezer, squeezing out the primitive spatial aura from the space. Since it was in operation, it had squeezed out at least 100 spaces. Several dozen energy pillars had been completely used up. These energy pillars were refined from Oldman's small town's new oil. It could keep Miracle City running for several months. But it had been used up in just a few days. We're about to succeed. We're about to succeed. Sisters, everyone put in a bit more effort. Lulu had led over 100 flower fairies to fight for several days. They looked very tired now, but they were very excited and happy. In the center of the flower fairies, there was a thing floating in the air. It was a bead-sized thing that was completely translucent green, releasing a bright light. The energy in the entire garden was released by this little thing. What is this? Nangongyan stared at the glowing thing with wide eyes, something that can release such a strong life energy. Perhaps it is a supreme divine item. Miracle City has this kind of thing. How come I didn't know about it? Meng Qinggu knit her brows as she observed it for a minute. Large amounts of heavenly book memories appeared in her mind. The Tree of Life seed. This is a fully activated Tree of Life seed. The Treants and flower fairies had asked Chu Tian to help awaken the seed, but the flower fairies were usually in charge of it, so even Meng Qinggu had never seen it before. The reason why Meng Qinggu could recognize it was mainly because of her special source spirit. Meng Qinggu's source spirit had countless ancient memories sealed in it. Only when she met the corresponding item would these memories awaken. Meng Qinggu finally understood what Chu Tian wanted to do. Young miss, Inying Nangong, what are you looking at? Chu Tian pulled everyone into the array without any explanation. The Tree of Life has already been activated. Now is the best time for it to germinate. We have to lock in the energy for the flower fairies, allowing it to display its greatest effect. This seed's growth is related to Miracle City's future, so whether it succeeds or fails, quickly come over. There was no time to slowly explain. Several people poured their spirit energy into the source energy array with Chu Tian's knowledge, releasing an energy barrier around them. After the energy the flower fairies poured into the seed was bounced off, it was reflected back when it hit the energy barrier. It would not disappear and would continue to be used. These over 100 flower fairies worked together with all their strength. The Tree of Life's seed absorbed more and more essence, and the light became brighter and brighter. The life energy it released was even more vigorous, but this life energy couldn't break through the little barrier Chu Tian had placed. It was completely sealed inside, and it formed a glass barrier filled with green light. Chu Tian, Meng Qinggu, Meng Yingying, and Nangongyan were all soaked in this ancient life energy. Although the energy was very strong, this energy did not harm their bodies and could even be absorbed by their bodies, increasing their cultivation bases. After all, this was an ancient Tree of Life seed. Even a seed could be considered a divine grade seed. Chu Tian could clearly feel his spirit energy growing. The surrounding energy was very rich, and if he absorbed it all into his body, it wouldn't be a problem for his cultivation to increase by several layers. However, Chu Tian quickly suppressed this thought. Although it was very tempting to have his cultivation increase by several levels in an instant, this power was crucial to nurturing the Tree of Life seed. If he absorbed too much, it might affect the seed's germination. His cultivation could increase at any time. The Tree of Life wouldn't appear again if he missed it. Just like that, time ticked by. At this time, the sounds of killing filled the sky outside Miracle City. Cao's army launched a wild storm of attacks at Miracle City. Miracle City's defensive firepower had clearly weakened by quite a bit. Not only did Cao's main army retain their battle strength, they also gathered large amounts of forest tribes. Under these waves of attacks, Miracle City was like a small boat struggling in a wild storm. Miracle City can't hold on much longer. Kill, kill. Kill your way in and slaughter them all. The morale of the Four Cities army was high, and Miracle City's defenders were pushed back again and again. Cow revealed a cold smile. He understood that there was no suspense in this battle. Miracle City's destruction was already a foregone conclusion, and the city was destined to turn to ashes. He made a hand signal to Kino and the other experts beside him. When they attacked Miracle City, they would immediately capture all of Miracle City's high-level members and researchers. As for resources, let these brainless fellows steal them. Just as Cow's plan was about to succeed, an unexpected situation occurred. There was a strong fluctuation in the center of Miracle City that spread several hundred miles in the blink of an eye. It was like the earth was breathing. The wind and clouds in the sky changed as lightning flashed and thunder roared. Several dozen bolts of lightning fell down. They suddenly fell in the center of Miracle City. The second wave, the third wave, the fourth wave. It experienced an entire 9 waves of divine lightning baptism. Finally, a vast pressure was released from the center of Miracle City, instantly covering a range of over 1,000 miles. What kind of powerful divine might and power was this? The forest that had been destroyed in the battle was instantly revived, and new shoots came out. The wounds of the soldiers were instantly healed, making people feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. The impact of this power and the range it affected was not something normal people could understand. No matter who saw it, their minds would turn blank, and there would only be one thought left. A spiritual god had appeared. That's right. Only the birth of a spiritual god could have this kind of momentum. Whether it was the dragon palace in the depths of the Dragon's Ridge, the black dragon sleeping in countless crystals, or the titan standing on top of the giant's palace covered in lightning, or the savage highlands high above, or even the ruler hiding in the darkness underground, or the large characters in the Western Sea, they were all shocked by the movement in the center of the forest of chaos. After the great ancient era, why would this kind of power appear? Chapter 488. The thousands of years of peace in the eternal forest was completely broken. The elven singing stopped for the first time in thousands of years, and the millions of elves stopped creating art. They all left their little tree houses and gathered in front of the Elven King's palace. They were densely packed like an ocean, waiting for the news to be announced. The Elven King called for an emergency Elven Council. Whether it was the gentle Elven King or the serious Augusta, they all had serious expressions. Everyone, there is no need to doubt it. This is the power of the ancient Tree of Life. There was no difference between the ancient Tree of Life and an ancient spiritual god. After the great ancient era, this kind of divine object could not exist in this world. Although the elves, treants, and flower fairies had tried to make the ancient Tree of Life sprout seeds for tens of thousands of years, they did not have much hope. Who would have thought that the ancient Tree of Life would appear again? This had a very high meaning to the elves. The legends say that the wood elves were born under the protection of the ancient Tree of Life and had not gone extinct since the great ancient era. The ancient Tree of Life was not just the ancestor of the elves. It was the origin of the elven civilization and the source of the elves' power. The ancient Tree of Life's birth had a very large meaning to the elves. The treants and flower fairies chose to believe in Chu Tian. It seems like this was the right decision. The elven vice speaker Ulysses' face was filled with excitement and joy. This must be Chu Tian's masterpiece. This is too incredible, he actually did it. Augusta's long white fur trembled a few times. This was also a good thing done by that brat. What kind of divine object was the ancient Tree of Life? A despicable and despicable human. Even if he had a bit of intelligence, how could he awaken this kind of divine object? The Elven King Lancelot spoke. No matter what the reason is, I think it is fate that has reappeared. This is a large, auspicious sign. Our race is destined to prosper once again. Only the ancient Tree of Life has appeared and the entire forest has been shaken. Those fellows should have felt it. We have to personally protect the ancient tree of life. Your Majesty is right, Ulysses said in an approving voice. Now that the ancient tree of life has appeared in Miracle City, and Miracle City is in danger, we can't just sit back and do nothing. This. Augusta was as stubborn as a rock. The Eternal Forest can never participate in any disputes. This is the 10,000-year rule, passed down by the elves. Do we have to abandon the law of the elves? This time, the elven king, Lancelot, clearly wasn't prepared to give in to Augusta. The elven laws were set down by the ancestors. The ancestors made the laws to regulate the lives of the elves. Now that the era is different, if we stubbornly hold on to the ancestral teachings, it will become a shackle to the elves. The ancient tree of life is the wood elves' faith. We can't abandon our faith and beliefs. That's right. The counselors of the Elven King's faction all stood up. These people all saw the golden opportunity of a lifetime. The Elven code and etiquette had bound the Elven race for tens of thousands of years. If they could take this opportunity to completely break it, the Elven race would have a chance to rise again. No, this goes against the spirit of the elves' laws. Augusta was caught between a rock and a hard place. This matter is of great importance. We have to discuss it properly. After all, it's a master who wants to amend the code. This needs to be discussed by the Parliament. There's no time, Sir Speaker. Ulysses stood up with a serious expression and said, Every minute we delay now, Miracle City will be in more danger. Perhaps because we are late by a minute, the ancient tree of life will be destroyed. Perhaps because we are late by a minute, not only will the elves regret it for generations, we will become sinners for all eternity. Sir Speaker, do you want to be despised by your descendants and the elves forever? That's right, Sir Speaker. We should make a move. The ancient tree of life is not normal. We can just rebuild it after the law is broken. I think even the ancestors will understand us. This time it wasn't just the reformist elves that wanted to move. Even the traditional Elven Council members supported this. It was rare for the Elven Council to be united, but the Elven Council's leader was Augusta. If he didn't nod his head, the Elven Council couldn't make a decision. Sir Speaker has always emphasized that the elves are a civilized race, and each elf has the right to make decisions. Let's see the will of the people now. The Elven King did not give Augusta any time to hesitate. The millions of elves in the forest raised their heads in anticipation. The Elven King appeared on the balcony of the castle at this time, and his voice spread through the entire eternal forest with the wind. Although it wasn't loud, it was like there was an invisible force that clearly appeared in the ears of each elf. I have a piece of good news for everyone. The ancient tree of life has been reborn. When this was said, the elves broke out in loud cheers. The ancient tree of life is the origin of the wood elves. It has an even brighter power than the well of eternity. The elves will become even more powerful under the protection of the ancient tree of life. The elves instantly fell into an uproar as they excitedly hugged and shouted. This was a historical moment for the elves. But the ancient tree of life is in danger now. It can be destroyed at any moment. The Elven King paused, and the entire forest fell into chaos. The elves were all worried for the ancient tree of life. We are now faced with two choices. The first is to follow the rules of the ancestors and stay in the forest. This can avoid fighting and allow us to live in peace, but the ancient tree of life could be destroyed or taken away. The second is to change the laws and leave the forest. We will protect the ancient tree of life and the faith of the elves, fighting for a better era and future for the elves. However, we will also be drawn into the flames of war. There will be blood, sacrifices, deaths, and even more dangers. Now, as the citizens of the eternal forest, as someone who has bathed in the light of the well of eternity, please make a choice. As soon as the Elven King's voice fell, "Save the ancient tree! Save the ancient tree! Save the ancient tree!" The entire eternal forest was filled with waves of voices. Each elf strongly expressed their wishes, and each elf was filled with passion. The Elven King turned around. "Chairman, I think, as the Elven Council's chief and a staunch supporter of democracy, you should make a decision." I don't know if this decision is right or wrong." Augusta's face twitched a few times before he helplessly made a decision. He understood that the ancient tree of life could give the elves a stronger power, but it could also give the elves a strong enemy, causing the eternal forest to be embroiled in an unprecedented battle. The elves were naturally kind and did not like killing. Was this right or wrong? Was this a blessing or a curse? First, protect the ancient tree of life. We'll discuss other matters later. All right, then it's decided. After the chairman agreed, this matter was easy to handle. The Elven Council announced the news, and the eternal forest was shaken once again. Each elf returned home and took out the longbows and swords they hadn't used in many years. They were all filled with fierce auras as they prepared to leave the forest to save Miracle City. "What are you saying with this mess?" Augustus saw that the elves were careless and shouting. It was destroying the elegance and civilization of a race. Although the Eternal Forest's elves are very strong, Miracle City is too far from here. We won't make it in time if we move like this. The Elven King thought about it. "Go, call Vivian over." Vivian had been under house arrest for several days, but her haze had been swept away. Her brows were raised and her face was filled with joy. She came over in high spirits. "Royal Father, do you see this? Big brother Chu Tian did it. He really did it. He is the great benefactor of the elves. I said that he would have a way. Let's not talk about this for now." The Elven King shook his head. "Miracle City is in danger. We have to go save them. Do you have more Miracle City scrolls?" Vivian knit her brows. "This scroll is made from an eye of the star fragment. There aren't many left in Miracle City. I only brought this one." "Only one. I have a way." Vivian took out an eye of the star from her storage pocket. "Although I don't know how to make a transport scroll, I can make a transport tower." This eye of the star was a cultivation technique that Big Brother Chu Tian left for me. Now we can just make a transport tower in the Eternal Forest, and everyone can directly go to Miracle City. How long do you need? "At least 3 days. "No, 3 days is too long." The Elven King held Vivian's transport scroll in his hand. "If it's like this, I'll go first." Vivian's eyes lit up. "Royal Father is personally going to Miracle City? That's great. With Royal Father personally making a move, there's nothing to fear from those shrimp soldiers and crab generals." Augusta was a bit worried. "Your Majesty is the highest leader of the elves and the ruler of the Eternal Forest. If you personally get involved, perhaps it will alarm Dragon City, Titan City, and Beast King City. The elves are not prepared to directly clash with them. The Eternal Forest hadn't participated in a battle in thousands of years. There had to be a gradual process of adaptation. If we have to fight sooner or later, there is no need to be afraid. Sir Speaker doesn't need to worry." The Elven King gently flicked his finger, and the scroll automatically opened, releasing spatial energy. "Vivian, I'll leave the matter of building the transport tower to you." "Please be assured, Royal Father." It was unknown just how happy Vivian was in her heart. Today's matter was a milestone for the elves, and what made Vivian very happy was that she could build a transport tower in the Eternal Forest without needing the permission of Big Sister Meng Qinggu or Big Brother Chu Tian. After all, this matter happened suddenly. Vivian also had her own selfish motives. She hoped that the Eternal Forest would become better and better. The construction of this transport tower was enough to have an immeasurable influence on the Eternal Forest. The Eternal Forest and Miracle City were destined to be closely linked. The elves' lives would become better and better. Chapter 489. The heaven and earth phenomenon from the ancient tree of life made the joint army pause for a moment. But under Cao's strong orders, the army quickly resumed their offensive. Miracle City's situation instantly fell into a dangerous situation. The Spider Ray soldiers have already dug a path to Miracle City and are now directly attacking Miracle City. The Wings race soldiers have already crossed the defensive line and are suppressing Miracle City from the air. The Green Giants and the Orc cavalry are quickly infiltrating. Miracle City's defenses are already collapsing. This news filled Cow's mind with excitement. Even if Miracle City had risen in the last month or two, their foundation was still a bit lacking. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't block the combined attacks of the elites of the four cities. There was no chance of losing this battle. It was just a matter of time. Now that the mountains around Miracle City had been lost, the source energy weapons had been damaged, so they couldn't form an effective defense. The spider race came out from all over Miracle City, launching a sneak attack from inside Miracle City. The Wings race came and went like the wind. With their powerful aerial superiority and flexibility, they were currently disrupting the Miracle City Army's formation, making the Miracle City Army lose sight of them, so there were more and more holes in their defenses. Finally, the Green Giant soldiers and the Orc cavalry also charged in. The Green Giant's powerful physique could block the light source energy weapons, and the Orc cavalry's mobility and destructive might were like sharp knives cutting through the defensive line. The defensive advantage of Miracle City's heavy weapons had been completely lost, so they could only engage in close combat with the enemy. The barbarian berserkers led the new recruits to resist the Hulks and the Orc cavalry, while the gnomes used bows and various spells to resist the winged race's attacks from the sky. The warriors of the large tribes couldn't get involved in this kind of battle between city armies. They were responsible for blocking the gaps and blocking the tribal warriors of Cow's army. Although both sides were in a chaotic battle and cannons and other heavy weapons couldn't be used, Miracle City still had over 100,000 source energy firearms. This could make up for the lack of battle power to a certain degree, temporarily blocking the attacks of the Four Cities army. Cow looked at Miracle City fighting. Let's do it! When Cow, Kino, and several dozen Battle Banner City True Spirit Realm experts charged into Miracle City, a small berserker team discovered them and immediately raised their storm rifles to shoot. These densely packed source energy bullets were very strong. Even if a true spirit expert was caught off guard by several storm rifles, they would still be injured. Courting death. Cow waved his hand, and the berserkers seemed to be weightless as they floated into the air. Every one of them had several abilities coiled around them like dragons. Their heads and limbs were pulled in 5 different directions at the same time, pulling them out from their bodies and killing them on the spot. Although the storm rifle's power was not weak, it was not easy to kill a spirit transformation expert. Cow grabbed a barbarian berserker's neck and lifted him up from the ground. "Where is your city, Lord? Speak." The berserker had gone berserk and didn't know what fear was. Therefore, he didn't hesitate, even if his life was hanging by a thread. He raised the source energy cannon in his left hand and shot it at Cow. Bang! The source energy cannonball hit Cow's protective spirit energy, and it actually made him stagger. Cow angrily punched the barbarian berserker to pieces. "Search," Kino said to the people behind him. "Even if we have to turn Miracle City upside down, we have to find that person." All of these people possessed shocking strength, and everywhere they passed, they were clean and efficient as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and all those who resisted were beaten to the point of fleeing like rats. "There's news. They are all in the garden in the center of Miracle City." Ha, 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 the heavens are helping me. Cow's eyes turned red as he laughed. He led several dozen people and immediately began to move. "Let's go!" Cow began a slaughter on the way. Miracle City was in chaos, with the spider warriors attacking from the inside and the winged race suppressing the sky. There were large amounts of green giants, orcs, and forest tribe warriors that attacked and plundered Miracle City from all directions. Cow's group was too small, so they couldn't encircle them. A small army couldn't stop them, so these people easily killed their way into the Miracle Gardens. The Miracle Gardens were filled with sacred herbs collected by Miracle Commerce. It was simply a giant treasure house. Even if these experts saw this scene, they couldn't help feeling shocked. They never thought Miracle City would actually be this rich, although there were many resources in the forest of chaos. Who didn't want to transplant these treasures so they could use them whenever they wanted? Although these heaven and earth treasures wouldn't rot like normal materials. Once they were picked, they would quickly lose their vitality. This would cause the medicinal effects to weaken, and finally their value would be greatly reduced. Was transplanting something easy? This kind of precious material was very harsh on the environment it grew in. Each sacred herb not only needed a high-level cultivation technique, it also needed a special environment and fertile soil. At least it was impossible to find such a large herb field in Battle Banner City. These heaven and earth treasures were very eye-catching, but what shocked Cow the most was not them. When Cow and the others looked at the center, they saw a small sapling that was around 3 feet tall. This sapling didn't seem special at first glance, but the sapling was covered in a pure green divine light. The entire garden was covered in this aura and power. It looked like it was 3 feet tall, but in fact, it gave off the feeling of a baby. It should have just been born. Every leaf was bright green, like the best gemstones and jadeite. If the patterns on the leaves were magnified thousands of times, one would see that they were all densely packed innate runes, and every single one of them contained the vitality of heaven and earth. Divine object. A divine object. Although Cow and the others didn't know the origin of this thing, they didn't even need to use their brains to feel that this little sapling had already surpassed the immortal grade realm. It was definitely a legendary divine object that couldn't be found on the continent, and it wasn't even a normal divine object. The eyes of the several dozen people couldn't move away from it at all. Was the heaven and earth phenomenon in Miracle City caused by this divine tree? The divine tree stood there. Although the entire garden was filled with treasures, it was dim and had no attraction at all. What was the origin of this divine tree? No matter where it came from, it wasn't important. Perhaps all the things in the garden added together couldn't compare to this divine tree's value. If they could get their hands on it, even if they couldn't use it, as long as they offered it to the Beast King, they wouldn't need to worry about obtaining large benefits. This is bad. There are bad people coming. The flower fairies had successfully grown the ancient tree of life, but they didn't even have time to be happy before they felt a killing intent and greedy aura. Although they were exhausted, they still quickly protected the tree of life. Perhaps there wouldn't be a second tree of life in this world. They had to protect the tree of life no matter what. Chu Tian, Meng Qinggu, Meng Yingying, and Nangongyin. Although the 4 of them looked a bit tired, they were in an unprecedentedly good state. Because they had absorbed the aura of the tree of life, their cultivations had clearly increased. Chu Tian had already reached the peak 2nd awakened soul layer. The Meng Qinggu sisters had broken through to the 2nd awakened soul layer, and Nangongyin had directly reached the peak triple awakened soul layer. This was the result of them sealing their meridians, not absorbing the energy of the tree of life. City Lord Cow saw Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu in the distance. The 2 of them were wearing the city lord's robes, and the expression on his face became even more fanatical. This truly is an unexpected harvest. Meng Yingying tightly clenched her fists as she shouted, "Humph! Don't think that we're afraid of you. Do you see this tree? It is the ancient tree of life, comparable to an ancient spiritual god. Once it releases its might, you shrimps will be turned to ashes at any moment." Although she was bluffing and had a fierce appearance, Meng Yingying's threat was like a little white rabbit showing its claws to a big bad wolf. So it's the ancient tree of life? The ancient tree of life itself is not a killing object. City Lord Cow revealed a sinister smile, not to mention how much power can a newly born ancient tree of life produce. While they were talking, City Lord Cow released a red-hot spirit energy that was like a flood dragon coiling around his body. There was no doubt that his 8th true spirit layer cultivation was released. When that strong pressure came, it made it hard for people to breathe. Too strong. Even if the people here worked together, it would be hard to block a single attack. When Miracle City was still Green City, there were several spirit transformation experts. For example, the dead green religion bishop, the undead religion lich, and the druid prophet Yoda. Yoda couldn't come back from the great Zhou dynasty. There was no one in Miracle City that could fight. Chu Tian quickly raised his hand and said, "Wait, perhaps we can discuss this." "Stall for time?" City Lord Cao said with a cold smile. "This is meaningless. Miracle City is doomed to fall. Even if the Eternal Forest sends reinforcements, they won't make it in time. If you cripple your own cultivation and follow the City Lord, I can guarantee you a lifetime of wealth." Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. "You really don't know how to negotiate. This isn't a negotiation." Cao gave a low roar and released all his strength. He didn't like wasting time. He would first cripple these people. But at this time, with a thought from Chu Tian, the 18 divine servants hiding nearby suddenly charged at Cao at the same time. Cao was a bit stunned, but this sneak attack had no value at all. Kino and the other experts weren't just decorations. Almost in an instant, the divine servants were sent flying like broken puppets. Cao's body was surrounded by a powerful energy as he instantly broke through the sound barrier, charging forward at a speed surpassing the speed of sound. The expressions of the Meng Qinggu sisters and Nan Gongyan all fell. "This is bad." At this moment, Chu Tian's eyes narrowed. "You really think you can eat me?" Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the air and large amounts of lightning flashed. An ancient and deep majestic aura descended onto the world. Chu Tian did not retreat in front of this strong opponent. Rather, he took the initiative to attack. Chapter 490. Meng Qinggu knit her brows. Did Chu Tian use his main source spirit again? Although this source spirit could increase Chu Tian's strength, there was a large risk in using this source spirit. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Chu Tian would not easily reveal his strength. Cao's hands reached out. Several dozen chains of energy fell onto Chu Tian's body like beams of light. This attack was strong enough to shatter the protective spirit energy of a normal spirit transformation cultivator. Even if Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyan were outside the range of the attack, they could still feel the strong, destructive might of the attack. "Be careful!" The two of them wanted to warn him, but they didn't even have a chance. Several dozen attacks fell onto Chu Tian's body. Cao didn't want to kill Chu Tian, so he didn't directly attack him. When the several dozen chains of energy were about to hit Chu Tian's body, they all exploded and turned into millions of thin threads. Each thread was like a steel needle that stabbed at different acupuncture points and meridians in Chu Tian's body. "You want to destroy my meridians?" Chu Tian gave a cold laugh and his eyes turned black. It wasn't a normal black, but rather an extremely deep black, just a black hole. When those thin threads of energy entered his body, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no sound at all. Cao's brows slightly knit as he released another chain of energy. This time it directly hit Chu Tian's body. Although a part of the energy was swallowed, Cao's strength was too strong, and most of it still hit Chu Tian's body. In the end, it was bounced off by the starlight around Chu Tian's body. Chu Tian didn't even stop as he charged in front of him. The long sword turned into a black slash. Cao's body released several hundred chains of energy, easily bouncing off the sword, filled with destructive might. His palms slammed into Chu Tian's chest at the same time. The starlight protecting Chu Tian's body was finally shattered, and he was instantly sent flying dozens of feet away. While he was in the air, he was continuously whipped by Cao's energy chains. Finally, he fell to the ground, creating a large hole in the ground. Chu Tian was just in the peak second true spirit layer, and Cao was an expert in the 8th true spirit layer. The two of them had crossed 3 stages, an entire 6 layers of cultivation. This was not a difference that could be measured by any cultivation technique or skill. What made people dumbfounded was Chu Tian exchanged a few moves with Cao and was forced back. Chu Tian flipped over and jumped up. At least 7 or 8 of his ribs were broken, and his 5 internal organs were not small injuries. His eyes turned green, and an exuberant vitality spread throughout his body, allowing his injuries to heal quickly. This source spirit is... Cao was in a bit of disbelief. Chu Tian had at least 8-9 different attributes, and each one was very strong. What he was using right now was the power of life. Chu Tian's ability resonated with the ancient tree of life, and the surrounding life energy was drawn in, gathering at an incredible speed. It allowed Chu Tian to recover in the blink of an eye, not leaving a single trace behind. Chu Tian relied on the innate life energy of his main source spirit and the life energy of the ancient tree of life. As long as he had a single breath, he could quickly recover. You truly have some unexpected methods. City, Lord Cao was not a normal person. He suppressed the shock in his heart, and his strength erupted once again, turning into hundreds of intertwining energy chains. It's a pity I only want an obedient dog and not a dog that can turn into a hungry wolf at any moment. Fast! Too fast! City, Lord Cao gathered the energy chains and wrapped them around his right arm. Then he broke through the sound barrier and turned into several shadows that surpassed the speed of sound. The mind's lamp divine sense was released. Chu Tian's eyes unknowingly turned golden. His divine sense was not weak, and after being strengthened by his source spirit, it became several times stronger. His divine sense turned into countless spiritual thorns. Spiritual attacks ignored distance. Therefore, this kind of attack was instantly released. City, Lord Cao was just about to attack when he felt several dozen thorns stabbing into his brain, causing intense pain. His speed also slowed down. At this time, Chu Tian's golden eyes released another intense glow. Endless purgatory! The sky and earth suddenly collapsed, and his entire person fell into a bottomless abyss. The power condensed from his spirit covered all of his senses, and finally constructed a pitch-black underwater world of death. Cao felt like he was being dragged into several 100,000 meters of water. An unbelievable pressure came from all directions. He couldn't breathe or move. City Lord Cao felt a suffocating pressure. At this time, countless thumb-sized fish appeared around his body. These fellows were like the most ferocious piranhas, smelling food. They all crazily charged at City Lord Cao, biting his blood, eating his flesh, and drinking his marrow. Scram! City Lord Cao loudly shouted. An air bubble appeared at the bottom of the water. The terrifying strength turned the wild, bloodthirsty little fish to ashes. But it was no use. City, Lord Cao felt the pressure around him increase as more bloodthirsty piranhas appeared in the darkness. City Lord Cao shattered it once again. After repeating this 3-4 times, he was very tired and could no longer resist. Countless bloodthirsty piranhas charged forward. Cao's flesh was bitten to pieces, and there were some fish that entered his stomach, eating his organs without restraint. Even his bones were bitten to pieces, and his marrow was sucked dry. This kind of pain was worse than any torture in the world. Finally, City, Lord Cao's body was completely eaten. City, Lord Cao's consciousness did not disappear. After enduring this great pain, he suddenly regained his senses. Only his body had mysteriously split into two, and he was also pressed into the endless sea, unable to move. The feeling of suffocation and pressure was twice as strong as before, and there were countless bloodthirsty little fish surrounding his two bodies. Spiritual attack. A spiritual attack. City Lord Cao's will was very clear. He knew that he had fallen into a spiritual illusion. This kind of attack would not harm his body at all, but it could directly attack his mind. It was sinister and terrifying, making people tremble and unable to resist. Everything he saw and felt was a fake illusion, but he could not escape it. This pain and torture was fake, but it could destroy a person's spirit and will. However, just as the countless bloodthirsty fish were about to charge at him again, The heavy pressure in the surroundings instantly disappeared, and the two figures quickly merged into one. The ferocious fish in the surroundings all turned into shadows and disappeared. Cao suddenly returned to the real world. Chu Tian was knocked back several meters by a bolt of lightning, destroying quite a few precious herbs along the way. After Cao recovered, he prepared an attack in his hand and sent Chu Tian flying over 100 meters. Over 100 precious herbs were destroyed in this process. This lightning attack was sent out by Kino. The moment Cao was hit by the spiritual attack, he decisively attacked Chu Tian. Kino was also a spirit transformation expert with a cultivation in the 7th true spirit layer. This was enough to penetrate the starlight immortal body to injure Chu Tian. This is too much of a pity. Endless Purgatory was an incomparably strong spiritual attack because time flowed faster in the spiritual world than in the material world. Even if a normal expert was hit for an instant, Chu Tian would be able to kill them thousands of times in the illusion, completely shattering their spirit and turning them into a madman or vegetable. When he was chased by the war hounds Kingdom's Malum on the prairies, Chu Tian had used this move. Although the difference in strength was too large, it still made Malum lose his battle strength. The current situation was even more complicated than before. The difference between Chu Tian and Cao's cultivation had already surpassed the difference between him and Malum. Not to mention that Cao's divine sense was not weak. It was already hard for Chu Tian to barely hit him, so he couldn't create a large difference in time. This caused the attack to be interrupted as soon as it started. Chu Tian flew back. The surrounding life energy wildly surged in, quickly healing his injuries. He flew through the air and steadily fell down, like he had never been hit at all. This truly is incredible spiritual energy. City, Lord Cao praised, but his eyes were filled with rage. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Tian still had a use for him, perhaps he would have already killed him. What other moves do you have? Chu Tian's injuries could be healed with the ancient tree of life, but his divine sense could not be restored. Chu Tian felt his head turn dizzy. It seems like he really couldn't do it. If it was just Cao alone, Chu Tian could deal with him with his main source spirit. But the problem was that there were several experts here other than Cao. Big Brother Chu Tian will help you? Lulu and the flower fairies surrounded him as they sent out essence energy. This essence energy was more effective than any pill, quickly restoring Chu Tian's consumed spirit energy and divine sense. The flower fairies were truly versatile helpers. Cao had already lost his patience. Capture them alive and kill the rest. The Meng Qinggu sisters and Nan Gongyan's hearts turned cold. They and Chu Tian had transport scrolls in their hands, so if they couldn't hold on, they could hide in the Great Summer Country or the Great Zhou Country. But what about these flower fairies? The flower fairies did not have any battle strength. They would definitely be killed by Cao. Move! Cao's aura erupted once again. Meng Qinggu decisively said, "Yingying, quickly take Lulu and the others and leave this place." Meng Yingying did not even have time to move before Cao, Kino, and the others charged over. Chu Tian quickly controlled the recovered 18 divine servants and quickly surrounded them. Overestimating yourself. The 18 divine servants were sent flying like broken dolls again. Chu Tian blocked Cao's attack first, but he was hit by Kino's lightning bolt. With 4 or 5 experts attacking him, he was instantly heavily injured. Don't let him recover. Cripple him. Cao gathered his strength in his right arm and punched at his dantian. If this attack landed on Chu Tian, it would most likely scatter most of Chu Tian's cultivation. This is bad. This was a very dangerous moment. A green vine drilled out of the ground, and it was like a green python as thick as an arm. It quickly and anxiously wrapped around Cao's arm. How profound was Cao's cultivation, not to mention a trivial little vine. Even if it was 10 chains made of refined steel, they wouldn't be able to bind him. But now it was just a small vine that could stop Cao's attack without any effort. Chu Tian used his spatial energy to jump out 100 meters, returning to the young miss and Inying's side. Nan Gongyan quickly asked, "Boss, are you all right?" "Relax, I'm very good." Chu Tian was filled with life energy, and all his injuries were instantly healed. When his source spirit slowly came back, no need to worry, Miracle City has already been defended. "What did you say?" Cao split the vine with a palm and looked up with a serious expression. "Which expert is this?" "You actually ruined this city, Lord's good matter." Chapter 491. City Lord Cao's cultivation and strength were enough to be ranked among the top experts in the Forest of Chaos. Otherwise, how could he become a city lord? With this kind of strength, he was attacked by the enemy without him noticing at all. From the other side's attack to when it landed, Cao did not notice anything. In other words, if the other side wanted to take his life, it was very likely they would have succeeded. The other side did not do this, so why was that? He either had no motive to kill Cao, or he felt that killing Cao was as easy as turning his hand. So, this was not a good time for him, and he did not need to waste any effort to grasp it. When everyone looked over, there was a figure that had appeared in the garden at an unknown time. This was a middle-aged elf who looked gentle and refined. His face was impeccably handsome, even among the elves. There was not the slightest energy, fluctuation, coming from his body. He looked just like an ordinary person. He was wearing a green robe and a simple crown on his head. There was a long scepter in his right hand and a silver-white cloak dancing in the wind behind him. A legendary name appeared in the minds of Chu Tian's group, the Elven King Lancelot. There were few people in the Eternal Forest that had seen the Elven King's true appearance. So, of course, Chu Tian's group hadn't seen him before. However, from Vivian's description of her father, they could tell that this person was Lancelot. The power the Elven King used came from the scepter in his hand. This scepter was called the Forest Scepter, and it was said that it was made from a branch of the ancient Tree of Life. It had an unfathomable might, and there was not a second person in the Forest of Chaos qualified to use this weapon. The first feeling the Elven King gave people was not that of a king. Rather, he was like a well-read scholar or a very charming, wandering poet. City Lord Cao still could not determine the other side's identity, but like a wild beast that smelled danger, the veins on his forehead tightened, making his face look fierce. His pupils slightly shrank, revealing not killing intent, but rather nervousness. This was like a hunter who was fully focused on attacking, but suddenly had a piece of red-hot charcoal stuffed in his crotch, and yet he couldn't cry out. The Elven King was like a smooth and calm jade sculpture. His scepter, which was simple and unadorned, was inserted into the ground. Although it did not emit any energy waves, everyone could clearly feel that the entire garden had become the domain of this expert. His power could erupt anywhere at any time. "Retreat, I won't kill you." The Elf King opened his mouth and spoke. There was no sense of threat. Instead, it was more like a sincere plea or consolation to an old friend. City Lord Cao's eyes were focused on Chu Tian, but his divine sense and spiritual sense were looking at the Elven King. Chu Tian and the others had already become bystanders. At this moment, the atmosphere suddenly froze. It was as if time had stopped flowing in the garden. There was only one person who recognized the Elven King's identity, and that was Kino behind Cao. Kino was not a person of Battle Banner City and had wandered the Forest of Chaos in his early years. He had dealt with the elves before, so he had some understanding of the Elven King and recognized the legendary life scepter. Kino broke out in a cold sweat and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even the slightest extra movement would bring disaster to himself. The Elven King said he was willing to let them go, and these people were relieved of a heavy burden. Although they didn't know why the Elven King would appear here. Since the Elven King had appeared, there was no meaning in fighting here. When Kino was thinking of how to tell Cao and make Cao retreat, who would have thought that at this time, something Kino never thought would happen? Roar! Cao broke through the sound barrier and turned into several figures. charging at Chu Tian's group at the same time. They didn't know who this elf was, but it was most likely related to the Eternal Forest and was most likely here for the Divine Tree. There was no way to obtain the Divine Tree, but they had to capture these people at the very least. Otherwise, what meaning was there in this battle? How could Cao be willing? When the Elven King saw this, he gently stabbed the forest scepter a few inches deep into the ground. A vast power spread out from the ground, and countless green, wooden vines drilled out. They easily bound Cao, who was moving at supersonic speed, and lifted him into the air. Several dozen vines shot out. Like piercing through a piece of paper, they instantly pierced through Cao's body. Cao revealed a look of disbelief. You. If you kill me, His Majesty, the Beast King, will not let you go. The Elven King gave a soft sigh. I, Lancelot, will take responsibility for this. Lancelot. When Cao heard this name, his mind turned blank, and his eyes opened wide like a dead fish. He finally knew why he was completely defeated. It was the Elven King, dying in his hands. It wasn't an injustice. With a tearing sound, the Orc City Lord was torn to pieces. Even someone as strong as Cao, in front of the Elven King, he was no different from a little bug. He was so weak that he couldn't even take a single blow. We didn't know it was His Majesty, the Elven King. Kino's head was covered in sweat as he quickly bowed. We'll leave now. We'll retreat now. The Elven King gave a faint nod. It was like they had been granted amnesty as they immediately ran away without even thinking about it. Nan Gongyin shouted in a dissatisfied voice, Are we letting them go like this? Although the other side was the Elven King, Nan Gongyin was very familiar with Vivian, so she didn't feel any pressure seeing her father. These fellows caused a mess in Miracle City. Wasn't it too easy to let them go like this? Of course. This was already the best result for Miracle City. Although the Elven King was strong, it was impossible for him to fight against over 1 million people by himself. Every minute this battle lasted, Miracle City would suffer even more damage. The Elven King killing Cao was just a deterrent. After all, with Cao's death, the highest leader of the 4 cities' army was gone. If Kino brought the news back, these people would definitely choose to retreat. The prestige of the Elven King was indeed useful. The news of Kino bringing the news of Cao's death and ordering the Battle Banner City army to retreat quickly spread. The armies of the various cities also knew of the Elven King's arrival and immediately rushed to join the evacuation team. The Elven King was one of the strongest people in the Forest of Chaos. His appearance meant that the Eternal Forest was interfering. Who knew how many experts the Eternal Forest had sent, and for them to reach the level of the Eternal Forest? This kind of battle was not something they could handle. Your Majesty, Lancelot, I never thought that you would personally come. The flower fairies happily surrounded him. The flower fairies had a good relationship with the elves, so Lulu and the others had the chance to see the Elven King in their endless lives. The Elven King, Lancelot, walked in front of the Tree of Life and looked at the 3-foot-tall divine tree with a shocked gaze. This is the ancient Tree of Life? I never thought that it would actually succeed. Your Majesty, this is all thanks to Chu Tian. The flower fairy Lulu said, If it wasn't for Chu Tian's method of activating the seed, we wouldn't have been able to make it sprout no matter how much effort we put in. The Elven King swept his eyes over Chu Tian's group. Meng Qingguo and Meng Yinying were a bit nervous. The Elven King was the ruler of the Eternal Forest, the strongest existence among the elves and one of the most influential experts in the Forest of Chaos. Even if it was Meng Qingguo, it would be hard for her to maintain a calm attitude when facing this kind of person. What you did this time was too risky. If I came a bit later, even if you could escape, the Tree of Life would have suffered a mishap. The Elven King looked at the ancient Tree of Life again. This tree's matter has already attracted the attention of many people, so I suggest moving it to the Eternal Forest. This way, it will be easier for the Eternal Forest to irrigate it with the sun's well water, and it will also be protected by the Eternal Forest barrier. Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Your Majesty, the Elven King might not know, but once the tree of life sprout, its roots will connect to the spirit veins in the surrounding 1,000 miles, becoming one with the earth. Moving it in this kind of situation would be very risky." "That's right, Your Majesty, the Elven King." Lulu and the others immediately came out to testify. Once the ancient tree of life is planted, it can't be moved easily. Not to mention that the tree of life seed has been sleeping for countless years. Although it has been awakened with great difficulty, it is still in a very weak state. If it is dug out now, it will definitely be killed. If it was just Chu Tian's words, the Elven King would be skeptical. This fellow was very sly, who knew if he was deliberately mystifying things. But now that even the flower fairies said this, he had no choice but to believe it. The flower fairies were the best gardeners on the continent, and the flower fairies were pure and kind. It was impossible for them to lie to the Elven King. The Elven King knit his brows. "This is troublesome." "No matter what, many thanks to the Elven King for saving us." Chu Tian cupped his hands to the Elven King. "Only Miracle City is in a mess right now. We need to clean up the mess, so forgive me for not being able to receive you." After saying this, Chu Tian did not wait for the Elven King to say anything as he immediately left with his eyes. Miracle City had experienced the largest calamity since it was built. It was impossible to estimate the current losses. The damage within the city was still acceptable, but the situation on the outskirts was not optimistic. The native tribes had suffered heavy losses, and many factories had been destroyed. Meng Qingguo did a simple calculation. This battle had caused damage, casualties, losses, and looted resources for Miracle City. These direct losses reached around 100,000 source stones. Other than the direct damage and looted resources, they had to comfort the injured citizens, give compensation to the tribes that suffered heavy losses, and also heavily reward the soldiers that killed the enemy. This would greatly increase the already tight financial burden. It's fine if it was just like this. Dolores had a depressed look. Miracle Bank will reduce the interest of the tribes by half and also take care of the repairs. We won't earn anything from this loan and will instead suffer a large loss. Anyone would be depressed if this matter was placed on them. Miracle Bank's business model was stable profit, but that was under normal circumstances. If there was a natural disaster, there was a possibility of losing money. "Don't worry, there will be many difficulties in the future, but it will pass." Chu Tian maintained an optimistic attitude. "After this battle, Miracle City's reputation will rise, and our development in the center of the Forest of Chaos will be even smoother." "Is that so?" "I hope so." Miracle City really couldn't take this anymore. Meng Qingguo tightly knit her brows. She thought that Chu Tian was too optimistic. The 4 cities had been defeated by Miracle City. This matter would indeed increase Miracle City's reputation in the center of the Forest of Chaos. But what about further places? Miracle City had already attracted the attention of a large power like the Eternal Forest. Could their future development be peaceful? Chapter 492. Quickly move it. We have many soldiers that are injured and need to be treated. These medicines need to be sent to everyone as soon as possible. How are the canned food preparations going? If there is any stock, send a batch over from the Great Summer Country. We need to ensure the food of our soldiers. Several hundred employees placed boxes of supplies onto the airships under Meng Yingying's orders. After filling 5 airships, Meng Yingying boarded one with Chu Tian. They rose up from the warehouse and slowly headed for the front lines. When they arrived in front of the airship's window, Meng Yingying could clearly see that the originally beautiful Miracle City was now filled with smoke. Large pieces of the mountain had collapsed, and large pieces of the forest had been burned. In just a few short days, Miracle City had turned into a scene of devastation. War was truly a demon. Miracle City had lost over 40,000 soldiers, and over 70 to 80,000 were injured. But they had fewer casualties than the attackers. The main reason was that Miracle City had deployed large amounts of source energy weapons to defend, and they had ended the battle at a critical moment when the battle was about to fall into a dangerous situation. If the battle had dragged on for another day, the casualties would have increased by several times. Meng Yingying was a bit sad. Our Miracle City has good mountains and rivers, but now many places have been destroyed beyond recognition. Chu Tian gently hugged her shoulder. Don't be sad. Miracle City has the ancient Tree of Life. I believe that with the power of the Tree of Life, it is very easy to repair the mountains and forests. Meng Yingying nodded in a gratified manner. Warriors of Miracle City, the enemy has been completely defeated. Miracle City has obtained a complete victory. City Lord Chu Tian and the production Minister Meng Yingying have personally come to congratulate everyone, preparing food and medicine for everyone. Please be assured, your sacrifice for Miracle City will not be in vain. Every drop of blood you shed for Miracle City will make Miracle City more prosperous and protect your future generations. Every warrior that fights for Miracle City will be forever remembered by Miracle City. A few transport airships had yet to land, but their loudspeakers were blaring. When these citizens and soldiers heard this, they couldn't help cheering. This victory was too incredible. This was the fruit of victory that belonged to every Miracle City member. The 5 airships slowly landed. Under the personal command of Chu Tian and Meng Yingying, the boxes of canned food and potions were carried out and delivered to the citizens and soldiers. At this time, the call for mobilization sounded from all over the city. Meng Qingguo personally gave a speech, first praising the victory before she sent out a call for mobilization. The surrounding tribes had suffered heavy losses in the battle, so they needed to mobilize everyone in and out of Miracle City to join in the repair work. The order was given. The entire city responded, whether it was the gnomes in Miracle City or the people from the surrounding tribes. They all gathered together. Then the 200,000 to 300,000 people were divided into many small teams and went to different tribes to carry out the repair work. The entire scene was lively and noisy, giving people a strange feeling in their hearts. This was a kind of warmth that he had never felt before. It was more like a sense of belonging to his home. Miracle City did not just obtain victory this time. It also promoted the unity of the local tribes and Miracle City. Miracle Radio seized this chance to report the situation in the various areas, publicizing the positive and hot-blooded events that happened during the battle, promoting the harmonious scene of the tribes and the city united as a family. They even planned to make a related movie. In short, for several hundred years, the tribes in the forest had been in conflict with each other, and there were frequent conflicts between the tribes and the city. After fighting together this time, it greatly increased the friendship between the tribes and the city. When Chu Tian and Meng Yingying were busy distributing supplies, Nan Gongyun anxiously rushed over to ask, "Boss, we've caught a total of 60,000 captives. What should we do with them?" "So many." Nan Gongyun didn't wait for a reply and first said her own opinion. "I think we should just kill them. Since they are invading other people's homes, they should be prepared to pay the price with their lives. Killing them will raise the morale of Miracle City's people and intimidate these thieves, making it so the enemies won't dare invade again. This is over 60,000 people." Meng Yingying revealed a look of disbelief. Kill over 60,000 people? What kind of bloody scene would that be? This method is just too cruel. What else can we do if we don't kill them? Nan Gongyun was an extreme martial artist, but she wasn't a bloodthirsty person. She felt that killing them was wrong, but she couldn't think of a better way to deal with them. These are all villains that have invaded Miracle City. Many of their hands are dyed with the blood of Miracle City's people. If we let them go like this, it will affect the morale of Miracle City's people. Meng Yingying gave a suggestion, but our Miracle City will need to expand in the future, and we will need to deal with further tribes. If we kill 60,000 captives at once, and most of these captives are from the local tribes, I'm afraid it will arouse their hostility towards Miracle City. It won't be good for our company's development in the future. What you say isn't wrong. Nan Gongyin didn't know what to do. She couldn't kill them, and she could not kill them. 60,000 mouths had to be eaten. Miracle City's finances were already collapsing. How could they support all these people in the long term? Boss, you should make the decision. You need to ask me such a simple question. We can't release them like this. They are our own sins and debts, so of course we have to pay the price. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. But you don't need to kill them. Go find the young miss and make a list of the captives with a price tag. Then send the price list to the tribes and cities and have them come up with money to redeem them. As for the price, the darker the better. What if they don't ransom them? Don't ransom them? Then they can't blame Miracle City. After all, Miracle City gave the captives a chance, but their tribes gave up on this chance. Miracle City is already being extremely benevolent. Chu Tian paused before saying, if they don't receive the ransom for a long time, then lock them up as slaves for Miracle City or sell them to slave traders. In short, all the ransom or other income will be used as compensation for the casualties. Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyan's eyes lit up. This was a good method. Not only did it leave room to not offend these locals, it created a benevolent and magnanimous image in the forest. It would also give the Miracle City people more compensation, easing Miracle City's financial situation and stabilizing the hearts of the Miracle City people. Boss is too smart. We'll do it like this. Right now, Miracle City was busy with the repairs after the battle. Chu Tian was the city lord, so naturally he had to personally reward the citizens and soldiers. Therefore, he brought the production minister Meng Yingying everywhere to give out benefits and rewards. Nan Gongyin was the city defense and military minister in Miracle City. Her task was to deal with the captives and repair the lost source energy weapons. Dolores was the minister of commerce and finance. So of course she had to settle the losses and comfort the tribes. Dongfang Haoren was Miracle City's general, so he had to clean up the troops and let Miracle City's army recover their battle strength. Meng Qingguo was in charge of the overall situation, so of course she was the busiest person. Not only did she have to deal with the talismans, she also had to plan the repairs after the battle. Luckily, there was Smart Brain Zero's help, so she didn't need anyone else to help her with this large amount of work. The Elven King seemed to have been forgotten on the side. Of course, the Elven King, Lancelot, didn't care about these small matters. While he was helping the flower fairies cultivate the ancient tree of life in the miracle gardens, he was also observing Miracle City's situation. When Lancelot saw that after Miracle City suffered a large calamity, they actually recovered in an orderly manner. There was no chaos during the entire process, which made him very shocked. There were over 10 different races living in Miracle City's area. Not to mention this kind of chaotic time. Even in normal situations, it would be very chaotic. The different races in Miracle City seemed to have a tacit understanding. They all wished for Miracle City to be strong from the bottom of their hearts. This was a very rare scene in the Forest of Chaos. Although Chu Tian's team was a bit immature, they still displayed outstanding abilities. Finally, Miracle City's pacification work was finished. Chu Tian gathered the city's high management, Clark, and the various tribe leaders for a meeting, mainly commending everyone for their good performance in the city's crisis. Chu Tian also opened up the rights to 100,000 citizens to the various tribes. The tribes in the Miracle Mountain Ridge were like villages, and Miracle City was like a large city. The villagers being able to enter a large city was a matter to be proud of. After all, living in Miracle City, not only would they be safer, they would also receive many benefits as citizens in the future, making their lives more colorful. Chu Tian opening up 200,000 people was a very good thing for these tribes. Dolores finally let out a long sigh of relief after the meeting was over. It's finally over. We have to think of a way to earn money. The current hole in our funds is too big. Meng Qinggu asked, Zero, how long can our finances last? Reporting to Sir City Lord, Most of our resources have been invested into the budget for rebuilding after the war. Zero honestly replied, because the surrounding tribes have been heavily injured and the industrial park has been damaged. Miracle Bank has large amounts of bad debts. With Miracle Commerce's current finances, we can't cover it all. If we keep this up, our finances will collapse in 2-3 months. Meng Qinggu tightly knit her brows. It's actually this serious? It seems like we have to open new markets as soon as possible and obtain new income to cover the current situation. Actually, with Miracle Commerce's conditions and abilities, if they were given a year to stabilize, these problems wouldn't be a problem at all. The problem was, would there really be this kind of chance? Meng Qinggu could foresee that in the future, Miracle City would become the focus of the entire forest. They could barely hold on now, but they couldn't afford to fall into chaos in the future. If there was another similar battle, Miracle City really wouldn't be able to hold on. When Meng Qinggu was thinking of countermeasures, Meng Yingying called, and she anxiously shouted, "Elder sister, this is bad. Quickly come to the transport tower. There are many people coming from the eternal forest, and they're all clamoring to steal our Miracle City." Chapter 493. One of the things Meng Qinggu was most worried about had finally happened. The ancient tree of life being planted in Miracle City would attract the attention of the forest giants, and it would make the relationship between Miracle City and the eternal forest even more complicated. This was because the ancient tree of life was like a god to the wood elves, just like how the demonic god religion worshipped the little fox. How could the elves allow this kind of important divine object to be taken by outsiders? If this conflict couldn't be resolved, there would be a large problem. In front of the eternal forest, Miracle City's strength was too insignificant. Meng Qinggu did not dare be negligent. She put down what she was doing and rushed over. Vivian wanted to build the transport tower for the eternal forest to benefit both Miracle City and the eternal forest. But when several dozen elven council members were sent over, the entire matter developed in a completely unpredictable direction. The ancient tree of life had already grown to around 2 meters in just 2-3 days. The life energy it released was even more vigorous, and it was beginning to show its abilities. This divine tree was planted in the center of the garden, and it immediately connected to the several hundred-mile spiritual veins. It extracted even more pure spiritual energy from the depths of the veins, nourishing the surrounding soil by 10 to 100 times. Its effect surpassed the best spirit gathering array. Miracle City's spiritual energy became more abundant, and each grain of soil was filled with energy. With the ancient tree of life continuously releasing life energy, all the surrounding plants and animals were nourished, especially the elixirs in the garden. Their growth in a day was equivalent to a month of growth in the past. In other words, the growth of a sacred herb in several weeks was equivalent to a year in a normal environment. If an herb was planted for several years, wouldn't it become a 1,000-year-old herb? Even if Miracle City didn't do anything, they could just buy large amounts of low-aged herbs and sell them to earn large amounts of money. Not to mention the fact that the ancient tree of life had just been born for a few days. Its growth potential was unimaginable. Who wouldn't be tempted by this kind of divine object? Not to mention the fact that the ancient tree of life had a special meaning to the eternal forest's elves. Once the ancient tree of life was planted, it would be very difficult to transplant it. At least they didn't have the conditions to transplant it right now. The eternal forest elves had no choice. They could only think of one method, which was to take Miracle City and let Miracle City become an elven city again. This was something Vivian never thought of at all. You don't have the strength to protect Miracle City and the ancient tree of life. The elf council member's attitude was firm. He almost pointed at Chu Tian's nose and shouted, "This tree means too much to the elves. This is the supreme treasure of the elves. Do you want to take it for yourself?" That's right. From today on, Miracle City will be protected by the eternal forest. Another elven council member said, "Of course, everything you've done for the eternal forest will always remember it. The elves will give you enough compensation." The Elven Council's attitude was surprisingly unanimous. Even Ulysses wanted the elves to personally protect the city. Seeing this, Meng Qinggu felt that the situation had become tricky. The Elven Council's attitude was very firm, and there seemed to be no room for negotiation. Miracle Commerce had invested so much effort into Miracle City. How could they just give it up like this? Ha ha ha. Are you pretending to be stupid? Or have you all lost your memories? Chu Tian took out a scroll from his chest. Miracle City has completely severed its relationship with the Eternal Forest. The Eternal Forest's Elven Council and the Elven King have agreed to recognize Miracle City's sovereignty and will not be violated. This contract has the signatures of every member and the Elven King. Could it be that the elves who respect the law and the spirit of contracts are going to go against it today? The Elven Council members had ugly expressions. Now they finally understood that they had fallen into Chu Tian's trap. This fellow had definitely drawn a line with the Eternal Forest a few days ago. He had already expected this situation with the appearance of the ancient Tree of Life. Chu Tian continued to say, "You elves are proud of your civilization. Are you prepared to go back on your word?" The Elven Council members' expressions all changed. Although the elves were divided into conservative and reformist factions, they were all elves in the end. They were very protective of contracts and laws. After all, this represented the spirit of the elves, and was the reason why the elves were so confident. Augusta stood up in a bit of anger. "Human, this is such an obvious trick. Do you think the elves don't have brains?" "Whatever you say is fine." Chu Tian laughed. "The Eternal Forest is 100 times stronger than Miracle City, and Miracle City is definitely weak. Bullying the weak and breaking the contract. What can I do? Just come. At worst you can kill me and show the hypocrisy of the elves to the world." "Big brother Chu Tian, don't be angry." Vivian saw that the situation was bad, and she quickly stood up. "Grandfather speaker, why do you have to force Big brother Chu Tian? If there wasn't Big brother Chu Tian, would Miracle City still be Miracle City? Why can't we work together?" "Relax. The elves don't do things like bullying the weak." Augusta gave a cold snort. "It's just a contract created by a conspiracy. It can't bind the Eternal Forest. The elves will take back Miracle City legally." Chu Tian gave Vivian a look. How hard was it to deal with this group of rotten wood? The elves had a fatal flaw in their character. No matter how old they were, no matter how long they lived, or how much knowledge they accumulated, they would always be simple and inflexible. The elves had a long and complicated law. Chu Tian could find several loopholes with his eyes closed. Also, the elves were very slow at doing things. If they really wanted to argue with Chu Tian, it would take a long time. Ulysses had dealt with Chu Tian before, so he knew that this wasn't a good idea. He immediately gave a suggestion. "Chu Tian, we know that you've invested your heart and soul into Miracle City. The elves are not an unreasonable race. How about we trade cities for cities to compensate you?" "What trade cities? Give me a map." Ulysses opened a large map, circling an area in the southern part of the Forest of Chaos. This forest is called the Silver Moon Forest. It is not worse than Miracle City in every aspect. The elves have been in Silver Moon City for over 5,000 years. It is several times more prosperous than Miracle City, which only has a few hundred years of history. Not only are there no opponents in the surrounding several thousand miles, there is also a perfect natural barrier and city defense system. If you can enter it, you will have all the resources in your hands. You will still be the city lord of Silver Moon City, but your wealth will increase by 10 times. Meng Qinggu was speechless hearing this from the side. These elves were really willing to take out their hands. The other elven counselors revealed difficult expressions. The Silver Moon Forest was the most prosperous city in the Eternal Forest, but in order to obtain Miracle City, they actually made this kind of decision. This was truly hard on them. "We won't trade. You." The elven counselors slapped the table. This human was too arrogant. The elves had clearly made a large concession and given the compensation. What else did he want? There was a reason why Chu Tian didn't care about Silver Moon City. Silver Moon City was an elven city, and the elves were a highly xenophobic race. If Chu Tian chose to accept the elven city, when the elves left, it would be equivalent to obtaining an empty city. What use did he have for an empty city? How could Chu Tian care about this little bit of wealth and benefits in front of him? Compared to Miracle City, although it wasn't complete in all aspects, Chu Tian had already gained a foothold here. This place had the best laboratory and the most scholars in the forest, and was in the center of the Forest of Chaos, containing a large amount of potential. The most important thing was the ancient Tree of Life. It had a very important meaning to Chu Tian. You have to understand, I'm not doing this for myself. This is also for the Eternal Forest and the elves. Chu Tian knew that he had to use reason to deal with these elves. There are 3 fatal flaws in the Eternal Forest's rule over Miracle City. Not only will you not be able to protect the ancient Tree of Life, it will also cause the entire Eternal Forest to fall into danger. Nonsense. Alarmist words. Chu Tian didn't care what these old elves said as he continued to explain. First, Miracle City and the surrounding several thousand miles are filled with many different races. This is not compatible with the elves. The elven culture cannot be established here at all. Could it be that the elves want to chase away these 10 million people? Second, the elves are slow and have no motivation. It would be fine if it was a normal city. You could slowly build a city with your long lifespan. But Miracle City is a battlefield, and there is the ancient Tree of Life as the fuse. Do you still have time to slowly build a city? Third, the ancient Tree of Life is a relic from the great ancient era. So the elves will naturally have a large increase in strength once they obtain it. However, the ancient Tree of Life needs a long time to grow. Do you think the other forest powers will sit and watch you grow? Chu Tian clearly wasn't speaking nonsense. At least the elves had no choice but to face these problems. How would the Eternal Forest develop in Miracle City, and how would they face pressure from all sides? Of course, these problems were not considered by the Elven Council. Although the elves didn't like fighting, they had absolute confidence in their own strength. They didn't fear fighting against the forest giants. They just wanted to bring back the ancient Tree of Life. The ancient Tree of Life was too important to the elves. When Augusta was prepared to refute Chu Tian, Chu Tian's words aren't wrong. The Elven King, who didn't say anything from the start, spoke up. Let's not discuss Miracle City's matters for now. We might have some trouble. Trouble? What trouble? While everyone was puzzled, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. It was as if a hole had been punched in the sky. Soon after, several shadows appeared on the horizon. One of them was a huge shadow. From afar, it was at least 100 meters long. Its entire body was pitch black and covered in black scales. It had an incomparably huge pair of wings. Wherever it flew, even the forest was torn apart by its powerful aura. Augusta's expression fell. This is Dragon Lord. The Elven King Lancelot had a serious expression. Death Wing Nidhogg. Chapter 494. Nidhogg. There weren't many people who knew this name in the forest, because people were used to calling him the Dragon Lord or Deathwing. No one knew how long Deathwing had lived for. With a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, he should have just reached middle age among the giant dragons. Deathwing, who was at least 20,000 years old, could be considered one of the oldest beings in the Forest of Chaos. Deathwing occupied the Dragon's Ridge. Legends said that Dragon City was a city made of treasures, and the treasures there could be piled up into the sky. The dragons all had a strong hobby of collecting, and Deathwing Nidhogg was one of the best. He had an almost infinite lifespan and a strength that could look down on all living beings, so he had enough time to plunder and collect treasures for himself. There was no doubt. Deathwing Nidhogg was the most famous collector in the Forest of Chaos. Other than that, Deathwing was the richest person in the Forest of Chaos. This Dragon Lord was a black dragon with a pure bloodline, mainly using the power of darkness and death. Therefore, the people he gathered were mostly evil people. There were quite a few dark races that were recruited from underground, like the dark elves, the dark spirit beasts, the demons, and etc. There were even quite a few liches that worked for him. His influence was very strong, covering the sky with one hand. A single sneeze from him could cause a riot in the forest of chaos. Too strong. This pressure was too strong. Deathwing's strength was clearly on the same level as the Elven King. But the Elven King gave people a feeling like he didn't have any strength, while Deathwing's pressure was released to the peak. This was not a normal pressure, it was a dragon's might, the might of a giant dragon. This was the might of a peak life form against a low life form. It was like an overlord at the top of the food chain looking down at a pitiful little ant. When this pressure hit Miracle City, there were some weak people with weak wills that fainted on the spot. The others were trembling, and they couldn't even stand straight. Meng Qinggu and the others all had pale faces. This was the power of a giant dragon? It was not something a mortal could resist. Deathwing did not come alone. He had several dragons with him. These dragons were dragons with a slightly lower bloodline, but they were still terrifying existences that would not lose to the Eternal Forest's elven counselors. On the back of each dragon, there were some liches, ghouls, and dark elves. So, even if there was a difference in strength, it wasn't too big. Lancelot, I knew you would be here. Deathwing's giant body released a black light, and countless profound runes appeared around it. After 4 to 5 seconds, the light quickly dimmed and shrank. In just a few seconds, the wingspan of over 100 meters began to rapidly shrink into a humanoid form that was only about 3 meters tall. Of course, this was definitely not a human. Deathwing's body was still covered in dragon scales, with a pair of majestic dragon wings spread out behind him. The white bone spikes on the ends were like bone spears. His eyes were dark gold, and his pupils were reptilian, long and cold. Although he was smaller, his majesty didn't decrease at all. The Elven King released a gentle and natural aura that instantly balanced out Deathwing's killing intent, making everyone let out a sigh of relief. We haven't seen each other for at least 80 years. Do you really have to release killing intent as soon as we meet? Let's sit down and have a good chat. Deathwing's dragon wings shook. What's the rush? Not everyone is here. The Elven King was a bit stunned and immediately felt something. Although he couldn't see it with the naked eye, the Elven King could see everything within 100 miles with the forest scepter. At this time, 2 groups of figures the size of small mountains were approaching Miracle City at the same time. Dong, dong, dong. The heavens and earth shook. All living beings were bowing down. This was like a scene of a deity descending. A vast pressure swept in all directions, and with an earthquake like trembling, 15 giants appeared in their field of view. If they didn't personally see it, no one would believe that there would be such tall people in this world. Each giant was around 100 meters tall, and a human standing in front of them looked like a toe. Each giant's skin was covered in a metallic luster, giving people a feeling of being invulnerable. At the same time, each giant's body was covered in large amounts of lightning runes. There were no pupils in their eye sockets, only burning flames of thunder. Titan. This was the Titan race. The Titan race was the highest level of giants. There weren't many of them left on the continent. They could be considered as rare existences like phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The Titan's body contained the terrifying power of heavenly lightning. Therefore, it had a destructive power that even gods and ghosts couldn't block. It was a terrifying race that made everyone tremble in fear. In another direction, there were several dozen incomparably large figures moving about. These figures were a bit smaller than the Titans, but they were much thicker. They looked like giant apes, but they had terrifying fangs and claws. Their large bloody mouths could easily swallow 3-5 bulls at once. Wherever these gigantic beasts passed by, there was a violent, murderous aura and all sorts of unparalleled, ferocious beasts' auras. It was enough to make any living creature retreat. Behemoth. This was the Behemoth race. The Behemoth race was also a very ancient race. The behemoths' reproductive ability was very poor, so there were very few of them. Moreover, the behemoth race had a very interesting characteristic. Every 100 behemoths born, 99 of them would be called behemoth giant beasts. What was a giant beast? They only had strength, but their minds were simple. These behemoth giant beasts were very terrifying. They could be considered natural war machines. Moreover, they were very cruel, filled with a natural desire for destruction and slaughter. Every 100 behemoths born, there would only be one intelligent behemoth. This behemoth was the natural king of beasts, the king of spirit beasts. It was a natural-born leader. The savage highlands and the giant mountain ranges people are here. Chu Tian slightly knit his brows when he saw this. This matter is becoming more and more lively. The Titans and behemoths stayed outside Miracle City. 2 figures charged into Miracle City. One was a man around the same height as a dwarf, and the other was a miniature behemoth that had shrunk several dozen times. These 2 people's auras were not much inferior to the Elven King's. They should have used a secret technique similar to Death Wings to shrink their bodies. Great Titan, Thunder Fury Sylvester, Golden Behemoth, Burst Claw Nukazin. These 2 people were also legendary characters. One was the highest leader of the giant mountain range, and the other was the king of beasts in the savage highlands, adding in the dragon lord's master and the eternal forest king. The 4 most influential people in the Forest of Chaos were all here. This was definitely a scene rarely seen in 100 years. The Elven Council speaker, Augusta, walked beside the Elven King and coldly looked at these fellows. "What are you doing here?" Even though Renew had become as short as a dwarf, his aura was still intimidating. He looked at Augusta and said in a slightly mocking tone, "You're still alive, old elf? It really isn't easy." Augusta's face sunk. Thunder Fury, you better be more polite with your words. Whether it was the Titan Thunder Fury, the behemoth Burst Claw, or the dragon Lord Deathwing, they were all existences with incomparably long lifespans. Even the elves in front of them had already been replaced several times. Of course, having a long lifespan had its advantages, and having a short lifespan had its advantages. The elves had the most experts, and the Elven King Lancelot was not inferior to these 3. Other than that, the Elven speaker Augusta was also an expert on the same level. The highest Elven leaders of the forests under the elves' control were only experts that were a level lower. The laws of the continent were fair. Long lifespans, weak reproduction, slow growth, and strong individual strength. Short lifespans, fast reproduction, and fast growth. Group strength could not be ignored. The reason why the humans could quickly rise on the continent was because of this. Burstclaw said in a deep and heavy voice, "Lancelot, you're not going to give me an explanation for killing my people?" The Elven King revealed a faint smile. I gave him a chance. It was him who didn't cherish it. Burstclaw's eyes were filled with a red light, and a cruel killing intent appeared. It said that the Eternal Forest's current Elven King is even more elegant than the previous one. You've only been on the throne for 100 years and haven't fought yet. How about we take this chance to compete? The 2 of them were both peak experts of the forest. If they fought in Miracle City, the situation wouldn't be good. I have no objections if you want to compete. Deathwing seemed like he had no interest in fighting with these people. But my time is very precious, so I'll go straight to the main topic. I can smell the ancient Tree of Life scent, and with such a good thing appearing. Aren't the elves prepared to let us see it? Thunder flashed around Raynor when he heard this. This is the common treasure of the entire forest. The elves wouldn't want to take it all for themselves, right? The behemoth's burst claws killing intent disappeared, and he revealed a look of dread. If the Eternal Forest obtained the story of life, the Eternal Forest's influence would greatly increase. Although the Eternal Forest didn't like fighting, who would like a superpower hiding in their territory? An ancient item is a heaven-defying item. This kind of ominous thing should be destroyed. The ancient Tree of Life was undoubtedly a good thing. But whether it was the Dragon's Ridge, the Giant's Mountain Range, or the Savage Highlands, They all didn't want this thing to fall into the eternal forest's hands. Even if they couldn't obtain it, they had to destroy it. The elves revealed looks of high vigilance. Augusta coldly said, "If you have the ability, then come and take it yourself." 3 against 2. The elves didn't have a high chance of winning. The entire elven council was here, and there were several dozen experts from the eternal forest. They had the power of the ancient tree of life behind them. So if they fought to the death, they might have a chance of winning. Under the leadership of the forest's 4 giants, there were several dozen wyverns, several dozen titans, several dozen behemoths, and over 100 elven experts. If they were to fight, would Miracle City still exist? When swords were drawn on all sides, an insignificant voice came from the side. "Can I say a few words?" Chapter 495. This voice came too suddenly. Whether it was Burst Claw, Thunder's Fury, or Deathwing, they had never placed creatures other than elves in their eyes. Humans did not have any influence in the Forest of Chaos, so they were often called outsiders. Not to mention that these humans were so weak. When several large characters were in a fierce confrontation, a bug suddenly appeared beside them. What kind of result would this bug have in the end? Trample it to death. What qualifications does an ant have to speak? Die. A violent claw glow burst out, setting off a scarlet tornado that was several meters tall. The ground was torn apart like paper as it flew towards Chu Tian with a destructive force. This was just a casual attack from Burst Claw, but its might was not something that Chu Tian could block with his strength. Killing a human like this was no different from killing a bug to Burst Claw. Burst Claw, your temper is still this big. Lancelot waved his forest scepter, and from the ground around Chu Tian, countless wooden vines came out. Each vine was only as thick as a finger and looked weak, but they released an unbelievable power and speed. They slammed into the claw glow like lightning, and the entire tornado was instantly shattered. This time Burst Claw and Thunder's Fury revealed a trace of fear. The current elven king had only been on the throne for 100 years, and because the Eternal Forest did not participate in any battles, Lancelot had never fought with any of the other large characters. So no one knew how strong the Elven King was. The Forest Scepter was one of the Eternal Forest's treasures, and its might was inseparable from the user's strength. The Elven King did not use any of his own strength at all, just using the Forest Scepter's power to resolve Burst Claw's attack. He did not reveal himself, but this was enough to prove that the Elven King's cultivation was not low. The most important thing was that the Forest Scepter was refined from a branch of the ancient Tree of Life. Now that it was covered by the ancient Tree of Life's power, the Forest Scepter's might would increase by a large amount. The Elven King could fight against a peak forest expert with just the Forest Scepter's might. If he added in his own strength, it was not impossible for him to fight 1 against 2. In this way, with the addition of Augusta, they might not suffer too much in a direct conflict. The Elven King ignored Burst Claw's fiendish expression. His gaze fell on Chu Tian. "What do you want to say?" "Thank you, Your Majesty the Elf King." Chu Tian's expression didn't change from beginning to end. He walked to the center of the 4 giants. Regardless of whether he was facing the high and mighty draconic might, the imposing and domineering Titan, or the ferocious and terrifying behemoth, he acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if the pressure didn't exist at all. A few of the big shots were astonished. This human, who wasn't particularly strong, was actually able to remain calm in the face of such pressure. This was no longer a matter of courage or mental fortitude. Regardless of whether it was the Elf King, Behemoth, Titan, or Giant Dragon, all of them were existences that far surpassed humans in terms of life level. Their deterrence didn't only come from the difference in strength, but also from the very essence of their souls. A little lamb might dare to provoke a powerful water buffalo, but even the bravest lamb, if it was placed in front of a pack of tigers and lions, the kind of fear that was deeply rooted in its soul wasn't something that could be overcome with courage. Not to mention the titans, behemoth, and giant dragons. In front of these ancient and tyrannical beings, humans couldn't even be considered lambs. This was the high-level beings looking down on the low-level beings. Chu Tian could remain calm under this kind of gaze. How could people not be shocked? This meant that no matter how strong this human was, at least in his heart and in his soul, there was an expert that dared to challenge a giant dragon. Thunder's Fury had a bit of respect for this human. Who are you? The master of this land, Miracle City's city, Lord Chu Tian. Chu Tian. Death Wing's long and cold, dark golden eyes stared at him, just like a poisonous snake staring at a frog. Although it was calm, it released a chill that made people's hair stand on end. So you're saying that my subordinate was killed by you? You're talking about that lich? No, no, no. Respected Dragon Lord, you must have made a mistake. Chu Tian was not shocked by the black dragon's aura at all as he said with a relaxed expression. Not only is he not dead, he's alive and well, but he has already jumped ship. Zero, your old leader is here. Are you not going to greet him? Death Wing was stunned. Respected Dragon Lord, Dragon City Lord, Your Majesty Death Wing. A cold voice without any emotions came from the speaker in the corner. Sir City, Lord has given me a new life, and I'm living very well now. I ask Your Majesty Death Wing to not worry about me. Death Wing's expression changed, and he immediately looked around. Where are you? Zero is Miracle City's manager. His ears can cover Miracle City, and his eyes can cover Miracle City, so he is everywhere. Chu Tian knew that explaining this to Death Wing was troublesome. In a sense, Zero's existence is close to a spiritual god. Such a wild, speaking human. Burst Claw took a step forward. The wild shaman religion's Green City branch, it seems like it was also destroyed by you. Chu Tian looked at him and shook his head as he said, Powerful 10,000 Beast King, I didn't destroy the shaman religion. It's the opposite, rather I made them flourish. A small Green City shaman branch has already jumped out of the forest and established their influence in the distant War Hounds Plains. Just based on this point, wouldn't the Savage Highlands headquarters find it hard to do? So I didn't destroy any shaman branch. Rather, it's the opposite. I pushed the shaman religion forward. The shaman religion was developing in the War Hounds Plains? Who would believe this matter? Your eyes are too short. Chu Tian's words made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Daring to say these large characters were short-sighted. Only Chu Tian dared to do this in the entire forest. You're only fighting for benefits in the small forest of chaos. Does the continent only have this small forest? With your strength and my technology, how hard would it be to become an overlord of the continent in the future? These words were too much. Even in the forest of chaos, there were still many places that had not been developed. Chu Tian said, The ancient tree of life can't be moved and Miracle City can't be seeded. This is an iron principle that no one can change. Of course, with your strength, you can easily take Miracle City. But have you ever thought that if you do this, the forest of chaos will be filled with an unprecedented chaotic war? The ancient tree of life's value lies in creating life. Could it be that you want to watch it become a fuse for death and war? Augusta objected. The ancient tree of life belongs to the elves. If you want to take the elves' divine object, why do you need to use this kind of high-sounding excuse? You're wrong. Chu Tian announced in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Miracle City has no intention of becoming enemies with any power. For Miracle City's stability and for the millions of lives to be saved, Miracle City has its value. As long as everyone takes a step back with Miracle City as the center, we can create a special region in the center of the forest of chaos. Whether it is Miracle Commerce's technology or the ancient tree of life's power, it will all benefit everyone. At that time, not only will the Eternal Forest obtain large benefits, the Dragon's Ridge, the Giant's Mountain Range, and the Savage Highlands will also change. If the Dragon Lord is willing to cooperate with Miracle Commerce, with Miracle Commerce's channels, you can earn money from the continent in the future. Wouldn't the Dragon Lord's wealth be 10 times greater? If the Titans cooperate with Miracle Commerce, the Titans craftsmen can pick any material they need. Even if it's the stars in the sky, they can be plucked for you, and the giants can build magnificent palaces. At that time, wouldn't the giants obtain 10 times the resources they do now? If the savage highlands cooperate with Miracle Commerce, we can sell you the strongest and most advanced weapons on the continent, allowing your armies to kill their way out of the forest of chaos, sweeping in all directions and sweeping through everything. At that time, wouldn't you obtain 10 times the land you do now? Although the forest of chaos communication was blocked, these giants all had eyes and ears. With what happened to Miracle City recently, it was impossible for them not to know about Miracle City's technology. At least they knew a part of it. If Chu Tian was given enough time, Chu Tian had the ability to do this. However, would these big shots agree to it? If they built a special region in the center of the forest with Miracle City as the center, wouldn't they be supporting a fifth power outside of the 4 great powers? If they waited until Miracle City became big, what would they do if they smashed their own feet with a rock? I support the proposal to build a special region. The Elven King was the first to speak. Miracle City is related to a large conflict of interest. How about everyone take a step back? The elves are willing to become Miracle City's most reliable ally. Augusta was dissatisfied with this decision. Why did the elves have to lower their heads to a human? No matter how strong Chu Tian's potential was, he still hadn't matured yet. Deathwing, Thundernew, and Burstclaw were even more dissatisfied with this. Miracle City had a close relationship with the Eternal Forest, and one of Miracle City's vice city lords was someone from the Eternal Forest. If they acknowledged Miracle City's independent status and allowed Chu Tian's group to continue raising the ancient tree of life, wouldn't the Eternal Forest benefit the most in the end? I agree with Chu Tian's proposal. When the 3 large characters didn't say anything, a deep voice came from the ground. Cenarius. The large characters were all shocked because hundreds of treants had appeared around Miracle City at an unknown time. The one leading them was over 100 meters tall. It was the treant patriarch Cenarius who had the title of Forest Protector. When Chu Tian saw Cenarius appear, he let out a long sigh of relief. "You're finally here." Cenarius slowly and firmly stepped forward. The treants are willing to die to protect the ancient tree of life. Anyone that tries to harm or destroy the ancient tree of life will become the eternal enemy of the treants. I agree with City Lord Chu Tian's proposal. The treants will move to Miracle City and form a defensive line for Miracle City. Chapter 496. The Protector of the Forest, Cenarius. Basically, everyone had forgotten about this large character. Cenarius's individual strength was not weaker than the peak experts of the Forest of Chaos, and the forest power that Cenarius led was a power that could not be ignored in the Forest of Chaos. Only the treants were very rare, and they didn't move for several hundred years, so there was no need to fight for resources. Therefore, they were even more low-key than the elves and were ignored. Now they were suddenly dragged in. The entire situation was different. The treants leaned towards the elves. This was a fact that no one could deny. After all, the wood elves and treants had a large similarity. They both viewed the ancient tree of life as a divine object. It was the ancient tree of life's power that gave birth to their ancestors and gave them their power. With the Elven King as the leader and the strength of the elves and treants, if the 2 sides fought, their chances of victory would decrease by quite a bit. It was very likely this would become a long battle. This would drag the entire forest into the swamp of war. If the entire forest fell into the swamp of war, the situation could be predicted. The image the Eternal Forest had built over the years would have a decisive effect at this time. Imagine there are 2 neighbors. One is a ferocious tiger that often invades others, and the other is an elephant that is equally strong but knows its place and does not expand. When the 2 neighbors fight, the 2 neighbors will fight each other. Who would you help? It could be guessed even with your feet. If the 2 sides were in a stalemate and couldn't decide a winner, most of the neutral forest cities and tribes would side with the Eternal Forest. This would suppress the overall strength of the other three sides. Burst Claw gritted his teeth. Aren't you afraid of the rare Treants going extinct? Each Treant can be sacrificed for the ancient Tree of Life. Cenarius' voice was slow and sluggish, but it was filled with an unshakable determination. If you doubt the Trent's determination, you can give it a try. Cenarius was not joking. Actually, the Treants never joked. The Treants were a very serious race. They didn't have many emotions and were very stubborn. Not to mention that the ancient Tree of Life was related to the Treants even more than the Wood Elves. The ancient Tree of Life was the father of the Treants and their god. The atmosphere instantly fell into a deadlock. All right, the 1,000-year-old Cenarius has appeared, so I'll give you face. Death Wing expressed his stance first. I support Miracle City's independence. Since Death Wing said this, what objections could Burst Claw and Thunder's Fury have? This wasn't because they truly wanted to support Miracle City. It was just a delaying tactic. As long as the ancient Tree of Life wasn't completely controlled by the Eternal Forest, these three powers didn't need to fear them. No matter how powerful the Treants were, their numbers were still limited. The Wood Elves were the true opponents that they had to be wary of. Augusta was still not satisfied with this result. In the end, after going through so much trouble, he still couldn't retrieve the ancient Tree of Life. Instead, this insignificant city, Miracle City, became completely independent? The Elven King Lancelot said before Augusta could. Since it's like this, the elves have also agreed. Your Majesty, this is the best result. The Elven King looked at Augusta. Sir Speaker doesn't want to see the entire forest of chaos turn into rivers of blood and people die. Indeed, that was the best outcome. To the three powers, as long as the ancient Tree of Life didn't fall into the Eternal Forest's hands, there was still room for a buffer and solution. To the elves, although the ancient Tree of Life didn't fall into their hands, with the transport tower, how hard would it be for the elves to come to Miracle City? Not to mention that Cenarius was guarding Miracle City, and the Treants were close to the elves. This was a chance for the elves. If both sides took a step back, the Forest of Chaos would be safe. If they fought to the end, both sides would suffer heavy losses, and there would be no winners. The Elven King had to consider many things. He hoped to use Miracle City to reform the elves, so it wasn't troublesome to have some connections. Rather, it was necessary. All right. Thunder's Fury looked at Cenarius. Since it's like this, I'll ask Cenarius to be fair. I believe the Treants won't go back on their word. Cenarius slowly said in a voice filled with power and determination, with the name of the Forest Protector, the Treants will protect Miracle City's position as a neutral city and support Miracle City's city lord, Chu Tion's position. Whether it is the elves, dragons, titans, behemoths, or any other race in the forest, if they try to take Miracle City for themselves, or use any methods to directly or indirectly control the ancient Tree of Life or Miracle City, they will be considered enemies of the Treants. The Treants wouldn't go back on their word. Not to mention a person like Cenarius. This kind of promise was more effective than any contract. At least it could ensure that Miracle City wouldn't fall into the elves' hands. Because everything happened so suddenly, no one was prepared, so this was the best solution. Lancelot, I hope you can keep your word. Goodbye. Death Wing, Burst Claw, and Thunder's Fury quickly left Miracle City. They knew that they didn't make enough preparations this time, so this promise was just a delaying tactic. As for how to deal with Miracle City and the ancient Tree of Life, they had to consider it further. The elven counselors all had dark faces. The Miracle City people all had strange expressions on their faces. In the end, the four giants didn't gain any benefits at all, and it was the weak Miracle City that gained the benefits. This change of events was too much for them to handle. Damn! Finally, Augusta could only pinch his nose and throw it away. We're returning to the Eternal Forest for the meeting. Other than the Elven King father and daughter, the other elves all left Miracle City. Ha! It really was dangerous. Chu Tian cupped his hands to Cenarius, not feeling any joy from surviving a disaster at all. Rather, he said with a mischievous smile, "It's a good thing you appeared in time. Otherwise, Father City, Lord Position, wouldn't be stable. You bringing the ancient tree of life to the world is a historic feat." Cenarius spoke very slowly, but it was able to reach the heart, giving people a peaceful feeling. The trance will protect the growth of the ancient tree and will also protect the rights you have. Meng Qingguo didn't believe her own guess. "Respected forest protector, may I ask how much the trance will send to protect Miracle City?" "All of them. All of them." "The trance will only follow the agreement. They won't accept Miracle City's orders." Although Miracle City couldn't directly order the trance in the mountains around Miracle City, if there were tens of thousands of trance stationed, how strong would Miracle City's defenses be? Would Miracle City still need to worry about being attacked like this? Unless one of the 4 major powers came to attack, the matter of them being attacked into the city would never happen again. "Young miss, Inying, what are you standing there for?" Chu Tian shouted. "Why aren't you helping our respected Treant friends settle down?" "Yes, yes." Cenarius was the strongest Treant, so of course he was placed in the Miracle Gardens. Not only could he protect the ancient tree of life, he also didn't need to worry about the treasures in the gardens being destroyed. As for the other Treants, they were placed in and around Miracle City, especially in the surrounding mountain forest. The Treants could not move for several decades, or even 100 years. It was these fellows that didn't move that became Miracle City's strongest protective umbrella, adding in Miracle City's life detection radar. No matter if the enemy was in the sky, on the ground, or underground, they couldn't hide and were instantly killed. The Elven King brought Vivian in front of Miracle City. There won't be any power in the forest of chaos that can easily shake your position as City Lord. You can rest easy now. You praise me too much. You praise me too much. I'm just trying to make a living. Royal Father. Vivian looked at the Elven King. You should do it now. What are you in a rush for? The Elven King helplessly shook his head before saying to Chu Tian, "Vivian told me that Miracle City's bank can provide a deposit service. Moreover, the longer the deposit, the higher the interest." Vivian quickly added, "The elves have quite a few idle source stones, so rather than leaving them in the forest, it's better to store them in Miracle Bank to earn some interest. Although my royal father can't get past that bad-tempered speaker, it isn't a problem to make some money." Chu Tian instantly understood Vivian's intention. This girl was planning on helping Miracle City solve their financial problems. "Not bad, not bad. How much do you want to deposit?" Chu Tian added, "The Elven King is personally depositing it, so naturally I'll give you the highest interest. I guarantee you won't suffer a loss. First deposit 150,000 source stones." Vivian decided for her father. Deposit it for a year. Chu Tian's eyes lit up. This was a fucking large business. Miracle City's finances were close to collapsing, so this 100,000 source stones could be considered a timely rain, solving this urgent problem. After a year, there will be 50% interest. Chu Tian looked at the Elven King and said, "Miracle City's current economic situation isn't good. This is already the limit." A year of 50% interest? The Elven King never thought that Miracle Bank's interest would be this high. Wouldn't 150,000 become 225,000 after a year? The wealth of the outstanding merchants of the continent would only be like this. The Elven King didn't do anything at all. He just moved the source stones to another place. Money isn't a problem, and interest isn't a problem. The Elven King revealed a deep smile. "I can even deposit it in the bank without interest." There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Chu Tian saw Vivian's surprised expression and immediately asked in a vigilant voice, "What do you want to do?" "Don't be nervous." The Elven King shook his head and said, "I just want to buy a smart brain, that's all." Smart brains were all clear. This fellow knew quite a bit about Miracle City. Chu Tian thought that Miracle Commerce already had 4 or 5 smart brains, so it wouldn't affect Miracle City too much even if they sold one. Now that there were over 100,000 source stones in the account, he had to give face to the Elven King. All right, I agree. The Treants were personally protecting the city, and there was a large amount of money coming in from the Elven King. Good news came one after another. The city's crisis and the financial crisis were solved at the same time. Whether it was the Meng Qinggu sisters, Nangongyin, Dolores, or the entire Miracle City, they were all filled with an unprecedented pleasant surprise. Miracle City was truly blessed after surviving a disaster. Chapter 497. Miracle Commerce's blessing in disguise didn't mean they didn't have to worry. The 3 powers wouldn't easily compromise, and the elves wouldn't easily give up. In this complicated situation, they could only cooperate with the Elven King to stabilize the elves and also develop Miracle Commerce's military strength. The Treants wouldn't accept any orders. If Miracle Commerce wanted to dominate the forest, they needed a strong military strength that all the powers feared. Miracle Commerce couldn't train peak experts for now. Therefore, they needed to develop more advanced weapons. For this, Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu went to the Great Summer Country to understand the situation. The highest leaders of the Great Summer Yun sect, Gu Qianqiu and Yun Tianhe, personally came to greet them. These 2 old fellows were now true spirit cultivators, so they looked a bit younger than before. Being able to grow this fast at such an old age, one was because of several decades of experience, and the other was because of Miracle Commerce. Chairman, Vice Chairman, please take a look. This is Miracle Commerce's first automated smart brain factory. The 2 of them were filled with pride because the factory in front of them had a special meaning to Miracle Commerce. This was Miracle Commerce's first automated and intelligent factory, as well as the first automated factory on the continent. Miracle Commerce had invested a lot of manpower and resources, but the returns were completely worth it. Gu Qianqiu said to Chu Tian while walking, "We've already created a new generation of manufacturing. From now on, arrays, talismans, equipment processing, and products won't need any manpower, and these machines will do it for us. From the simple lights and source energy pots to the complex cell phones and even the source energy computers, the core parts can all be placed in the factory for 24-hour automatic production." Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu listened to the introductions as they walked. This factory wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. There were 200 automated machines working at the same time, making it several times faster and more efficient than humans. Therefore, Miracle Commerce could save over 1,000 excellent workers. Moreover, they wouldn't make any mistakes, they wouldn't get tired, and they wouldn't stop. They would be working at the highest efficiency every second. As for the 1,000 liberated people, they would be freed from a day's worth of work. Miracle Commerce could put more people into research and development, creating a virtuous cycle. Chu Tian asked, "How long does it take to make a supersource energy matrix?" With the control of the AI, the engraving equipment will operate automatically. The efficiency of the entire factory will be greatly increased. It's not something that can be compared to manpower. Yun Tianhe proudly said, "Now we can produce a set every day. This was something we didn't even dare think about before." 1 set a day was still too slow, but everything had to be done step by step. Meng Qinggu, on the other hand, was very satisfied. Although the computing speed of the smart brain is still limited, the increase in the number of smart brains can also make up for the lack of individual ability. Our space warehouse, transportation system, financial system, weapon equipment, manufacturing, research and development, each industry requires a large number of smart brains to control. A smart brain was really a good thing. Before Chu Tian invented it, Meng Qinggu couldn't understand its benefits. But now, he discovered that he couldn't leave the AI. Miracle City couldn't just rely on 0 and 2. They needed even more smart brains. This place will be a computer manufacturing factory in the future. We'll only make supercomputers and won't care about anything else. Chu Tian felt this wasn't enough. Other than that, we need to make faster and more advanced smart factories. In half a year, we need to have 10 in the Great Summer Country, 5 in Oldman Small Town, and 20 in Miracle City. The two old men couldn't help being speechless. That many? This is the minimum requirement. Meng Qinggu replied for Chu Tian. The manufacturing industry is the support of prosperity. Although Miracle Commerce doesn't have much money, we have accumulated enough resources over the past year, and there are enough gnome scholars, so we don't need to worry about manpower. Our company's resources and manpower allocation are the highest priority, so you can directly report to the production Minister Ying. Gu Qianqiu and Yun Tianhe nodded. Let's look at the weapon results. All right, according to the chairman's design, an entire 500-person research team has been working on it for several months. Adding in the addition of smart brains, the research progress has increased by a large amount. The first generation of close combat energy and defensive weapons have finally been successfully researched. Oh, Chu Tian was a bit surprised. Let's take a look first. Gu Qianqiu took out a black metal sword hilt and a similarly black metal arm guard. Chu Tian and Meng Qinggu were the highest leaders of the Yun sect. There was no need to mention Chu Tian. The core technology and ideas for the Yun sect project were all proposed by him. Meng Qinggu was not simple either. Her strong learning and memory allowed her to grasp more technology than any scholar in the Yun sect. This was the energy sword and energy shield. Miracle Commerce had always focused on researching source energy equipment, so it was impossible for the two of them to be unfamiliar with it. Miracle Commerce's source energy weapons were mainly long-range guns and missiles, lacking in close-range attacks and defense. These energy swords and energy shields were made to make up for these shortcomings. Of course, compared to normal source energy weapons, this equipment was much more technical. Although Chu Tian provided the core technology and ideas, it took several months of research and tens of thousands of source stones and materials, as well as several tens of thousands of failures before succeeding. The energy swords and energy shields use white energy. Yun Tianhe picked up the sword hilt and activated the array on it. A spider web of light spread out and with a slight buzzing sound. A bright beam of light shot out from the sword hilt. The light was not dazzling, looking very beautiful, but it also released a strong and dangerous energy fluctuation. The energy in the sword of light is several times stronger than the source energy cannons. It can easily cut through the protective spirit energy of a true spirit expert at close range, so its killing power in close range is quite impressive. It's not bad. Chu Tian looked at the arm guard. How about the energy shield? Meng Qinggu, in comparison, was more concerned about the energy shield technology. The energy swords could only be used in close range, but the energy shield was different. If Miracle Commerce could master the energy shield technology, they could use it in all aspects. Not only could it protect a person, it could also protect the source energy cannons, missile launchers, airships, battleships, and even cities. Yun Tianhe put the arm guard on his left hand and activated the source energy array. Whoa! A half arc of energy was released from the groove on the arm guard, covering around 2/3 of his body. The light was condensed like an energy sword and did not scatter, flowing like water. The current energy shield also uses white energy. Large amounts of energy particles collide with each other to create a repulsive force, repelling energy and physical attacks. All the energy is one, so each time it receives an attack, it will be weakened by a bit. At full strength, it can block an attack from an earth spirit cultivator. Meng Qingwu's eyes lit up. Very strong. If normal soldiers could block an attack from an earth spirit cultivator, even if it was just one attack, the battle strength of the army would increase by a large amount. This was a pity. If this kind of weapon was mass-produced earlier, they wouldn't have suffered so many losses in the war. But since the research had succeeded, would it be far from mass production? Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. Our source energy equipment technology has already matured. Now it's time to create even higher grade war weapons. Meng Qinggu knit her brows. Even higher grade war weapons. Chu Tian said, the airships are too weak and I feel like we have the ability to create even higher grade energy devices. Moreover, we can use smart brains, radars, missiles, source energy cannons, energy shields, and etc. This kind of airship is the true overlord of the skies. The moment he said that, everyone was quite frightened. Smart brains, radars, missiles, source energy cannons, and even the newest energy shields, as well as a higher grade energy structure than the airships. This kind of weapon made people's blood run cold just thinking about it. Perhaps just a few of them would be enough to conquer a small country. These individual technologies are maturing day by day. I don't think it will be a big problem. Meng Qinggu closed her eyes and thought for a bit before finally shaking her head and saying, but to develop this kind of complex war weapon, even with smart brains' help, it requires large amounts of people, large amounts of resources, and large amounts of money. I'm afraid Miracle Commerce doesn't have enough people to support this kind of project and funds will be tight. So I don't think it's time yet. Chu Tian was a bit puzzled. We're taking in the gnomes. Would we still lack talents? Although there are many gnome scholars, they haven't worked in Miracle Commerce before, so they don't understand our technology. They need time to adapt and learn. Not to mention that Miracle Commerce has too many research projects. Even if we have the gnome scholars, we still lack talents in some special fields. Resources and funds were also a problem. This was not something as simple as making an energy sword or an energy shield. Was he too impatient? Chu Tian was thinking about how to solve this problem when Vivian suddenly called him. She excitedly shouted, the source stones in the eternal forest have already been stored in the warehouse. My royal father and I are in Miracle City. Where are you? Quickly come. Elven King. Chu Tian fell into deep thought. Lancelot was a very open ruler. He was more determined to reform the elves than bringing the ancient tree of life back to the eternal forest. This was because this young elven king was very clear that if the eternal forest obtained the ancient tree of life, they would have to isolate themselves for a long time. Would the elves be able to sit back and relax with a single ancient tree of life? Impossible. The protection the ancient tree of life gave the elves would only make the elves more isolated from the world. This kind of isolation was very terrifying. The continent's spirit beasts and humans were developing like the sun and the sky, and the former overlords of the elves were gradually being marginalized. If they didn't change this situation, the elves would become a weak, small race in 10,000 years. If the Elven King wanted to reform, Miracle City was the key. Then, why didn't Miracle City use the Eternal Forest's resources? The elves had more high-level talents than the gnomes, and the resources the elves had could be counted on one hand. Chapter 498. The Source Stones have been loaded. Vivian personally counted the Source Stones several times to make sure there wasn't a single one missing before running to Chu Tian to report. I asked Big Brother to check. No need, no need. Vivian is one of us. Could she be unreliable? Vivian's heart felt warm as she happily said, of course, I'm a person of Miracle City in life and a ghost of Miracle City in death. I won't do anything bad to Miracle City. Big Brother Chu Tian, please trust me. The Elven King couldn't help giving a soft cough. Did this girl even forget what race she was? Miracle Bank's Source Stone reserves instantly increased by over 100,000. This was enough to cover the bad debts and make up for the losses from the war, stabilizing Miracle City's financial situation. Miracle City could boldly use this money. Chu Tian wasn't afraid of not being able to pay them back in a year. The Elven King's efficiency is higher than expected, so I won't hesitate. Ying, take out the smart brain. Meng Ying took out the smart brain and placed it in front of the Elven King. Your Majesty, this is the newest smart brain produced by Miracle Commerce. Its performance has been slightly increased, and it can calculate 1,300,000,000 times per second. The smart body has been trained and can recognize orders and learn, but it still needs to be trained. If there are any problems in the future that need to be repaired, or if you need to increase its speed, our Miracle City will take care of it. There will be no after-sales fees. This transaction was clearly not worth it. 150,000 source stones in Miracle Bank would cost several tens of thousands of source stones a year, and using several tens of thousands of source stones to buy a smart brain was a loss no matter how one looked at it. This was because with Miracle Commerce's current manufacturing ability, with an intelligent factory, a smart brain would only cost several hundred source stones at most. This debt couldn't be calculated like this. The so-called rare things were precious. Other than Miracle City, the Eternal Forest was the first place to have a smart brain. It would be much easier to manage them in the future. The Elven King would have more time to do other things. It seemed like it was worth it. Anyways, there was no use piling up source stones in the Eternal Forest. Chu Tian then said, "I am a person who knows how to repay gratitude. The Elven King has helped Miracle City pass through a large problem. So Miracle City is filled with gratitude. There is a plan to deepen our cooperation with the Eternal Forest. I wonder if the elves are interested?" What was this guy up to? Your Majesty, the Elven King, is very clear that Miracle Commerce has countless cutting-edge technologies, but it lacks enough resources and ability, so Miracle Commerce's expansion in the Forest of Chaos has been blocked. The Eternal Forest is the opposite. You have tens of thousands of years of accumulated resources and many large forest cities. You have a large influence in the Forest of Chaos, but you haven't used your resources to their full potential. The Elf King looked at him strangely. You want to. If the two clans join hands and help each other, wouldn't the situation change drastically? Chu Tian didn't like to beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and said, "Let's work together to develop the forest. I'll provide all kinds of technology, and you'll provide manpower and resources. For example, the Eternal Forest stored large amounts of spatial crystals, and there were many rare innate spatial energy users. They wouldn't be used in the Eternal Forest for 100 years, but they were incomparably precious resources for Miracle City. If the Elven King takes them out and we provide the spatial technology, we can build a large number of transport towers and space warehouses in the forest in a short period of time, creating considerable value. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation?" There was a flash of light in the Elven King's eyes. It was like what Chu Tian said. This was a large win for both sides. The elves' wealth and resources were just hoarding. There was no way they could create any value. Although Miracle City had large amounts of products and technology, they were lacking in power and background, so it was impossible for them to develop in the forest in a short period of time. In this kind of situation, if both sides cooperated, how could they not advance by leaps and bounds? Vivian exclaimed, "That's a great idea. Royal Father, let's do it." The elves have many talents. Rather than wasting them, it's better to have them work for Miracle City. Chu Tian saw the Elven King's interest and immediately struck while the iron was hot. This way they can display their individual value and also bring benefits to the elves. Then, what kind of people do you want? As long as they are knowledgeable and have genuine skills, such as proficient in the principles of array glyphs and medicine, they are all fine. In addition, special talents such as space attribute, spirit attribute, life attribute, the more the better. I want all of them. Your appetite is too big. There are many talents in the elves, and most of them are famous people. If the council finds out and rejects this, I'm afraid this matter won't be easy to solve. Chu Tian shrugged. This will depend on the Elven King's methods. I believe that everything the Elven King does, it will shine for generations to come. As the most important reformer in the history of the elves, why do you care about these obstacles? A king should have the aggressiveness and boldness of a king. The Elven King gave a soft snort. It's easy for you to say. I saw the Elven King help me before, so I sincerely want to cooperate with the Eternal Forest. If the Elven King can't even make a decision on this kind of matter, I can only go to Dragon City to cooperate with the Dragon Lord. Chu Tian spread out his hands like he didn't care. The Dragon Lord's resources are not less than the eternal forests, and the Dragon Lord definitely cannot resist making money. Big brother Chu Tian, don't. Vivian scratched her head in worry, especially when she heard that Chu Tian was prepared to cooperate with the Black Dragon. She was very worried. We can't be tied down by those old men anymore. What are you worried for, girl? This brat's words were at most half believed. Cooperating with the Dragon Lord. Only he could think of this. Cooperation needed strength to support it. Miracle City was so weak and wanted to negotiate with the Dragon's Ridge. How could they obtain fair treatment? Who didn't know about the Black Dragon's greed in the forest? Not to mention that Deathwing was eyeing Miracle City. Wasn't this asking a tiger for its skin? Miracle City chose to cooperate with the Eternal Forest, so they could only cooperate with the Eternal Forest. All right, you don't need to provoke me. The Elven King said to Chu Tian, let's talk about the plan first. The elves will take out their spatial crystals to build transport towers, and will first build a transport network in the forest. Other than that, the elves will send as many innate spatial energy users into Miracle City. Vivian will lead the development of space warehouses and the logistics network. Other than that, the elves must support Miracle City's communication infrastructure and the surrounding elven cities. Logistics, people, and information. This was the foundation of all development. This isn't a problem. The Elven King nodded. How will the benefits from the transport towers and space warehouses be divided? Miracle Commerce will take 80%. The Eternal Forest will take 20%. Other than that, the elves can only use and receive dividends. They don't have the right to manage it. This is too harsh. The Elven King's expression changed, but he didn't get angry with his self-control. The Eternal Forest will only take 20% with their manpower and effort? Don't you feel that Miracle Commerce is earning a bit too much? Chu Tian revealed a sincere look. You have to understand that spatial crystals are very precious, but it isn't impossible to buy them with Miracle Commerce's material channels in the outside world. Other than providing the most important technology, Miracle Commerce will also provide the core material, the Eye of the Star, as well as the Smart Brains control system. These are all irreplaceable things. Don't forget that without the elves' support, Miracle Commerce will find it hard to develop in the Forest of Chaos. Without the Eternal Forest support and permission, Miracle Commerce can't develop in the elves' territory. Isn't that right? The Elven King said 60-40. The elves have made enough concessions, and I hope Miracle Commerce can show some expression. Chu Tian calmly shook his head. Your Majesty, Elven King, in terms of our need for each other, the elves are more dependent on Miracle City. If there wasn't Miracle City support, I don't know how long it would take for your reforms to be realized. As for Miracle Commerce, with the Trent's protection, at least we can control a region, so it doesn't matter if our development is slow. In the worst case, Miracle Commerce can give up on Miracle City. With our team and technology, where can't we go on the continent? So we have no reason to give in. The Elven King gave in again with a frown, 70-30. Chu Tian was still unmoved. Your Majesty, Elven King, should think about it again. This kind of profit sharing, is it really what the Eternal Forest and the elves need? Wrong, very wrong. After we cooperate, the elves will obtain the rights to use the transport tower and the space warehouse. You should understand that compared to the direct benefits of this technology, the added value and derivative value are the most precious. The so-called dividends referred to the future benefits of the transport tower and the space warehouse. The so-called rights to use the transport tower and the space warehouse to directly eat them. For example, the transport tower could transport 100 people a day. The elves had 20% of the rights, and the elves could use it 20 times. As long as the procedures were completed, they could directly eat it without needing to report it. The rights to use the space warehouse were the same. It was like what Chu Tian said to the elves: the transport tower and the space warehouse were not attractive. What was truly attractive was the development of the elven cities, breaking the elves' countless years of closed barriers in terms of people and materials. Chu Tian calculated that the elven king couldn't refuse, so he gave this kind of harsh condition. Miracle City wouldn't let outsiders use too much of this technology. 20% was Chu Tian's bottom line. He couldn't increase it any further. The elven king saw that he couldn't persuade this fellow no matter what, so he could only helplessly say with a sigh, "All right, I have a request. We must develop the elven area first. When the elven area is complete, we can use the extra resources to develop the surrounding areas. Other than that, we will build an elven small town on the edge of the Miracle Forest. I hope that Miracle City can give us some convenience. Finally, I hope that Miracle City can lift the ban on a few products in the Eternal Forest, like the source energy weapons and smart brains." No problem. The three powers were keeping a close eye on Miracle City. Other than the elven-controlled areas, it was hard to develop in other areas. They would first connect Miracle City to the elves, and it wouldn't be too late to expand after they had a certain amount of strength. The Elven King and Miracle City completed an agreement. Miracle City would add 10 transport towers and 50 space warehouses in the Forest of Chaos Elven area. Other than that, they would increase the signal coverage area by 30 times, adding 100 arenas, trial fields, shopping centers, and hotels. The main area would be controlled by the elves, and all the manpower and resources would be paid for by the elves. Miracle City would allow the Eternal Forest to develop an elven small town with 10,000 people in a small forest near the city. The small town would pay taxes to Miracle City, but it wouldn't be controlled by Miracle City's management. Other than that, Miracle City would open some uncommercialized products to the elves, including the source energy weapons, smart brains, and etc. Even if the Elven King didn't mention these things, Miracle Commerce would sell them in the future. After all, these things weren't a small amount of wealth. After the Elven King obtained several permits from Chu Tian, it was unknown what method he used to pass the meeting. The first batch of several thousand Eternal Forest elves quickly moved to the elven small town, including several hundred talents that Chu Tian wanted. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Miracle Commerce had a deep cooperation with the Eternal Forest. If they borrowed the elves' power to expand, Miracle Commerce's influence in the Forest of Chaos would become unprecedentedly strong. However, when Chu Tian was busy making conditions with the Eternal Forest, there was some urgent news coming from the Great Zhou Country. Chapter 499. The Great Zhou Country had previously sent news that Qin Bingyu, Yin Spirit, and Yoda's group had a conflict with the 5 spiritual mountains. Although the situation was very tense, they hadn't fought yet. Yoda had locked onto the Great Zhou royal family ruins at this time. Since he locked onto it, he would go find it. What was so strange about it? Actually, before heading to the ruins, Yoda felt a strong sense of danger. You know that the druid's prophetic ability is very special. Since he could feel danger, it meant that this trip was very dangerous. Therefore, Yoda was prepared. If he didn't return to the Heavenly Een Mountains in 3 days, the Black Moon sect would contact us for help. Then, how many days have passed? We've lost contact for around 5 days. 5 days? What is going on? Meng Qinggu knit her brows, and her expression became a bit serious, as she said with a face of worry. From the situation from that side, Yoda's group seemed to have just left the Heavenly Een Mountains when they were attacked and chased down. The Heavenly Een sect was surrounded by the 5 large sects, and this battle has lasted for several days. Our side is also in chaos, so the information has been delayed. Did something happen to them? I don't think so. They have transport scrolls and at least have the ability to escape, so they must have been trapped for some reason. But it is very strange. Yoda is a spirit transformation expert. There shouldn't be an expert that can suppress him in the Great Zhou Country. Chu Tian thought about it for a few seconds. This matter is very strange. Have Nangong quickly gather some people. I want to personally take a look. Miracle City's matters had been very complicated recently. Not only did they have to monitor the three large powers, they also had to speed up their cooperation with the elves. However, they had to take a look at the great Zhou country now. So Chu Tian could only leave everything to Meng Qingguo. It was a good thing Meng Qingguo handled matters quickly. There were more and more smart brains in the city, so there shouldn't be any problems. When Nan Gongyin heard that there was a fight, she immediately called several dozen people over. These people were all experts in the third true spirit layer or above, all peak experts in Miracle City. Chu Tian found the little fox that was stealing food in the garden, and they all teleported to the great Zhou country without saying anything else. Endless Een saw Chu Tian's group arrive, and he quickly, excitedly came forward. "Why are you only here now?" The sect master had been missing for 5 whole days. Heavenly Een Mountain has already been besieged for 5 days. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on. I'm sorry. Chu Tian could only wave his hand. Miracle City also met a bit of trouble. Haven't they just calmed down? Een spirit will be fine. Tell me the situation first. Chu Tian looked around and found that the Heavenly Een Mountain had changed quite a bit. There were holes in the surrounding mountains from the intense battle, and the main peak of the Heavenly Een Mountain also had many signs of battle. The buildings in front of the mountain gate had been completely destroyed, and the plaza was covered in cracks from the tremors, just like after an earthquake. There were some places where the marks were very fresh, with flames and ashes still floating in the air. *CK, what's going on? Endless Een spoke of the matter with a depressed expression. After the Black Moon sect decided to support the rebuilding of the great Zhou royal family, they were immediately opposed by the other sections. Of course, this is to be expected. Originally, the mysterious dark sect could have used their century-old relationship to pull 1 or 2 of the 5 biggest sects to be neutral or support us. In this way, they could have avoided a battle. Then how did it become like this? We don't know what happened. The stalemate wasn't bad, and your Miracle City's Prophet Yoda found the ruins. When they left the Heavenly Een Mountain to explore the ruins, there were no signs at all. Endless Yin's face was very ugly. The 5 great sects worked together to attack the Heavenly Een Mountain. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Een Mountain's sect protecting array, perhaps this place would have been blown to pieces. Beaten to this state in just a few days? Nan Gongyin had a look of disdain. What about the 10,000-year-old sect protecting array of your Heavenly Een Mountain? Is that thing made of paper? Don't speak nonsense. Endless Een and the Black Moon sect's elders were filled with anger. Damn, if it wasn't for you people, how could the Heavenly Een Mountain offend the other 5 spiritual mountains at the same time? If it wasn't to help some bullshit great Zhou royal family restore their country, the Black Moon sect wouldn't have to fight so many people. Endless Een explained with a calm face. In these few battles, we found a very strange phenomenon. The 5 great sects have large amounts of tamed demon beasts helping them fight. This kind of fighting style is very rare in the Great Zhou country, and most of the demon beasts they use aren't from the Great Zhou country. Other than that, there are many mysterious experts among them. What experts? We can't be sure. The only thing we can be sure of is that we've never seen these experts before because whether it is their fighting style or techniques, they aren't like Great Zhou people. There were many experts in the 6 famous mountains of the Great Zhou country, and these experts understood each other very well. Even if they hadn't fought before, they would at least understand each other's styles and could recognize each other when they had a chance to interact. However, these mysterious people's styles were different from the Great Zhou countries. They definitely weren't normal Great Zhou experts. Endless Yin's face became uglier and uglier. The previous wave of attacks has just ended. If my guesses aren't wrong, they will soon launch a new wave of attacks. There's this kind of thing. Chu Tian patted the little white fox on his shoulder. Fox, go take a look at them. The fox opened its divine eye and looked at the cultivator camps around the Heavenly Een Mountains. There were around 400,000-500,000 of them, and they were all elites from large sections. When the fox looked at the center, it suddenly discovered something. It suddenly raised its head and waved its claws like a hungry wolf, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. What? You're talking about spirit beasts. The little fox nodded its head. Nangongyun said in a surprised voice, "Isn't the Great Zhou country a human kingdom? I've never heard of spirit beasts appearing in the mirror before." It's not strange. The Great Zhou country borders the Eagle Burial Kingdom to the north, the Warhounds Plains to the northwest, and the Forest of Chaos to the south. Spirit beasts can come from these places, so it's not strange for spirit beasts to appear in the Great Zhou country. But Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and said, "These spirit beasts aren't natives of the forest and aren't remnants of the Warhounds Plains." Nangongyun blurted out, "They're people from the Eagle Burial Kingdom." Chu Tian nodded, "Most likely. I never thought that the Eagle Burial Kingdom's tentacles would stretch even further than we imagined. If the Eagle Burial Kingdom's influence is involved, the Great Zhou country situation will become even more complicated. What do we do now? What can we do now? We'll talk after we take care of the people at the bottom of the mountain." Endless Een saw that when Chu Tian said this, it was as easy as drinking a cup of water in front of him. He couldn't help revealing a look of disbelief. "Are you crazy?" "These are the elites of the 5 great sects. It is already hard for us to defend against them, not to mention taking care of them." "What are you shouting about?" Nangongyun seemed to be even angrier than when she was questioned. "If boss says it's fine, then it's fine. Shut your fucking mouth. Otherwise don't blame this old lady for beating you until you're half paralyzed." With Nangongyun's fiery temper, she wouldn't hesitate to fight. Endless Een could also feel that this fiery red-haired woman was a bit stronger than Qinbingyu. With Endless Yin's strength, he definitely wasn't her match. Not to mention that Nangongyun brought several dozen subordinates who were all experts of miracle commerce. He had to lower his head under the eaves. "Boss, how do you think we should take care of them? These people have an overwhelming advantage over the Heavenly Een Mountain, so they are a bit lax. Almost all of their people are stationed in the same valley. Nangong, tell Ying to send some things over. We'll need them soon." 2 hours later, Chu Tian took out 5 sets of source energy weapons from the space warehouse. When they were put together, they were actually 5 missile launchers. Miracle Commerce had missile weapons a long time ago, but they were very low grade before, but the situation was different now. "Boss, the control panel is ready." Nangongyun stood in front of a temporary platform with giant black boxes around her. This was clearly a super source energy matrix, and the control panel itself was a miniature undead tower. "Open Smart Brain and the control panel." "All right." Smart Brain was awakened and immediately said, "Hello, Sir City Lord. I am Smart Brain number 3, and my main ability is to manage the weapon system. What can I do for you?" Chu Tian pointed at the densely packed life signs on the radar. "Use the Snake Scorpion missile and kill these fellows." "Understood, Sir City Lord." Distance 56, 3,121 kilometers. Currently simulating the best trajectory. Finished. Launch the Snake Scorpion creature poison missile. The 5 missile launchers began to adjust their direction and paused for 3-4 seconds. Suddenly, all the missile launchers shook, and each launcher shot out 5 to 6 slender missiles. These missiles came from Great Summer Qing State. Great Summer Qing State's Green Ridge was ravaged by snake scorpion beasts all year round. Chu Tian and Qinbingyu had almost suffered a large loss. But Miracle Commerce found that the snake scorpion beast poison was an extremely strong paralyzing poison. It could spread over a large area in a short period of time, paralyzing soldiers to death. Therefore, researchers collected large amounts of the snake scorpion beast's poison. They first added several strong paralysis toxins to the snake scorpion beast's poison before refining it into a highly concentrated liquid. Finally, it was compressed into a missile, creating this era's biological weapon. This kind of weapon was cheap to make and was relatively simple. The only flaw was that it was easy to accidentally injure people, because the snake-scorpion missile's compressed poison was very volatile. As long as a missile exploded in a group of people, it would instantly cover over 1,000 meters, poisoning everyone. Before the Smart Brains control launch pad was researched, there was no possibility of this type of weapon being used in practice. Today could be considered the first test. Chapter 500. The sky gradually darkened and dusk approached. The cultivators of the 5 Spirit Mountains were planning a new round of attacks in the camp. The Black Moon Sex formation has clearly weakened after a few rounds of attacks, but the Heavenly Een Mountain will recover faster at night. So we have to break through the Black Moon Sect before it gets dark. The Heavenly Sword Sect and the Black Tortoise Sect will attack from the front. The Divine Secret Sect will be responsible for restraining the Heavenly Een Mountain's corpse puppets. The Void Spirit Cave will be responsible for breaking the formation, and the Medicine King Valley will be responsible for supporting them. What does everyone think? No problem. The Great Zhou Country's 6 great sects: Heavenly Sword Sect, Divine Machine Sect, Black Moon Sect, Black Tortoise Sect, Void Spirit Cave, and Medicine King Valley. Every sect's inheritance was different. The Heavenly Sword Sect was the oldest of the 6 sects, and they were the strongest. They were all sword cultivators with extremely strong offensive abilities. The Divine Machine Sect was good at the art of puppets. The Black Moon Sect was good at refining corpses with evil methods. The Black Tortoise Sect had amazing physical strength. The Void Spirit Cave was good at formations and refining weapons, and the Medicine King Valley was good at refining medicine. How could the Black Moon Sect resist the combined forces of the 5 sects? The sect master of the Divine Machine Sect was a man dressed like an iron bucket. Because not an inch of his skin was exposed, his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, judging from his burly figure, he should be a burly man. There were dozens of people sitting next to this sect master, and each of them was dressed similarly. They were all dressed like iron buckets. This person was called Yuan Jinan, and was only at the rank 2 true spirit. In the other 5 sects, this was the level of an elder. There were only a few people in the Divine Armament Sect who had reached the true spirit realm, and their overall cultivation was the weakest among the 6 sections. However, the strength of the Divine Armament Hall was not to be underestimated. Why is your Heavenly Sword sect master absent for such an important battle? Yuan Jinan looked at the Heavenly Sword Sect's people and said, "Are these foreign consecrators reliable?" The members of the Heavenly Sword Sect were all dressed like sword cultivators. Every one of them carried a sword on their back and wore blue or white robes. Their leader was a middle-aged sword cultivator who looked to be in his 40s. His eyes were like lightning, and his bearing was extraordinary. He was the vice sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Ling Ying, the Medicine King Valley's Valley Master Weng Tianyan, the Void Spirit Cave's Gulianshan, the Black Tortoise Sect Master Jean Kuei. These famous great Zhou country characters were all gathered here at this moment. The sect master of the Heavenly Rapier Sect did not come. Don't worry, sect leader Yuan. We can't all attack the Black Moon Sect. Who's going to hunt down the remnants of the previous dynasty? Sect master has the deepest relationship with the Shun family, so of course this matter needs to be handled personally. The Heavenly Sword Sect's vice sect master Ling Ying shook his head and said, "As for the Heavenly Sword Sect's foreign consecrators, everyone has seen their strength the last few times. If it weren't for the help of these experts, how could the Black Moon Sect's great formation be broken so easily?" Indeed, each and every one of these foreign experts was very powerful. The cave master of the Void Spirit Cave, Gulianshan, was a short, old man. At this moment, he was looking at the silent figures wearing cloaks beside Ling Ying with a fearful gaze. Your Heavenly Sword Sect's strength is not weak, and these few years, you have also found many worshippers from other countries. It seems that your growth is a bit too fast. According to our agreement, after attacking the Black Moon Sect, The spoils of war will be divided between our 4 sections. I hope that the Heavenly Sword sect will not break the agreement." "Ha ha ha." Ling Ying laughed. "Cave Master is worrying too much. The Heavenly Sword sect has always abided by the agreement. The Heavenly Sword sect will not take anything from the Black Moon sect." The other sect leaders couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. The Heavenly Sword sect was the head of the great Zhou country's 6 spiritual mountains. Their strength was already very strong. In recent years, they had been recruiting foreign experts, becoming stronger and stronger, attracting the attention of the other sections. Fortunately, the Heavenly Sword sect seemed to be tactful. They seemed to know the consequences of growing too fast, so they used the Black Moon sect's inexplicable provocation as an excuse to join the other 4 powers to attack the Black Moon sect. They promised to divide the Black Moon sect, and the Heavenly Sword sect wouldn't take anything. They would swallow a large power to strengthen the other 4 powers, restoring the balance of power in the great Zhou country. They discussed their tactics. The cultivator army prepared to gather. At this time, something unexpected happened. Countless figures appeared in the surrounding basin, led by a group of fiery red figures covered in runes. They charged at the group of people. Hong, hong, hong. The exploding corpses opened up a gap, and thousands of Yin corpses wildly jumped into the basin. The Black Moon sect had launched a sneak attack. The cultivators of the 5 mountains clearly did not expect the Black Yin sect to launch a counterattack, so their defense was clearly inferior. The Black Yin sect's sneak attack was also extremely crafty. They attacked the weakest part of their defense as if they had foreseen it, causing them to be somewhat flustered. Yuan Jinan said with a face filled with shock, "Are the Heavenly Yin mountain people crazy? They're sending themselves to death without using the array? Charge for me. Destroy them." The cultivators of the 5 mountains reacted, but they didn't have time to counterattack. Several objects with faint white flames appeared above the basin, quickly flying at the cultivators. "What are those things?" "Who cares? Shoot them down." The Heavenly Sword sect experts' sword flew out. Although the missiles were fast, they couldn't be faster than the swords of a true spirit realm sword cultivator. Pung, pung, pung. Several explosions rang out. Several waves of missiles were destroyed above the basin. Nan Gongyan saw this from afar and said in a regretful voice, "Damn, none of them hit." Miracle Commerce's technology was growing day by day. With the detection radar, supercomputers, and enough energy, as well as smart brains controlling them, the missiles had a high chance of hitting targets several hundred miles away. However, the missile's weakness was very clear because it was a physical weapon that was easy to block. True spirit realm cultivators could break the speed of sound, and their reaction speed was 3-4 times the speed of sound. Therefore, if they wanted to kill a true spirit realm expert with a missile, they needed to reach 5 times the speed of sound. The Snake Scorpion missile could only reach 1 or 2 times the speed of sound, so it wasn't strange for it to be shot down by a sword cultivator that could use a flying sword. Don't be anxious. Chu Tian was not anxious at all. The Snake Scorpion missile doesn't rely on explosions to deal with enemies. About 100 Snake and Scorpion Snake missiles were intercepted and blown up in the sky above the basin. Due to the chaos in the basin, and the cultivators of the 5 mountains were busy dealing with the sneak attack of the mysterious dark sect, no one noticed that when these missiles were destroyed, a large amount of highly compressed poison sprayed out from them. These solid poisons quickly liquefied in the high temperature of the explosion and released a strong stream of air. It was transparent and hard to see with the naked eye, but it spread very quickly, covering the entire basin in just a short while. "Ah, careful! There's poison!" The cultivators cried out in shock. The Snake Scorpion Beast's poison was a very fast poison. It was already too late when they found out they were poisoned. Qin Bingyu was almost killed by this poison in Qing State, not to mention that it had been strengthened by miracle commerce. The cultivators of the 5 mountains were mainly awakened soul cultivators. How could they resist this kind of biological weapon? It was already too late for these people to react. The entire basin was like wheat being cut down, falling down in batches. Quickly, charge out! The elders of the 5 large sects wanted to escape with their disciples, but the corpses controlled by the Black Moon sect kept chasing them. With every second that passed, thousands of cultivators lost their battle strength. The entire basin was in chaos, and it was only a matter of time before they were completely wiped out. This is the main battle strength of the Great Zhou country? They're really too weak. Nangongyin thought there would be a large battle, but the result was a one-sided battle. This was a bit too boring. Chu Tian shook his head. The Great Zhou country is still a large country, and the 6 spiritual mountains are the Great Zhou country standard. I don't think they can't even take a single hit. As if he wanted to confirm this, as soon as he finished speaking, a strange change occurred. Countless black and gray figures flew out of the basin like a swarm of locusts. Nangongyin was shocked. What kind of monsters are these? This batch of flying things were all strangely shaped. Some of them were as big as elephants, while some were extremely petite. Most of them were shaped like giant apes, mantises, and so on. Each of their bodies was wrapped in precious light, and a large number of glowing runes were engraved on them. With a series of caw-caw sounds, a pair of huge wings drilled out from their backs. This is a mechanical armor made from mechanical techniques. It can fly, dive, as well as have various arrays and restrictions engraved on it. So it's no wonder it wasn't affected by the poison mist. Chu Tian rubbed his chin. Not bad, their mechanical techniques are much higher than I imagined. This is the ability of Tong Xiaoyu and the others. Nangongyin was very shocked. There aren't many of them in the Great Summer Country, but this Great Zhou country has this many. These were the Divine Machine sect's mechanical masters. Although mechanical techniques were small skill, mechanical masters that were proficient in mechanical construction were one of the most scarce talents in miracle commerce. Miracle commerce had already accumulated enough technology. Chu Tian wanted to develop large-scale weapons, airships, and fortresses, so he needed large amounts of mechanical masters. Miracle Commerce's mechanical masters were very rare. There were only a few hundred of them. How could this be enough? The Divine Machine sect had several 100,000 mechanical masters. If Chu Tian could control the Great Zhou country, he would be able to absorb more experienced mechanical masters. Miracle Commerce's talents would increase by 10 to 100 times, and their future design and manufacturing abilities would increase by several folds. This also strengthened Chu Tian's determination to take care of the Great Zhou country. After the mechanical masters ignored the poison, there were people from other sects that escaped, with most of them being people from the Medicine King Valley. It was probably because the Medicine King Valley was proficient in alchemy, so they had the habit of carrying all kinds of antidotes, so they could resist the poison. These people quickly organized themselves to counterattack. How could Chu Tian let them succeed? Prepare the source energy cannons and destructive missiles. I want to see if their turtle shell can block Miracle Commerce's bombardment. The missile launchers were already loaded with missiles. Several dozen source energy cannons were placed in designated positions. With Chu Tian's order, a round of terrifying bombardment began. The Great Zhou country had never fought with Miracle Commerce before, so they didn't know anything about Miracle Commerce's weapons. There weren't many weapons transported in the space warehouse, but it was enough to teach them an unforgettable lesson. Chapter 501. Several large destructive missiles were controlled by the smart brain. Their speed, trajectory, and attack positions were all carefully calculated, so they attacked the weakest and had the highest chance of hitting. Several large flame clouds rose up, releasing large amounts of light and heat. The terrifying explosion created a terrifying killing effect, but it also created a dark shadow that covered everyone's hearts. After analyzing the enemy's situation with the radar, they found a way to break through. They immediately placed the destructive machine guns on the path, and countless energy bullets rained down like a storm, suppressing them. What kind of weapon was this? It was actually this fierce and terrifying. We can't continue to be trapped here. The Heavenly Sword Sect's Vice Sect Masterlinging used a secret sound transmission technique to shout out, "Divine Machine Sect, use the puppet beasts to break through. We and the Black Tortoise Sect will assist you." All right, the mechanical armors that the mechanical masters wore were just a set of defensive equipment. The ones that were truly fighting were the puppet beasts in the hands of the mechanical masters. These puppet beasts came in all shapes and sizes. Some were like large birds, some were like tigers and leopards, some flew in the sky, some ran on the ground, and some swam in the water. There was nothing they didn't have, but they all had different functions. The Medicine King Valley threw a pill to the other sects. This is an antidote pill. It can temporarily resist the poison. Everyone attacked together. Hurricane God Shield Talisman. The Void Spirit Caves people threw out talismans without caring about the cost. This talisman can form a hurricane shield. It can greatly increase one's speed. Not only can it defend against the poison, it can also defend against fierce attacks. The puppet beasts are coming. Advance. Be careful. They're sending out strange fire arrows again. Heavenly Sword Sect, Sword Array. Countless swords turned into intertwining streams of light, instantly sweeping away the incoming missiles. The Black Tortoise Sect relied on their strong defense and speed to defend the left, right, and back, blocking the Incorps's harassment and sneak attacks. Although it was very chaotic, the strength of the 5 sects was still displayed. The mechanical beasts and the Black Tortoise Sect soldiers stared at the rain of bullets, with several tens of thousands of cultivators following behind, forming a force to break through. If they broke through the blockade, it would be hard to predict the outcome of this battle. At this moment, Nangongyin had already prepared several source energy cannons. When she saw the 5 mountain cultivators steadily advancing against the rain of bullets, she immediately raised her hand. "Fire! Send them all back for me." The might of the source energy cannons could be imagined. More than a dozen light balls turned into a beam of bright white light, tearing apart and evaporating the Hurricane God shield on the puppet beasts' bodies. The various defensive restrictions on the puppet beasts' bodies didn't work as well. At least 100 puppet beasts were blasted into charcoal and broken pieces. This attack did not just destroy the mechanical beasts. The white light incinerated everything it came into contact with. As long as it was a body of flesh and blood, as long as it had water in its body, it would not be able to remain unscathed under such an attack. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds, like a hot knife through butter. Nangongyin saw that he had successfully stopped the other party from advancing, and immediately laughed proudly. "These guys are not very strong. I think they are not even as strong as the troops of the 4 major cities. Hit him. Hit him hard." The source energy cannons fired again. Another wave of mechanical beast puppets was destroyed. Yuan Jinan's eyes were red. It wasn't easy to make these puppet beasts. Most of them were left behind by their ancestors. Now, in the face of such a terrifying attack, they were as fragile as paper. Every cannon blast not only destroyed the walking puppets, but also the foundation of the Divine Machine Sect. He was already regretting participating in this battle. Of course, the Medicine King Valley, the Void Spirit Cave, and the Black Tortoise Sect were all regretting following the Heavenly Sword Sect to attack the Black Moon Sect. On one hand, they had heavy firepower, and on the other hand, there was a strong poison gas. Now more and more disciples were being poisoned. This was a large loss to the sect. When had the Black Moon Sect ever seen such a shocking scene? Chu Tian had only brought a few people and a few pieces of equipment, but he was actually able to suppress the cultivators of the 5 mountains. "What are you standing there for?" Chu Tian reprimanded the stunned Endless Een. "Our firepower and ammunition are pretty much used up. Are you just going to stand here and watch? Or are you waiting for them to break through?" Only a fool would give up on this kind of good chance. Endless Een came to his senses and shouted, "Heavenly Een Mountain successors, it is time to defend the Black Moon sect. Everyone prepare yourselves. Charge with me!" The Black Moon sect's cultivators came out in full force, showing the spirit of beating a drowning dog. 5 against 1 did have an overwhelming advantage, but the 5 spiritual mountains couldn't come out in full force. When their attack was blocked and their morale fell, they would have thoughts of retreating. The Black Moon sect could not retreat. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. Great Heavenly Een Array, open! The Heavenly Een Mountain's protective array was opened. Tens of thousands of cultivators poured out like a tide. Each person was covered in the glow of cultivation techniques and spirit energy, as well as various secret techniques. This was a clear contrast to the chaotic cultivators of the 5 mountains. The Black Moon sect had around 200,000 cultivators. The 5 mountains had around 400,000 cultivators. There was a large disparity in numbers, but there was a clear difference in their fighting spirit. When the Black Moon sect came out in full force to fight to the death, the cultivators of the 5 mountains began to feel fear. There were some people who couldn't help wanting to retreat. "Don't panic," Ling Ying quickly shouted. "They are seeking death by opening their gates. This is a good chance to destroy the Black Moon sect in one fell swoop. We have more people and more experts than them. What is there to be afraid of? Charge with me." Although he said this, would it be that easy? The cultivators of the 5 mountains were poisoned, injured, and running away. The entire situation was very chaotic. The Black Moon sect cultivators were coming with ferocious momentum, and there was no time to put up any defenses. The Black Tortoise sect's Jean Kuei had a fierce expression. "This will result in both sides suffering heavy losses. We can't fight anymore." "No, it's too late to retreat now. We still have a chance." Ling Ying thought of something. The Heavenly Een Mountain's restrictions have all been removed. If we go around, we will destroy the strange weapons. Without the support of these weapons, we might have a chance of winning. The others looked at each other. All right. They could only do this. They had to risk it. Chu Tian was watching the situation from the Heavenly Een Mountain, but Smart Brain sent out a warning. "City Lord, there are many high-intensity signals approaching you. Should we make any plans to block or evade them?" "I didn't go find them, and instead they came to me." Chu Tian laughed. No need, let them come." Roar, roar, roar. Several dozen demon beasts appeared in the center of the valley, all of them being powerful level 3 flying demon beasts. Each demon beast was carrying several cloaked figures, as well as the leaders of the 5 great sections. They went around the battlefield and headed for the Heavenly Een Mountain, heading for Chu Tian's position. They were all true spirit realm experts. Even if these true experts were in the poison mist, they could still resist the poison, so most of them were fine. "Die, you scoundrel!" Ling Ying stood on the back of a golden eagle and charged at the very front. From a distance of several hundred meters, he thrust out a giant sword light. If one looked closely, they would find that this sword was formed from tens of thousands of swords. In the end, it became a giant sword that was several tens of meters long, and it flew towards Chu Tian's position with a destructive force. Such strong sword chi! The #1 sword cultivator sect of the great Zhou dynasty really does have some skill. Nangong stepped off the ground and soared into the air, not dodging at all as he sent out a fist. A fire phoenix flew out from the burning body and collided with the huge sword. The 2 forces collided and shattered at the same time. Countless tiny sword chis pierced through the flames and fell on Nangongyen's body like raindrops. Although Nangongyen was forced to retreat again and again, it did not cause any damage. Ling Ying said with a cold smile, "You aren't people of the great Zhou dynasty. Why do you care about the great Zhou dynasty's matters? I'm afraid that whatever great Zhou princess was also created by you guys." Chu Tian calmly laughed a few times. Even if we rope in the Black Moon sect to support the Great Zhou Kingdom, it is still better than the Heavenly Sword sect colluding with the Eagle Burial Kingdom to divide the Great Zhou dynasty. What did you say? Yuan Jinan and the other elders and cultivators of the sect were shocked. If my guess isn't wrong, Chu Tian's eyes swept over the cloaked consecrators of the Heavenly Sword sect. These are all generals of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. I think the Heavenly Sword sect has already been bribed, becoming spies for the Eagle Burial Kingdom. You have been kept in the dark without knowing anything. Perhaps you will regret it when your country perishes. How about you cooperate with my miracle city like the Black Moon sect and prosper together? The foreign consecrators that the Heavenly Sword sect found were people from the Eagle Burial Kingdom. The Eagle Burial Kingdom was one of the largest powers in the area and was ambitious to expand. If the Eagle Burial Kingdom's influence entered the Great Zhou country, the situation would be very complicated. Yuan Jinnan's voice, filled with doubt and anger, came from the mechanical armor. Linging, is this true? How do you explain this? Don't speak nonsense. Ling Ying's face turned livid. Look at them. Not only is this person's weapon strange, his subordinates are all from different races, most likely from the Forest of Chaos. This is the so-called not of our race. We must have a different heart. Don't be fooled. These cloaked people controlled their demon beasts, and several dozen fierce demon beasts attacked. Chu Tian was surrounded by experts from the forest, but he was lacking in numbers. If they directly fought, he would suffer a loss. The little fox wagged its tail and jumped out. Its body began to change shape, turning into a giant demonic fox. The Eagle Burial Kingdom's people were shocked to find that these shocking demon beasts had suddenly lost control at this moment. The little fox's power had easily seeped into these demon beasts. It had grown a lot in this period of time, and although it couldn't control several dozen powerful demon beasts at once, it was enough to make these demon beasts lose their minds and become wild. Roar! When the demon beasts went wild, they began to attack each other. Ling Ying's group had no choice but to give up their mounts and jump down to the ground. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill! Ling Ying slashed out with a sword that was like a river. Chu Tian pulled out the burning netherworld sword and turned into a streak of flame to meet it. The two swords collided in the air and instantly canceled out all the energy. Damn, you think we're easy to bully. Nan Gongyin loudly ordered the forest experts beside her. Everyone follow me! Chapter 502. The Great Zhou's #1 sect's vice sect, Master Linging, was in the 4th true spirit layer. He was only a bit weaker than Yin spirit. The Heavenly Sword sect was a sword cultivation sect that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years in the Great Zhou country. So whether it was cultivation techniques or secret techniques, they could be taken out even on the continent. How could this kind of person be easily dealt with? Ling Ying cultivated an orthodox imperial sword technique. In the past, Central State's limitless genius Chu Xinghe also inherited an imperial sword technique. But the Heavenly Sword sect's inheritance was stronger and didn't stick to the form. There were more variations, so naturally it was stronger. Ever since Chu Tian left Great Summer, he hadn't had a good fight. Ling Ying used a sword, and Chu Tian also used a sword. Where could he find this kind of good chance? Ling Ying flicked his wrist, and sword light flashed, shooting out several dozen swords. Each one was condensed from strong sword chi, and they all attacked Chu Tian in a tricky way. So fast! Chu Tian's body flashed with flames as he quickly retreated with the netherworld flickering flame. The several dozen swords missed and turned back into a single large sword. The sword glow soared into the air, and Chu Tian couldn't hide anymore. He had no choice but to reveal himself and raise his sword with both hands to block. The ground around him began to crack. The ancient fierce sword pressure overturned the seas and rivers, almost slapping Chu Tian into the ground. Sword! Chu Tian gave a low roar, and the demon god's sword flew into the sky. The sword aura suddenly increased by 10 times, blocking Ling Ying's casual slash. When the sword glow was blocked, it shattered and turned into countless intersecting sword chi, covering Chu Tian like a large net. This was a net made of sword chi? Ling Ying's hands came together, and the sword net suddenly shrank. This was enough to crush Diamond to pieces. Chu Tian's body was protected by the Starlight Immortal Body, so even the power that could grind Diamond to dust couldn't cut a single hair on his body. However, this sword chi net was like a real net, actually binding Chu Tian's body to the point where he couldn't move. Chu Tian felt like he was being bound by white lights, and no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't break free in a short period of time. The netherworld ghost flame could burn all energy. Although he managed to ignite the sword chi around him in time, the burning speed was extremely slow. You dare to challenge the heavenly rapier sex swordsmanship with such little ability? I don't have time to play with you. Die. Ling Ying revealed an extremely disdainful expression. His right hand quickly sheathed his sword, and his left hand formed a sword finger. Minor, phaseless, void sword finger. He flicked his fingernail. Bang! Chu Tian's body suddenly erupted with sword chi. Even with the strong Starlight Immortal Body's defense, under this attack it instantly dimmed. Chu Tian was sent flying by the violent energy, and he heavily fell to the ground. Ling Ying's pupils shrank slightly. Why didn't he die? What kind of peerless defensive technique was this? It could even block the minor phaseless sword finger. The netherworld ghost flame exploded, instantly burning away the sword chi around him. Chu Tian stood in the raging flames, and his body had already become a fist bigger. The flames covered his body like armor, making him look like a flaming demon at first glance. Good sword art. It's a pity you haven't practiced it enough. Is the heavenly rapier sex supreme minor phaseless sword something an ant like you can study? Although it can't be practiced to the large success realm like senior brother sect master, it's more than enough to kill a small character like you. Give it a try then. Chu Tian's figure turned into 6, and he immediately used his strongest sword move. First eat my move, netherworld clone slash. Minor phaseless void sword finger. Ling Ying flicked his finger to attack, but he couldn't see the trajectory at all. Chu Tian's clones were hit by the sword chi at the same time, and 5 of them were destroyed on the spot. The main body was sent flying and fell to the ground. He staggered back several steps, and even the flame demon transformation was broken. So strong. He had never seen this kind of strange sword art before. Minor phaseless sword, colorless and formless. It was impossible to see. It was like its name. Ling Ying's sword art looked very simple, but it consumed a lot of spirit energy. He was in a rush to kill Chu Tian, so he didn't hesitate to use the phaseless sword twice. Who would have thought that this heavenly rapier sex secret technique wouldn't be able to injure this young brat? The minor phaseless sword was a peerless secret technique. Not to mention that Ling Ying's cultivation was above Chu Tian's. If this matter was spread out, no one would believe it. Chu Tian was also secretly shocked. This was his first time encountering a cultivation technique he couldn't see through. The minor phaseless sword did not have a trajectory, and each time it was used, it would directly hit its target. Ling Ying's void sword finger against a normal person would definitely explode their body from the inside out. Because the Starlight Immortal Body had been cultivated to the perfection realm, its defensive abilities had already penetrated into his flesh and blood, penetrating into every cell, so it could block the might of the void sword finger. Otherwise, no matter how high the defensive technique was, it wouldn't be able to block this strange and formless attack. Chu Tian had underestimated the great Zhou country and this era. Minor phaseless void sword slash. Ling Ying's spirit energy filled his body, and a sword source spirit appeared on the surface of his body, releasing a strong sword intent. With a flick of his wrist, the sword tip flew out from the ground. he still couldn't see the trajectory clearly. Danger! Chu Tian instinctively felt danger and quickly strengthened his defenses. Sure enough, a formless and formless sword glow pierced him. That formless and formless sword, Qi, scattered the starlight immortal body's power, and Chu Tian staggered back several steps. Blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, and he was injured, even with the starlight immortal body. You still want to fight? Ling Ying's forehead was covered in sweat, but his aura had reached its peak. He raised his sword and pointed it at Chu Tian. You can't even dodge my sword, and you can't even get close to me. What do you have to fight me with? Hey, stop bluffing. Chu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If you could easily kill me, why would you waste your breath? You just want to buy some time to recover. Can this sword art really take my life in your hands? Ling Ying's eyes filled with rage, like he had been greatly insulted. Chu Tian continued to say, This sword art is too much of a waste in the heavenly sword mountain. It's better if I dig it up and personally practice it. It'll be good for it, don't you think so? Die. Ling Ying raised his sword and gathered his spirit energy again. When he was about to use the mysterious sword art again, he suddenly saw a glow in Chu Tian's eyes. Ling Ying suddenly felt a strong sense of danger approaching. He didn't even have time to react before the ground around him suddenly split open. 18 dark, golden figures charged out. These were the 18 divine servants. The 18 divine servants had been strengthened, and each one had reached the third true spirit layer. Now that they attacked unexpectedly, there was a chance they could kill him. Small phaseless, sword slash. Ling Ying's reaction was very fast, slashing at 19 targets with a single slash. The small phaseless sword was not a single target sword art. This sword art was ever-changing and formless. Therefore, it wasn't strange for it to attack many targets at once. Only the more targets it attacked, the weaker the sword move became. The 18 divine servants were all knocked back. Chu Tian was not injured at all from this slash. He had been waiting for this chance for a long time. Chu Tian flew out from the ground, and a streak of sword qi instantly swept across Ling Ying like a rainbow. His body was split in half with a tremble. You... Ling Ying struggled a few times before revealing an unwilling expression. Whether it was cultivation or cultivation technique, he surpassed this person, so why did he still lose? Chu Tian held his chest and took 2 breaths. There was a green glow coming from his fingers, slowly healing his injuries. He didn't use his main source spirit in this battle, not just to be low-key, but also because he felt this kind of troublesome opponent. He hadn't met one in a long, long time, so fighting this battle would increase his martial arts mental state by quite a bit. Nan Gongyin was fighting with the Black Tortoise sect master Jin Kuei. The great Zhou country was still a large country. Just like the heavenly sword sect's Ling Ying, the other sect masters were not normal people. Nan Gongyan's cultivation was a bit higher than Chu Tian's, and his source spirit cultivation technique was at the peak. If he didn't use his main source spirit, Nan Gongyan's battle strength was much higher than Chu Tian's, but he could only fight Jin Kuei to a draw. The other 3 sect masters' battle strength wasn't simple either. The little fox controlled several demon beasts to tie down the Eagle Burial Kingdom generals. Looking at the overall situation, Chu Tian's side was at a disadvantage. The forest experts he brought from Miracle City were clearly weaker than them. Go! The 18 divine servants surrounded the leaders of the sections. The 18 divine servants were all in the third true spirit layer. Not only were they in the third true spirit layer, they were all very hard to deal with. Not something these fellows could easily deal with. Nan Gongyin instantly felt the pressure on her decrease. Chu Tian raised his sword and charged at the Eagle Burial Kingdom generals. The sword glow cut open the cloak of a mysterious person, and the spirit beast revealed its true appearance. Open your eyes wide and look! This is the helper the heavenly sword sect found. Chu Tian's sword swung faster and faster. Several spirit beasts were cut down by his sword. When the Medicine King Valley Divine Machine Hall, Void Spirit Cave, and Black Tortoise sect saw this, their expressions all changed. If it was just a few spirit beasts, it wouldn't be strange. Now that they found out that these mysterious people were all spirit beasts, looking at their clothes and totems, they were all the same. It was impossible for the Heavenly Sword sect to recruit this many people. This was simply an army placed in the Heavenly Sword sect. Do you see this? Chu Tian shouted while slashing. The Heavenly Sword sect is the true scourge of the great Zhou country. If you continue to help them, even if you destroy the Black Moon sect, do you think you can escape? The great Zhou country will become a pasture for the Eagle Burial Kingdom sooner or later. Have your people put down their weapons. I promise I won't kill them. Don't believe him. A spirit beast roared out in a hoarse voice. They are people from the Forest of Chaos. The Black Moon sect has already colluded with the Forest of Chaos. Their motives aren't pure. They are just trying to confuse us now. Chu Tian gave a cold snort, seeking death? Spatial movement. Chu Tian raised the flaming sword and directly cut this person in half. The others were shocked when they saw this. This young man actually didn't use his full strength when fighting Linging. Kill! At this time, a wolf race expert wildly slashed out with his dual blades. Chu Tian's flaming netherworld sword charged forward, completely ignoring the attacks. The sword in his hand was like a graceful streak as it flew out. The wolf race expert was shocked to find that the blade glow was easily bounced off Chu Tian's body. It was like a drop of water hitting a rock, not causing any damage at all. The other side's sword glow was coming closer and closer in his eyes. Ah! The wolf race expert gave a pitiful cry. Chu Tian was like a rainbow as he slashed through the blade glow, instantly piercing through his chest from the ground to the sky. The netherworld ghost flame wildly surged out, turning his body into countless black pieces that fell to the ground. If you stubbornly resist... Chu Tian stabilized himself and raised his sword. He was filled with killing intent. This is the result of all of you. The expressions of the sect leaders fell. Go! Want to run? Chu Tian moved forward and slashed at Yuan Jinnan's mechanical armor. With a crackling sound, he was forced back to his original position. I'm afraid you won't be able to run. The 18 divine servants, Chu Tian and Nangong Yin, the 20 of them attacked together. The entire battle lasted for less than 3 minutes. These sect leaders, the people with the highest status in Great Zhou, were all heavily injured by Chu Tian. They were all lying on the ground like dead dogs, unable to move. You're wild. You should be wild again. Nangong Yin kicked Jean Kuei a few times. If you have the guts, stand up and fight with this old lady for another 300 rounds. Nangong, that's enough. Tie them up immediately. Yes, boss. Chu Tian stood on the heavenly Yin mountain and looked into the distance as he said, From today onwards, the great Zhou country will change. Chapter 503. At the foot of the heavenly Yin mountain, the 6 great sects were in a chaotic battle. Endless Yin led the Black Moon sect to scatter the disciples of the other great sections. All of you stop. All of you stop for me. Your sect masters are in my hands. Put down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise I'll kill them and then kill you all. Chu Tian set up a giant loudspeaker on the mountain, and the rolling sound waves were like thunder. Father will do what he says. Please don't test my patience. While he was speaking, Nangong Yin pushed the tied-up people to the cliff in a row. The sect leaders and elders of these mountain sects had all been captured. This was a destructive blow to the morale of the 5 spiritual mountain cultivators. The situation was already bad, and now that their sect masters had been captured, how could they still fight? Chu Tian shouted into the loudspeaker, This matter is purely a plot by the Heavenly Sword sect. The Heavenly Sword sect has colluded with the Eagle Burial Kingdom. In order to obtain more benefits and resources, They have allied with other races to sweep through all the large and small sects of the great Zhou country. This kind of despicable act is simply the punishment of the heavens. Nan Gongyin hung up the corpses of the Eagle Burial Kingdom generals. Open your dog eyes wide and look, these are the consecrators of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. We have already found enough tokens and evidence on their bodies. These fellows are the generals of the Eagle Burial Kingdom. The Heavenly Sword sect has betrayed the great Zhou country. So the Heavenly Sword sect is the true enemy. The crowd instantly fell into chaos. The four great sects looked at the Heavenly Sword sect with vigilant eyes. Nonsense. The Heavenly Sword sect has existed for 10,000 years and is the head of the great Zhou country sects. How could they join the Eagle Burial Kingdom? The Heavenly Sword sect people instantly panicked. If what Chu Tian said was true, the Heavenly Sword sect would be enraged, and these Heavenly Sword sect disciples would suffer a calamity. Chu Tian shouted into the loudspeaker, "Whether you believe it or not, the evidence is like a mountain. I'll say it again. Stopping at the edge of the cliff can be forgiven, but resisting to the end will not be tolerated. I'll give you 10 more seconds to put down your weapons. Otherwise, I'll kill your sect masters and elders first before sending you to see your ancestors." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. In the end, they all threw down their weapons. Chu Tian let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with these fellows. He immediately ordered, "Endless Een, immediately tie them up. Treat the injured and wait for the poisoned. Don't let them die." The crisis of the mysterious dark sect was successfully resolved. They had captured over 300,000 captives. Everyone in the Xianin sect looked after them together to prevent these people from causing trouble. Chu Tian didn't come to the great Zhou country to start a war. He only saw the great Zhou country's rich talent reserve, the great Zhou country's good location, the great Zhou country's rich resources, and the great Zhou country's unexplored market. Chu Tian was here to develop the great Zhou country, so he didn't need to kill too much. He immediately told the company to prepare medicine and antidotes, as well as enough food, saving the lives of these captives first. Go in quickly. Damn it, hurry up for this old lady. Kneel." Nan Gongyin pushed, kicked, and hit like a beggar, sending the 4 sect leaders in front of Chu Tian. "Do you believe that I won't break your legs?" "How many times have I said it? Don't be so violent." Chu Tian seemed like a different person as he lectured in a serious tone. "We're all civilized people, so we should use virtue to win people over. Do you understand?" Nan Gongyin rolled her eyes. "I'm sorry I didn't manage my subordinates properly and made you suffer." Chu Tian waved his hand at the 4 of them. "Nan Gong, why aren't you bringing them tea to apologize?" Nan Gongyan's eyes popped out. "Boss, are you mistaken? You actually want me to apologize to them? This old lady not castrating them is already courteous enough." Yuan Jinnan's group of 4 were all famous people in Great Zhou. Nan Gongyan's words made them feel a chill. Chu Tian helplessly waved his hand. "All right, I have no intention of making it hard for you. So let's have an open and honest chat. I'm prepared to rebuild the great Zhou royal family and push the great Zhou princess Chen Bingyu onto the throne as the great Zhou queen. As long as you're willing to support me, I can let you go and all grudges will be written off." "Who do you think you are?" Jean Kuei looked up with a swollen face. His eyes were red as he gritted his teeth. "What qualifications does an outsider have to care about the great Zhou country's matters?" "You have guts, you're a man." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes as he spoke with a laugh, but he gave Nan Gongyin a look. Nan Gongyin charged forward and placed Jean Kuei on the ground. She raised her boot and kicked his crotch. This 2-meter-tall giant let out a bear-like howl. His body curled up as he painfully rolled around on the ground. Nan Gongyin fiercely picked him up and pulled out a short knife from her waist. "This kick is only a lesson. If you dare not give me face again, This old lady will cut off your 2 toys and put them in your mouth. Jean Kuei angrily roared. If you have the guts, then give me a quick death. The Black Tortoise sect can be killed, but not humiliated. All right. Nangong angrily raised her knife and was about to attack. Nangong, stop. Quickly stop. How could you forget what I said to you before? We civilized people have to use virtue to win people over. We can't use force to solve problems. Chu Tian stopped Nangong. I respect unyielding heroes the most, so don't make it hard for this sect, Master Jean. Chu Tian's eyes fell onto the others. What do you guys think? The Void Spirit Caves, Gu Lianshan said with a calm face. Brat, why do you need to say so much? We are lucky to have the previous sect master's trust, allowing us to control the 10,000-year-old sect. If we submit, how will we face our ancestors? That's right, Medicine King Valley's Wing Tianyin lightly said. If you think you can force us to submit, then you are underestimating us too much. The godly machine hall's Yuan Jinan was filled with righteous indignation. If you want to kill us, then do as you please. They were all hard bones. This was a bit difficult to deal with. Nangongyen's eyebrows were about to explode. She did not believe that if she taught these fellows a lesson, they would be as hard as they were now. Don't be nervous. Don't misunderstand. Chu Tian stood up with a sincere smile. You must have made a mistake. Did I say I wanted you to submit? No. My territory still has a lot of things waiting for me to do. There's also a lot of resources and land waiting to be conquered. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but a place like Great Zhou, I really do not place it in my eyes. Then what do you want? I just want to cooperate with you all. Chu Tian calmly explained without any threatening tone. Right now, the Great Summer Country and the War Hounds Plains have a close relationship with miracle commerce, but the Great Summer Country and the War Hounds Plains are a bit weak. If the Great Zhou Country can join this alliance, we will have enough confidence and strength to expand into the surroundings, connecting all the nearby large and small kingdoms, finally forming a barrier to block the Eagle Burial Kingdom in the north. Whether you believe it or not, the matter of the Heavenly Sword sect colluding with the Eagle Burial Kingdom is an ironclad fact. Since the Eagle Burial Kingdom has already infiltrated Great Zhou several years ago, I think Great Zhou is not far from war. The Eagle Burial Kingdom was a very strong country. In just a short 10-20 years, the Eagle Burial Kingdom had wildly expanded their territory, swallowing at least 20 large and small kingdoms, and they were still wildly expanding. The Great Zhou country was stronger than the surrounding kingdoms, so the Eagle Burial Kingdom did not easily bite this hard bone. However, everyone knew that the Eagle Burial Kingdom would invade Great Zhou sooner or later. The matter of the Heavenly Sword sect colluding with the Eagle Burial Kingdom had provoked everyone's nerves. As the leader of the Great Zhou country, the Eagle Burial Kingdom could even bribe the Heavenly Sword sect, showing their intent to invade. Perhaps pretending to be deaf and dumb wouldn't solve the problem. Chu Tian saw that everyone was deep in thought, so he immediately continued. Back then, the Great Zhou royal clan was slaughtered by the Heavenly Sword sect. Although you all participated, as long as you can help us rebuild the Great Zhou royal clan and help us deal with the Heavenly Sword sect that colluded with outsiders, we can forget about this. This is just your side of the story. Why should we help you? That's right. The Great Zhou people will take care of the Great Zhou country's matters. You want to interfere as an outsider and support a new power in Great Zhou. Don't you have evil intentions? Nangongyan couldn't help saying. You're simply refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's natural for everyone to have doubts. The Black Moon Saxene spirit was like this in the past. Do you know why she changed her mind? In spirit? Why would a little doll like her that hasn't even grown up for several years move? She was just bewitched by you. That's not necessarily true. Chu Tian didn't have time to waste with them. Nangong, bring them to Miracle City and have a look at Miracle City for a few days. If I return to the Heavenly Een Mountains after a few days and you still think that I don't have pure intentions of occupying the Great Zhou country, then just let them go. Chu Tian won't force anyone. Nangongyan quickly said, if I go back, who will go find Big Sister Bing and the others? I don't know where they are right now. Have Vivian come over. It'll be easier for her to search with her spatial abilities. All right, don't say any more. Quickly go. All right. Nangongyan had no choice but to bring them to the transport tower. Chu Tian found Endless Yin to ask. From Endless Yin's description, Chen Bingyu and the others should have gone to a place called the Death Ice Field in the Great Zhou country. The Death Ice Field was a place rarely visited by people. It was high above sea level and had a cold climate with little life. It was said that the Chun family's ancestral land was there. Yoda's prophecy should not be wrong. They hadn't returned for several days. Perhaps they had encountered some trouble, but it didn't matter. Since they knew the general location, it shouldn't be hard to find them. Not long after Nangongyan returned to Miracle City, Vivian was sent over to report. Big brother Chu Tian, you're finally willing to bring me out to do things. Chu Tian looked at Vivian and said in a surprised voice, your cultivation seems to have increased. That's right. I'm in the 5th true spirit layer. Vivian looked up with a bit of pride. Even if we meet strong bad people now, I can help Big Brother beat them. That's great. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Chapter 504. Several dozen forest experts were left in the Heavenly Yin Mountain. Endless Yin had to make arrangements to attack the Heavenly Sword Mountain as soon as possible, because the Heavenly Sword Mountain was colluding with the Eagle Burial Kingdom. This time, if they didn't take care of the Heavenly Sword Sect as soon as possible, perhaps the Heavenly Sword Sect would ally with the Eagle Burial Kingdom. If this matter developed to this point, it would be a bad matter. In addition, the rebuilding of the Great Zhou dynasty's royal family would mean reshuffling and splitting of interests. Who would be willing to give up their own resources and territory? The best method was to use a justifiable reason to get rid of a major faction. That way, the additional territory and resources could be taken over, and the other factions could also benefit from it. This was a situation where everyone was happy. There was only so much that Chu Tian could do. The situation on Chen Bingyu's side was unclear, so she had no time to worry about it. She had to move out as soon as possible. When Vivian reached the rank 5 true spirit, his strength had increased by a large amount. Although the Great Zhou country was a bit larger than the Great Summer country, in front of Vivian's spatial ability, this bit of distance was nothing. After a few teleportations, the two arrived at the Death Ice Field. Wow, it's so beautiful here. This mountain peak stood on high ground, and the spiritual veins and resources on the ground were mainly of the ice element. Thus, it attracted a large amount of ice element, which caused this area to be surrounded by ice and snow for thousands of years. It was empty, silent, and cold. Looking from afar, the terrain was not flat, with undulating mountain ranges and snowy ridges. There was basically no vegetation covering it, and it was a unique and magnificent snowy scenery. Vivian couldn't help but shiver. Strange, this place seems to be too cold. It's actually faintly affecting me through my protective essence energy. That's right, the ice element is too dense. Chu Tian also felt this cold, and he had to circulate his spirit energy to resist it. If my guesses aren't wrong, there's a rare ice vein under the Death Ice Field that gathers a very strong ice energy. This cold is not caused by normal temperatures, so it can directly invade a person's body. If one doesn't have a true spirit cultivation, perhaps their spirit energy would freeze in less than a day. There's no way to stay here for long, so it's called the Death Ice Field. Big Sister Bingyu and Yin Spirit are here? Vivian said gloomily. The ice field is not small, and the communication signal does not cover this area. When will we find him? Have you forgotten? We have an expert tracker. A snow-white fox crawled out and sat on his shoulder, wagging its tail proudly. Apart from this fox, was there anyone else who could do such a thing? Vivian suddenly realized that she had forgotten about the little fox again. "Little fellow, we have a lot of things to do, so don't waste time." Chu Tian patted the little fox's shoulder and said, "The most important thing right now is to find them quickly. I'll reward you well when we get back." The little fox nodded in satisfaction. It closed its eyes and sensed for a while before pointing in a direction with its claws. Vivian immediately placed a snow-white hand on Chu Tian's shoulder, and the two of them directly jumped 100 miles. The death ice field covered a large area, and there were frequent snowstorms, death cold currents, and the like. If one wanted to travel on foot, it would be very troublesome. With the ability to teleport, it would be much more convenient. The death icy field was big enough for ordinary people. However, it was too small for Vivian, who could travel hundreds of miles in an instant. Under the little fox's guidance, Vivian used space movement a few times and finally had some results. On the north side of the death ice field, there was an extremely large ice lake. The entire lake was covered in blue ice, like a smooth mirror on the ground. In the land of ice rain, there were blue energy flows surging. This was the location of the eye of the ice vein. The energy aura on the surface of the ice lake was even stronger, and even a true spirit cultivator couldn't resist it. "That's the place we're looking for." Vivian found an ice castle in the center of the ice lake. It looked very old, and waves of ice energy were being released from it. "Look, isn't that Yoda?" There was a green dragon coiled around the ice castle. It was over 10 meters long and had a majestic aura, looking very spirited. Although most of its scales were covered in ice, there was still a strong pressure coming from its body. It couldn't be wrong. This was the green dragon that Yoda had transformed into. Vivian looked over it a few times. Prophet Yoda seems to be injured. Although the green dragon was majestic, its body had suffered many injuries, especially on its neck and abdomen. Large patches of scales had disappeared, and its flesh seemed to have just recovered. There were at least dozens of injuries all over its body. It was obvious that it had experienced a tough battle. "Let's go." "No." Chu Tian stopped Vivian, looking at Yoda's situation. "They have clearly met a strong enemy. There's no need to rush out. Let's look at the situation first." After saying this, Chu Tian released the divine servants from the sealed scrolls and hid nearby to observe the situation. After around a few hours, a group of people appeared on the ice field. There were over 20 of them, and they were all spirit beasts. There were a few humans at the front, and from their clothes, they should be high-level members of the Heavenly Sword sect. Vivian was instantly excited. Big Brother was right, they're already here. Chu Tian made a shushing gesture. "Let's keep watching." "Old thing, do you really have to resist to the end?" A gray-haired sword cultivator wearing a crown stared coldly at the green dragon. 4 or 5 swords circled around him at high speed. He was not angry, but his aura was imposing. "You don't have much power left. Do you really want to throw your life away for this?" The green dragon gave a low roar as flames appeared in its throat. Its wings created a large amount of wind and snow, releasing a sharp aura that swept in all directions. Seeking death, the sword cultivator flew into the air, and his hands formed sword fingers. Small, phaseless sword finger. The scales on the green dragon's neck exploded once again as large amounts of blood and flesh sprayed out. The green dragon ignored this and quickly flapped its wings to charge forward. The 2030 spirit beast experts all moved. They first used a barrier to protect the sword cultivator, and then used various slowing, numbing, and all kinds of strange witchcraft techniques on the green dragon. Even if the green dragon's strength was shocking, it was still very strenuous for it to fight against all of them. Chu Tian tightly knit his brows when he saw this. Small phaseless sword? It didn't need to be said to know that it was most likely the Heavenly Sword sect Master Ling Wanjian. From the strength Ling Wanjian displayed, this person's cultivation had reached the peak 5th true spirit layer, and his small phaseless sword was a level higher than Ling Ying's. The spirit beast experts weren't simple either. There were 4 in the 6th true spirit layer among the 20 people. Although the dragon's defense was very strong and it was hard for these people to break through, it was more than enough to restrain Yoda. Ling Wanjian's cultivation was not high, but the small phaseless sword was a very strong attack technique. Even if he was in the peak 5th true spirit layer, it was enough for him to pierce through the dragon's scales. Yoda had spent several days defending, so it was clear that it was very strenuous for him now. Yoda wasn't a real green dragon. His dragon form was merely an illusion created by a druid's secret technique. Thus, he had to expend a lot of energy to maintain his dragon form at all times. As the battle dragged on, he naturally began to feel powerless. Vivian was very anxious. Big brother Chu Tian, let's make a move. Calm down first. Chu Tian said in a low voice, the small phaseless sword is very dangerous. Ling Wanjian's sword art has reached the large success realm, so it will be dangerous if we act rashly. Make your preparations first. As long as the time is right, we'll immediately attack. All right. The green dragon faced Ling Wanjian's increasingly fierce attacks and could no longer take the initiative, so the battle became more and more disadvantageous. The wounds on his body quickly increased, and the green dragon was a dragon of life, so its recovery was very strong, but it couldn't keep up with this kind of damage. Of course, Ling Wanjian had consumed a lot of energy, but he could feel his advantage becoming more and more clear. He became more and more confident, so he did not hold back at all and wildly attacked with all his strength. I want to see how long you can resist. Small phaseless, sword rain. Ling Wanjian wildly released his spirit energy, and his 10 fingers released their power together. This was a wave of sword finger attacks that consumed most of Ling Wanjian's strength. It made the green dragon give a pitiful cry as its body was covered in blood and it was sent flying. All right, now's the time. Vivian sent the 18 divine servants to Ling Wanjian. Suddenly, 18 figures appeared beside Ling Wanjian. They attacked Ling Wanjian at an extremely fast speed. Damn, there's an ambush. Ling Wanjian used his spirit energy to send several divine servants flying with a single sword finger. The spirit beast experts gave up on restraining the green dragon and flew into the air to block the remaining divine servants. When their attention was attracted, Vivian released her spatial energy again. Chu Tian appeared behind Ling Wanjian and stabbed out with all his strength. Ling Wanjian quickly sent out a sword chi in the air. Dang! It made Chu Tian feel the netherworld sword tremble. This fierce strength almost sent the netherworld sword flying. You want to sneak attack me with this bit of strength? Ling Wanjian's face turned fierce as he roared, Let's die together! Ling Wanjian condensed a sword chi, and when he was about to cut Chu Tian in half, he felt another spatial fluctuation appear beside him. There was actually someone else. Ling Wanjian tried to change the direction of the sword chi, but as soon as he moved, there was a spatial energy that fell on his body. It was like a sharp blade was slicing him from head to toe. Vivian's attack, spatial cut, the timing of this attack was perfect. After Ling Wanjian released a large move, he pushed back the divine servants and then pushed back Chu Tian. He could no longer use the small phaseless sword, and Vivian's spatial attack had already been used before the teleportation array arrived. Vivian's teleportation array covered the spatial energy fluctuations. So when Ling Wanjian tried to push back Vivian, he didn't know that the killing blow had already arrived. From head to toe, Ling Wanjian was directly cut in half. This peak expert of the great Zhou dynasty had actually died here for no reason. Chu Tian said in a somewhat regretful voice, You were too fast. You could have cut him in half and kept his life. It's such a pity that we couldn't obtain the small phaseless sword. Chu Tian was very interested in the Heavenly Sword sect's small phaseless sword. The sect master and vice sect master had all died, so it would be hard for him to obtain the sect's secret art. You're finally here. Yoda let out a long sigh of relief. He had already reached his limit. Chapter 505. After Ling Wanjian was taken care of, the other eagle burial experts weren't a problem. With the 18 divine servants and Vivian working together, they were quickly taken care of. Yoda, are you all right? Chu Tian put away his sword and walked over. Yoda had returned to his small and thin appearance. The green dragon's injuries didn't directly affect his body, but it still injured Yoda's vitality. However, with Chu Tian's methods and Miracle City's abilities, this bit of injury didn't count for anything. What about the others? The people we brought from Miracle City have all died. Yoda's expression was very serious. Yin Spirit is currently heavily injured and Chen Bingyu is in the Ice Palace. The situation isn't very good. What happened? I'll go take a look. Yin Spirit was lying in the Ice Palace. She had been pierced in the chest by Ling Wanjian in a single move, and although her cultivation wasn't weak, she didn't have any battle strength left. Chu Tian saw her lying on the ice platform. Although she was weak, she wouldn't die, so he casually teased her. I say, little sister Zong, you are the leader of one of the 6 spiritual mountains. How could you not take a single blow? Pei, the death servant, wasn't completely refined. Otherwise, how could this one be defeated so easily? Yin Spirit's pale face became even paler as she sat on the platform without moving, just like an ice doll. This sect master almost lost her life, and you're still taunting me. Calm down, calm down. I'll remember your merit this time. Chu Tian could only reveal an embarrassed smile. Why isn't Big Sister Bing here? How is she now? Chen Bingyu isn't here. Come with me. Yin Spirit and Yoda led Chu Tian and Vivian into the ancient Ice Palace ruins. The ruins were much larger than they imagined, with ancient murals sealed in ice and relics scattered in the palace, as well as tall ice sculptures. These were all signs of the ancient people's lives. Chu Tian looked around as he walked. This is the Chen family's ancestral land? Why would their home be in this damn place? The great Zhou legend might not be completely correct. Yin Spirit said as she walked. The Ice Palace is a very ancient inheritance. Its history and background are not inferior to the 6 spiritual mountains. Only it has not been known to the world for many years. However, it was different from the 6 great spiritual mountains. The Ice Palace's inheritance had extremely high requirements for the bloodline of the inheritors. Only a group of people with special bloodlines could accept it. As time passed, they would form a family. Because of the sudden change in the environment or some other disaster, a large number of people in the Ice Palace died, and a small group left the ice field, forming the Shin family. So that's how it is. This place was not only the ancestral land of the great Zhou Shin family, but also a very important place of inheritance. The Shun family, from an inconspicuous family, only used a few decades to quickly grow, and finally became a royal family of the great Zhou dynasty that even the 6 great powers feared. One of the most important reasons was because of their deep heritage. Once the Shen family's direct descendants or important targets of cultivation reached adulthood, they would all be sent to the Ice Palace to activate their bloodline and cultivate the supreme techniques recorded in the Ice Palace. That was why the great Zhou royal family could obtain great development in a short period of time. City Lord, we're here. Yoda walked to the center of the Ice Palace. This is the core of the Ice Palace and the entire ice field. Because the energy is too strong, it is very dangerous, so please be prepared. Chu Tian looked up and found that there was a giant palace door in front of him. The incomparably large palace door was made of some kind of ice crystal, with 36 ice dragons coiled around it. There were also 2 large and dignified ice statues standing on the left and right, like dignified door gods. Just from the aura alone, one could feel a strong sense of intimidation. Open it. With Chu Tian's order, Yoda opened the ice-sealed door, and a visible stream of energy came out. Although he was already prepared, it was still like millions of ice needles piercing his body. The blood in his body instantly turned cold, and even his spirit energy stopped flowing. Such strong energy. Even if it was a true spirit cultivator, if they weren't prepared, they would still be injured by this energy. At this time, Chu Tian's eyes turned white and spatial energy covered his body. This cold stream was very strong, but it wasn't enough to break through the spatial barrier of the void escaping. Rather than forcefully resisting this energy, it was better to use the void escaping to avoid it, saving more energy this way. Vivian walked in first and immediately cried out in surprise, "My God, what kind of place is this?" This main hall was a giant ice cave with a thick layer of ice that was over 100 meters deep. It was a light blue color, and the deeper one went, the thicker the color, giving off a very clear feeling. This was the rare 10,000-year-old profound ice crystal. It was as hard as a level 3 rare metal. It also contained a very strong ice-attributed energy, so it could be used to make excellent quality equipment. The deeper one went, the higher the quality of the profound ice crystal, so it was definitely an unimaginable treasure. Of course, the profound ice crystal was precious, but what attracted people's attention was not these things. There was a whirlpool of energy visible to the naked eye in this 100-meter deep ice cave. The blue and white energy was moving around like a liquid. Ice spirit frozen spring. City Lord is wise. This is the ice spirit frozen spring. Yoda said with a nod. This spring is a natural spiritual object. The Qin family's descendants can use this spring to stimulate their bloodline power. Qin Bingyu can quickly increase her cultivation base. She actually chose to jump into the spring. What? Vivian was shocked. She directly jumped in. Although it was called a spring, it couldn't be considered spring water. The essence of the ice spirit frozen spring was a condensed form of energy, and since it was energy, it was very dangerous. Even if a spirit transformation cultivator fell into the ice spirit frozen spring, their chances of survival would not be higher than a mouse falling into the Rhone River. How long has she been in there? It's already been 3 days and 3 nights. Chu Tian said to Vivian, "Your cultivation base is higher than mine. Can you use your spatial energy to cut open space and take her out?" "The energy in here is too strong." Vivian closed her eyes to sense it, but she helplessly shook her head. "My current cultivation base can't resist this kind of interference, so I can't control space. What should we do?" Everyone fell into deep thought. This was the core of the death ice field. The energy here was not something normal people could imagine. Even with Chen Bingyu's special ice-attributed bloodline, it would be hard for her to stay here for this long. Chu Tian walked in front of the ice cave. "Since it's like this, there's no other way. I'll personally go in." "You can't, City Lord. Chen Bingyu has the protection of her bloodline. But Sir City Lord doesn't have any innate talent. With your current cultivation base, I'm afraid your soul will be frozen and you won't be able to live. There's no need to worry." Chu Tian shook his head and said, "With the little fox's help, I at least have the ability to escape." Yoda wanted to try and persuade him again. Chu Tian didn't even listen as he jumped in. As he continued to fall, Chu Tian could clearly feel that the cold aura of death was becoming stronger and stronger. It had already broken through the void escaping barrier. Then, there was no sound at all. Chu Tian fell into the ice spirit cold spring, and there wasn't much resistance. After a bit of a buffer, countless terrifying cold streams began to cut Chu Tian's body like ice-cold knives. With this kind of energy, even if he used the Starlight immortal body, he wouldn't be able to last long. Not to mention that Chu Tian's cultivation base wasn't high. Fox. The little fox used its ability and actually created a small barrier, causing the surrounding energy to change directions and charge at the little fox. Chu Tian was surrounded by starlight as he used his spirit energy to move forward. He was like a diver, slowly moving underwater. Although he had the little fox's help, it still consumed a lot of energy. Chu Tian calculated that he only had 3 minutes at most. Because his divine sense couldn't spread out, it was unknown how long it would take if he used normal methods. But the little fox gave him a prompt. Chu Tian followed the little fox's direction and saw that at the bottom of the ice spirit cold spring, there was a ball of dazzling white light. This is a ball of flame. Chu Tian's expression slightly changed. This was definitely not a normal flame. Rather, it was a spiritual flame born from a spiritual vein after tens of thousands of years. This thing was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. The source of the entire ice spirit cold spring was this ball of flame. Found it. Chun Bingyu floated in front of the flame. It was like she was attracted by a magnet as the flame slowly entered her body. Chun Bingyu was clearly not dead, but she couldn't move at all. Damn, it's taking over my body. Chu Tian found that the spiritual flame contained a strong innate will. It was trying to take over Chun Bingyu's body and obtain its own flesh and blood body. If it succeeded in taking over her body, Chun Bingyu's consciousness would completely disappear. Then there was no difference between her being dead. Chu Tian circulated his elemental energy and was about to swim over, but at this moment a thick, killing intent was suddenly emitted from within the white, lotus-like, throbbing ice flame. It caused the surrounding ice spirit-frozen spring to surge, and several white figures shuttled back and forth. When Chu Tian observed with rapt attention, his heart suddenly sank. Ice flood dragons. Several ice flood dragons. These were several ice flood dragons that were born from the ice spirit cold spring. The entire ice spirit cold spring was born from the mysterious flame, and these ice flood dragons were born from the ice spirit cold spring. So they were controlled by the flame's will. Each ice flood dragon had strong strength. It was not something that Chu Tian could fight against. Not to mention that Chu Tian couldn't use his strength in the depths of the ice spirit cold spring. But these ice flood dragons were like fish in water. How could he fight in this kind of environment? There was no time to think. The ice flood dragons surrounded Chu Tian at the same time, and one of them charged at him. Chapter 506. The ice spirit frozen springs' innate life forms were not normal life forms. The ice flood dragons did not have a physical body, so they could fuse with the ice spirit frozen spring. Not to mention the fact that Chu Tian did not have the strength to fight them. Even if he did, he would not be able to kill them in this kind of environment. The little fox saw that the situation was dire and did not need to be reminded. Its 4 limbs moved forward, and it left Chu Tian's body. It wildly absorbed the surrounding energy while charging at an ice flood dragon. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth as it bit down on the ice flood dragon's neck. The ice flood dragon's entire body was as clear as crystal, just like a natural work of art. However, there was a glowing energy flowing through its body. This energy was the essence of the ice flood dragon, and the little fox had directly sucked it in with a single bite. The ice flood dragon's body was covered in large amounts of cracks. With a prung sound, the ice flood dragon exploded. The little fox's method of dealing with this kind of life form was very effective, but the ice flood dragon's fragments were wrapped up by the ice spirit frozen spring's energy and then reformed. It was just like what Chu Tian had thought. In this kind of environment, these ice flood dragons could not be killed. Fox, tie down these large snakes. Chu Tian felt that the resistance was getting stronger and stronger. A bone-chilling cold seemed to have penetrated his body and entered his mind, causing his reactions to slow down, and he felt drowsy. This was very bad. The little fox was distracted dealing with the ice flood dragons, and the energy around Chu Tian increased. This made it harder for Chu Tian to move forward, and he couldn't even last 30 seconds. There was only one method left. Cover me. Chu Tian pulled out the netherworld sword, and the netherworld ghost flame appeared. He used all his strength to jump forward and held the sword hilt with both hands as he charged straight at the white ice flames. The ice flood dragons seemed to have noticed Chu Tian's plan, and 2 of them turned around to deal with Chu Tian. The little fox noticed one of the ice flood dragons, but it was too late to stop the other one. Rustle! The energy quickly flew over, and Chu Tian suddenly felt a strong sense of danger cover his body. Almost like a conditional radiation, Chu Tian released the power of his main source spirit, and his eyes turned the color of space. Spatial energy surrounded his body. The energy in the ice spirit frozen spring was very strong. Chu Tian's cultivation couldn't even compare to Vivian's. Now that he was in the ice spirit frozen spring, he didn't even have the ability to determine his location. He could only close his eyes and teleport. This kind of behavior was like closing one's eyes and charging into a sea of fire. It was definitely an extremely dangerous behavior. He couldn't care less now. Chu Tian knew very well in his heart that with his ability, it was basically impossible for him to block an attack from the ice flood dragon. Although the risk of blindly teleporting was great, it was still better than waiting for death, right? The cold current released by the ice flood dragon was already close, and Chu Tian could clearly feel his blood freeze. Even the starlight immortal body could not stop this freezing energy. When Chu Tian was about to be turned into an ice sculpture, the surrounding energy suddenly repelled him. Chu Tian disappeared from his original position. He missed. The ice flood dragon did not have the ability to think, but it was still a bit stunned. When it was about to find its target, the little white fox had already charged over and bit down on the ice flood dragon's neck. Like it was drinking a drink, it instantly sucked out all the essence in the ice flood dragon's body. The ice sculpture trembled a few times before shattering into countless pieces. Chu Tian had successfully teleported away, dodging most of the energy, but he had still received a large amount of damage. Now he could not resist the corrosion of the ice spirit spring. Perhaps he would be frozen in this damn place in just a few seconds. It was still not too late to leave now. Ice spirit flame. Chu Tian's eyes opened wide, and he was surprised to find that the white flame was just a few feet away, completely parallel to Chen Bingyu's body. The white ball of flame continued to change shape and separate. Large amounts of starry flames were entering Chen Bingyu's 7 orifices. This is bad. At least half of this flame had entered Chen Bingyu's body. This meant that the possession was already half done. The ice spirit flame could condense an innate will, so it was not inferior to the netherworld ghost flame. Not to mention the fact that it could possess someone else's body. This meant that the ice spirit flame's innate will already had complex thoughts and desires, which far surpassed the netherworld flame. Chu Tian did not think that the netherworld sword could swallow the ice spirit flame. If he rashly attacked, there would be the danger of being swallowed. The current situation was special. The ice spirit flame's possession was half done, so it was the easiest time to deal with it. Although the ice spirit flame's possession was very slow, with Chu Tian's current body condition, if he let go of this chance, he would not have the ability to try it again. Netherworld, I'll be depending on you this time. Chu Tian raised his sword, and the tip of the sword stabbed into the ice spirit flame. The moment the two touched, there was a very strong fluctuation that filled the entire ice palace. It was a wild rage. This was like a high and mighty queen being kissed by a beggar on the side of the road. The ice spirit flame was the will of the Eye of Ice that had evolved for tens of thousands of years, finally becoming a high-level existence that surpassed normal life forms. Now that a low-level human was holding a low-level innate spiritual flame, the sword actually released a strong and wild thought of swallowing it. How could it not be angry? This low-level spiritual flame was not something the ice spirit flame placed in its eyes at all. The ice spirit flame had not only been nurtured for tens of thousands of years. Its core was the will of the Eye of Ice. Whether it was energy or divine sense, how could this low-level innate spiritual flame compare to it? Not to mention that the ice spirit frozen spring was its home ground. Wanting to extinguish, it wasn't any harder than blowing out a candle. The netherworld flame did not seem to understand. All of its will and all of its power was released through the sword blade. The blue and white netherworld flame exploded, and it was like a giant embracing the white sun. This was simply seeking death. Even if the ice spirit flame could only use a small part of its power to resist, This small part was enough to resist because the difference in their levels was too large. Not to mention, the netherworld flame did not have any home ground advantage here. The cold ice spread across the sword, sealing it in place. The ice spirit flame cut off the connection between the netherworld ghost flame and the netherworld sword. This was equal to cutting off the netherworld ghost flame's path of retreat. With the two flames fighting, only one could survive. From the current situation, the ice spirit flame had an overwhelming advantage. In just a few rounds, the netherworld flame had been weakened by half. Damn, did I underestimate this fellow? The netherworld flame was slowly pushed back, entering the netherworld sword to recover. In the end, no matter how the netherworld sword tried to enter, it was blocked by the layer of ice on the netherworld sword. The ice spirit flame shot out a beam of energy at the netherworld sword. With a kacha sound, it was like breaking ice. The treasure sword broke into 4 or 5 pieces and fell into the bottomless cold pond. This sword that had followed Chu Tian for so many years had actually been destroyed here. The sword being destroyed was a small matter, but the worst thing was that the netherworld flame's foundation had been destroyed. The weapon spirit had lost its support and died. Fuck. Father will fight it out with you. The netherworld flame condensed on the surface of his body. This was a secret technique similar to the flame demon transformation, turning him into a flaming demon. Chu Tian had temporarily replaced the netherworld sword as the weapon spirit and flame. Like this, there was still a chance of fighting to the death. The ice spirit flame released a taunting will, taking the initiative to attack. The ice spirit flame charged forward and wrapped around Chu Tian. It tried to connect the netherworld flame's power to Chu Tian and swallow him. This was a very easy matter for it. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too large, and it didn't have any geographical advantage. But when the ice spirit flame covered Chu Tian's body, the dazzling white flame trembled and unexpectedly dimmed. The ice spirit flames began to panic because it had never encountered this kind of thing before. It was not wrapped around a flame or a living being, but rather a black hole that could swallow everything. The ice spirit flame wanted to escape, but it was shocked to find that it had already been sucked in by the black hole. Chu Tian's hands formed a seal, and his body was surrounded by the aura of his main source spirit. His eyes had already turned black, which was not a normal eye color. It was a deep, empty eye that was filled with attraction like a black hole. Chu Tian wildly swallowed the ice spirit flame, weakening its power. The netherworld flame seized this chance to counterattack. The ice spirit flame was ignited. It struggled with all its might, but it was useless. The ice spirit flame was too careless. In this weak state, it actually attacked Chu Tian, who didn't know. So it gave Chu Tian a chance to turn the situation around. Chu Tian wildly swallowed it without caring about the price. From spirit to strength, from will to energy, he didn't let a single thing go. The ice spirit flame's struggle became weaker and weaker. The netherworld flame chased after it, finally completely igniting the ice spirit flame. The flame seeped out of Chu Tian's body and spread in all directions. The netherworld flame's essence was to burn energy. The strong energy of the ice spirit frozen spring turned into a large pool of fuel. The flames quickly spread. Several ice flood dragons struggled to escape, but they were swallowed by the flames. When the little fox saw this, it quickly teleported away a few times. Yoda and the others anxiously waited. Vivian suddenly pointed and shouted, "Look, there's light inside!" From the beginning to the end of her voice, in just a short breath's time, that little bit of light had already filled the entire ice cave, causing the surrounding ice crystals that were harder than metal to crack. A terrifying energy was released from the center of the ice palace, and the entire ice field began to violently tremble. Several hundred miles were affected as all kinds of avalanches appeared at the same time. In a very short period of time, the frozen lake was covered in cracks, and every crack was spewing out blue and white flames. This spectacular scene was simply like a scene from the end of the world. Yoda and the others were all stunned. The entire ice lake was being destroyed by the flames from the fountain. No one could explain what was happening with this shocking scene. After around 10 minutes, the flames gradually extinguished. The entire ice lake was in a mess, but the depths of the ice were still burning. Vivian anxiously shouted, "Something must have happened. Quickly save Big Brother, Chu Tian!" Chapter 507. Chu Tian vaguely remembered that after the netherworld ghost flame swallowed the ice spirit flame, it immediately ignited the ice vein with the eye of the ice as the center. Large amounts of energy surged out and instantly covered the world, completely submerging Chu Tian. "Damn, father's luck isn't bad. I actually didn't die." Chu Tian woke up to find that his limbs were fine and he was lying in a cave in the heavenly Yin Mountains. He thought it was a small matter, but he never thought that he would be in such a dangerous situation. Now that he carefully thought about it, Chu Tian broke out in a cold sweat from the risk he took. Something's wrong." Chu Tian recovered his consciousness and found that there were many things that were wrong. The first thing he found was that the entire world was different from before. Everything in the world was clearer. The elements collided with each other, the flow of energy and matter in the air. Every small change could not escape Chu Tian's eyes. Chu Tian could even see the shape of every speck of dust that floated past him, and he could even feel the hairs on the ants in the corner. His divine sense was several times stronger than before. That's right. Chu Tian remembered that in the most dangerous moment, he had activated the swallowing power of his main source spirit and began a life and death battle with the ice spring divine sense, finally successfully defeating the mysterious ice spirit flame. The netherworld flame had defeated the strong and refined the ice spirit flame. Not only did it give Chu Tian the essence, Chu Tian had also absorbed the divine sense that had been nurtured in the eye of the ice for over 100,000 years. This was an incomparably large amount of wealth. Chu Tian's divine sense had a large breakthrough, and now he had completely surpassed the mind's lamp realm, reaching the higher vision domain realm. Although divine sense cultivation and cultivation base weren't completely unrelated, there was a large independent relationship between them. Divine sense was the power to dig out a living being's soul and spiritual source. Spirit energy was the power to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. The former was to dig out one's roots, while the latter was to borrow objects to mend the heavens. Who was stronger and who was weaker could not be compared one-sidedly. However, before one's divine sense reached a sufficient level of strength, the range of its usage was relatively limited. In comparison, strengthening one's origin power and directly raising one's cultivation could increase one's strength and extend one's lifespan, so the effect was more obvious. The difficulty of cultivating divine sense was often very high. In addition to the need for opportunities and fortuitous encounters, it also required one's own understanding and the relevant qualities. It was so strenuous and unrewarding that it led to the specialization. Although it had a high value in the production of divine sense, as well as in assisting in cultivation and combat, it was still not as practical as direct strength. A truly qualified cultivator could not simply pursue power. Chu Tian knew that strength alone could not surpass the limits of the realm. This was also the reason why Chu Tian focused on the development of his divine sense. However, if he wanted to improve his divine sense, he not only needed to have the relevant abilities, but he also needed to have similar fortuitous encounters. Fortuitous encounters could only be encountered, but not sought. Just this reward alone made the risk worth it. Chu Tian's impression was that he was heavily injured and he would need to rest for at least half a month if he didn't die. Now there were no traces of injuries on his body, and his spirit energy had increased by a large amount. His cultivation had increased by 2 stages, going from the peak 2nd true spirit layer to the peak 3rd true spirit layer. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a bottleneck between the peak 3rd true spirit layer and the 4th true spirit layer, He would have already reached the fourth true spirit layer with a large amount of energy gathered in his body. What was going on here? Why did it increase so quickly? This was most likely the increase brought by the netherworld flame, refining the ice spiritual flame. The biggest regret was that the sword was destroyed in the fight, and now it had fallen into the depths of the ice hole. Without the netherworld sword's help, his battle strength would be greatly reduced. Wait a minute. Without the sword, what about the flame? The value of a sword wasn't high. The most precious thing was the netherworld ghost flame. Chu Tian carefully inspected his body, and in the end, Chu Tian was very surprised to find that in his meridians and dantian, the flame and spirit energy were perfectly combined. This flame aura was very familiar. It was the netherworld flame attached to the netherworld sword. The netherworld flame had swallowed half of the ice spiritual flame, and its quality had increased. Now it had already evolved several levels. It couldn't be compared to before. An explosion came from Chu Tian's right hand as blue and white flames appeared, nimbly moving through his fingers. Although it had swallowed the ice spiritual flame, the netherworld flame was still dominant. The two did not merge together. Rather, one swallowed the other. The loser would become nutrients for the winner. There was no fire source spirit or ice source spirit. Why could he directly merge the flame into his spirit energy? This was a very strange and mysterious matter, but he didn't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, his strength would increase by a large amount. Netherworld, how is your current situation? I swallowed the ice spiritual flame and obtained an unprecedented evolution, so I can separate from the netherworld sword and fuse with Master's spirit energy, becoming a part of Master's strength. Good. Very good. Even if Chu Tian didn't use his source spirit, his spirit energy was already very strong. The most important thing was that netherworld had undergone a large amount of evolution, becoming an artificial intelligence. His relationship with Chu Tian was a bit like a master and servant contract. This was different from the relationship between the little fox and Chu Tian. Chu Tian was the little fox's master. If the little fox died, Chu Tian wouldn't die. Once Chu Tian died, the little fox would have a hard time living. However, the little fox's personality was a bit strong. The contract only restricted the little fox's life, but it didn't restrict the little fox's thoughts. Netherworld was a spiritual life, completely under Chu Tian's control. Therefore, Netherworld's personality was very strong. He didn't have a personality like the little fox, but he was an absolutely loyal and reliable talisman. Netherworld was already a top-level artificial intelligence. If he could create a super source energy matrix to strengthen it, wouldn't Chu Tian have a super smart brain implanted in him? This would definitely have a large benefit and convenience. Chu Tian decided to give it a try when he returned. Big brother Chu Tian, you're finally awake. Vivian felt movement and immediately charged in. You really worried us to death. How long was I unconscious for? What happened in between? Big brother, you still don't know. Vivian's face was filled with worship as she spoke in an exaggerated tone. You burned the entire ice field's spirit vein, and large amounts of spiritual energy was released from the fire, giving us quite a bit of benefits. Even my cultivation base has increased by quite a bit, and Een spirit is almost in the 5th true spirit layer. The death ice field spirit vein has been burning all this time, letting the spiritual energy released surpass the 6 great spiritual mountains. The ice field will soon become a new paradise, not inferior to the 6 great spiritual mountains. This completely surpassed Chu Tian's expectations. Chu Tian didn't know how this happened, but it wasn't important. He quickly asked, "How is Big Sister Bing?" Big Sister Bing has already woken up, but she can't move right now. Come, let's go take a look. Chun Bingyu was sitting in the cave in seclusion. Her silver white hair flowed down like a waterfall, dancing without any wind. Her mature body was actually covered in white flames, but what was strange was that these flames did not harm her at all. This was a blessing in disguise for Chun Bingyu. not any less than Chu Tian. The ice spirit flame's possession was interrupted halfway. Half of the ice spirit flame was refined by Chu Tian, and the other half entered Qin Bingyu's body. The ice eyes will even took the initiative to change it, allowing the powerful energy to adapt to Qin Bingyu's body. Following that, the ice spirit flame was taken care of by Chu Tian, and this energy was taken by Qin Bingyu for free. The ice spirit fire's target of possession was not just anyone. This had to be established on the premise that they had the relevant bloodline. Chu Tian and Qin Bingyu each took half of the ice spirit flame. Chu Tian refined it from the netherworld flame, and the netherworld flame refined the ice spirit flame, absorbing its essence to evolve. Qin Bingyu directly turned the ice spirit flame into her own energy. The two sounded similar, but there was an essential difference. In short, Qin Bingyu's increase this time was very large. Her cultivation was now in the 5th or 6th true spirit layer, so there was still room for her to increase. Moreover, Qin Bingyu had merged with the ice and fire, so her battle strength would be even stronger than before. Sorry. Qin Bingyu saw that Chu Tian had come to visit and that nothing had happened to this fellow. So Qin Bingyu was a bit relieved. The consciousness in the ice spring was too strong. I wasn't prepared and was bewitched for a moment, so I did this kind of dangerous thing. I almost dragged you down with me. Don't say that. I'm very good right now. Chu Tian didn't suffer any losses and gave a few laughs in an uncaring manner. You just need to properly rest here. We'll stabilize the situation, and you can smoothly become the great Zhou Queen. Qin Bingyu shook her head with a bitter smile. What queen? She wasn't interested. If Chu Tian wanted to control the great Zhou country, he needed a direct power. Qin Bingyu had already obtained the strongest inheritance of the great Zhou royal family's ruins, so her future was limitless. As long as she spread this news, it was unknown how many people would come to join her. The great Zhou queen's position, Qin Bingyu couldn't run away. Chu Tian was prepared to build the imperial city near the ice field. With the large amount of spiritual energy in the ice field, it wouldn't be a small power. The great Zhou royal family had the support of miracle commerce, so their influence would be even larger than the 6 spiritual mountains. This way, they would be able to firmly grasp the great Zhou country. Boss, I'm back. Nangongyin brought people back at this time. Good news, Yuan Jinan, Jin Kuei, and the others are convinced. They are now willing to cooperate with miracle commerce as long as it doesn't destroy their current benefits. Convinced? This was also within his expectations. Chu Tian nodded and said, Now that the general trend cannot be stopped, we will unite the large sects and the small and medium-sized powers of the great Zhou country. In the name of protecting the country, we will launch a crusade against the Heavenly Sword Mountain. This time we must pull out this thorn and also kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, shocking all the great Zhou sects. All right. Nangongyin was filled with confidence. The Heavenly Sword Mountain's leaders are all dead. It will be as easy as turning our hands to eliminate them. Chapter 508. In just a short half a month, the great Zhou country had a series of dramatic reversals. First, the Heavenly Sword sect gathered the other 4 sects to attack the Black Moon sect. But in just a few days, they were mysteriously defeated. The Heavenly Sword sect's sect masterling Wan Jian and Vice sect masterlinging were both killed. The alliance formed by the 5 spiritual mountains collapsed, and 200,000-300,000 people were captured by the Black Moon sect. When everyone was stunned, the Divine Machine Hall, Medicine King Valley, Void Spirit Cave, and Black Tortoise sect strangely announced that the Heavenly Sword sect was colluding with the Eagle Burial Kingdom to cause a civil war in the Great Zhou country. So they were joining forces with the Black Moon sect to attack the Heavenly Sword sect. This change was just too strange. Even if one's thoughts jumped, wouldn't they not be able to withstand this dramatic change? A few days ago, the sects that were locked in a fierce battle had actually formed an army in less than a week's time. Together, they used the banners of eradicating evil, protecting the great Zhou dynasty and re-establishing the royal family, and so on. They incited a large number of forces, big and small, and threw the entire great Zhou dynasty into chaos. From there, they started a grand battle to encircle and annihilate Heavenly Sword Mountain. Was it easy to break the head of the 6 spiritual mountains, the Heavenly Sword Mountain? The Heavenly Sword sect was like a group of dragons without a leader. When the Black Moon sect led the 5 spiritual mountains to gather at the foot of the Heavenly Sword Mountain, the entire Heavenly Sword Mountain fell into chaos. The battle hadn't even begun, and they were already in chaos. Yin's spirit came in front of Chu Tian. "We can attack now." "No rush, no rush." Chu Tian revealed a faint smile as he looked over the people of the 4 sections. Although he believed in the young Miss and Dolores's persuasion skills, the attitude of the sect masters had changed so quickly. This was something Chu Tian never expected. "We have a 100% chance of victory in this battle. We don't need to pursue a quick victory. We need to pursue a complete victory." "The City Lord is right. The City Lord is right." The sect masters of the large sects all nodded. The so-called a wise man submits to circumstances. After personally visiting Miracle City, they couldn't be stubborn even if they wanted to. Miracle City's technology, Miracle City's potential, and Miracle City's experts, especially the Elven and Treant experts, they were all filled with fear. Perhaps any one of them could sweep through the great Zhou sect masters. With Miracle City's strong background and technology, why would they covet the great Zhou country? Just like Chu Tian said, the great Zhou country was just a small part of Miracle City's territory. Miracle City did not need to completely control the great Zhou country. These great Zhou sects took advantage of Miracle City's early stages to join in. They would receive an unimaginably high reward in the future. Meng Yingying ran in front of Chu Tian to report the results of the negotiations. "We have communicated with Heavenly Sword Mountain. A few stubborn old fools are stubbornly guarding the entrance and refusing to surrender. They even said that if we dared to take a step closer, they would activate the Myriad Sword Mountain formation and tear us into pieces." So arrogant? He had to be taught a lesson. Chu Tian said to Nan Gongyin, who was standing beside him, "How are the weapons deployed?" Nan Gongyin confidently replied, "A Heaven's Punishment airship is in place, and there are 20 source energy cannons deployed. As long as Boss gives the order, we will immediately attack. Since they refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then we'll let them have a taste of our might." "Understood." This attack was not only led by the 5 great sects, there was also the support of Miracle Commerce's weapons. So what if the Heavenly Sword Mountain was made of iron? The airships had a wave of bombardment, and the 20-source energy cannons had been firing for several hours, accompanied by powerful destructive missiles. Who would be able to withstand such an attack? The Heavenly Sword Mountain's protective array was famous for its powerful attacks. The 5 great sects hadn't even launched an attack, and the Heavenly Sword Mountain's array had already been reduced by half. This did not just reduce the Heavenly Sword Mountain's defenses, it also dealt a large blow to their morale. The time has come. Full force attack. Miracle Commerce couldn't keep up their firepower. When the bombardment was about done, the 5 great sects finally launched their first wave of attacks. The Heavenly Sword Mountain's defenses were already full of holes, not to mention that there were many experts from the forest among the attacking troops. After several attacks, the Heavenly Sword Mountain's protective array was finally destroyed. The mountain gate has been broken. The Heavenly Sword Mountain has run out of luck. Immediately put down your weapons and surrender. We won't kill those who surrender. The Heavenly Sword Sect's elder and sect master have colluded with the Eagle Burial Kingdom, so they have this kind of ending. The Heavenly Sword Sect's disciples do not need to be buried with them. The people of the 5 great sects began to shout out in unison. No one wanted to cause a large slaughter, and the Heavenly Sword Sect's normal disciples would not be involved in high-level matters. Not to mention the fact that the Heavenly Sword Sect's cultivators had high battle strength. They would be the backbone of the Eagle Burial Kingdom in the future. If they were consumed in a civil war, it would be too much of a pity. Don't listen to them. A senior sect elder shouted from a high place. The Heavenly Sword Mountain has existed for tens of thousands of years, and countless heroes have died. How could it be destroyed at this moment? If the mountain exists, the people will exist. If the mountain dies, the people will die. The time to protect the Heavenly Sword sect has come. Kill these villains that spread lies. You want to die, and you want to drag everyone down with you? We'll talk after we kill you. Nangonyen's hands turned into giant flame wings that soared into the sky, instantly creating a thick cloud of flames as she charged at the other side. The Heavenly Sword sect elder was clearly not a normal person, sending out several dozen streams of sword chi that fell onto Nangonyen like a waterfall. Although it scattered the flames on Nangonyen's body, it couldn't harm Nangonyen's starlight immortal body at all. Just a trivial, triple awakened soul dares to be this arrogant? Go die! Nangonyen did not make any fancy movements, just punching the other side along with his sword in the air, using a violent and clean method to shatter them into pieces. Who else is there? Nangonyen killed one of the top elders of the Heavenly Sword sect in a single move. Her figure was like an angry and proud fire phoenix that stood in the air. This kind of aura that looked down on all living beings, and this wild and unstoppable strength made people not dare look at her for a while. But at this time, several cloaked figures came out of the crowd. The auras they released were not weaker than the senior elders, and the one leading them even had a cultivation in the 6th true spirit layer. Nangonyen lost in the end, no matter how fierce she was. Therefore, she was forced back by the other side in a single move. Of course, with the starlight immortal body and the Nirvana scripture, Nangonyen's defense and recovery were impeccable, so she was not that easy to defeat. Yoda said from below when he saw this, "These should be people from the Eagle Burial Kingdom." Letting this old man reveal their true faces, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples' morale will fall, and they will collapse on their own. Why bother Prophet Yoda to make a move for such a small character? Chu Tian sat in the middle of the crowd, watching the battle like he was watching a play. "I've comprehended a new move. Let me give it a try." Yoda was a bit stunned. What was the new move? The other side had several people in the 5th true spirit layer. Even if Chu Tian's cultivation had increased, could he surpass that high of a difference in cultivation? Not to mention that this was not a one-on-one battle. Nangonyen knew that she couldn't beat the other side, but with her fierce personality, even if she knew she couldn't beat them, she still wouldn't retreat. When Nangonyen was prepared to launch an even stronger attack, something Nangonyen never imagined happened. A wondrous force appeared. It seemed like it could ignore the bindings of space and time as it suddenly descended onto Nangonyen. Nangonyen's body trembled as blue and white flames surrounded her body. An incomparably strong power suddenly appeared on her body, and Nangonyen felt her strength increase, becoming at least 5 times stronger than before. Isn't this boss power? Why did it appear on my body? Chu Tian's voice sounded in her mind. "I've sent netherworld energy into your body, so your strength won't lose to any of them. Let's have a good fight." "Ha ha ha, thank you, boss." Nangonyen couldn't understand what was happening. But what did it matter? She never understood what boss did. Nangonyen could feel the power enveloping her body, and she immediately let out a roar. Heaven-burning fist. The netherworld flame and phoenix flame combined, and a storm was released, instantly burning 2 Eagle Burial Kingdom experts. It's actually this strong. Nangonyen was shocked herself. Nangonyen was stunned for a moment. The Eagle Burial Kingdom experts leader used a secret technique and slashed at Nangonyen with his scimitar. Nangonyen was sent flying several meters, but she wasn't injured at all. "Why are you so stupid?" Chu Tian's voice sounded in Nangonyen's mind again. "I'll send you 2 more moves. Quickly take care of them." Nangonyen felt power descend onto her body once again. The Eagle Burial Kingdom expert wanted to chase after her, and when he was about to approach this woman, Large amounts of netherworld flame condensed on his body, instantly forming the image of a demon. Flame demon transformation. Wasn't this Chu Tian's unique secret technique? While everyone was in a daze, a sword Qi appeared in Nangongyen's right hand. She took a step forward and her body suddenly disappeared. Several dozen dazzling sword glows appeared. It was like an endless wave that tore through the void. Several cloaked people were instantly cut into pieces. The leading expert barely managed to block a few of them. But the netherworld flame sword art was too strong, not to mention Nangongyen's explosive strength. Pum! His protective spirit energy was broken. Nangongyen's sword Qi stabbed into the other side's chest. You! How is this possible? The Eagle Burial Kingdom expert revealed a look of disbelief. He couldn't understand even at the moment of his death. Nangongyen wasn't even at the heaven spirit realm. How could she release this kind of terrifying strength? The people around Chu Tian were all stunned. What was wrong with Nangongyen today? Was she possessed by Chu Tian? Chu Tian sat in his chair without moving, but his golden eyes slowly returned to their original color. He closed his eyes and gently panted, with sweat already covering his temples. It would be strange if you could understand. This vision domain, divine sense, was very rare, not to mention using his main source spirit to strengthen it.